You've had 5 television shows. That's the easiest way to get rich is get a television show or have a movie career. You can do one show and make 5, 6 figures a week. A week. That's a very different grind. So,
Yeah, you're right. Steve never really bothered to build a business that didn't involve him. Now, I don't know his business like that. So maybe he has businesses that I'm not aware of, but from what I have seen, he's just doing a lot of shows, and he's always the man on camera in all of these shows.
It's a wonderful position to be in.
And you're right. He's making tens of millions of dollars, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars doing it. But he's now talking about retiring as well. Okay. I can see why. Yes. It's like, yo.
And he ain't like he a spring chicken.
No, he's like, what, in his 60s at this point?
Yeah.
Right. And he talks about how he only sleeps like 5 hours a night. If he gets 6, that's considered like, oh my God. Like,
right. I want you to tell me something. And again, this is where, when I say this, some people will go, there's a bitter and a jealousy from Aries. And I'm just try to put that aside and see if you can see where I'm coming from. So, okay, so on Mad TV, sometimes you have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, drive to the studio.
Just chilling right now on a Sunday.
Where you were going to be put in prosthetics.
Smoke going.
So you have to sit in the makeup chair. You have to be flipping through 5 to be to work in the chair at 6. For 3 hours.
Flipping through YouTube, seeing what's popping out here.
To do a character that you created. This isn't like
watching this Aries Spears interview
with a character pre-written. You came up with this. You come up with the beats, the humor, what
just chilling right now. Anybody want to join? Want to come up?
Voice,
have a conversation.
Peace, God. Peace. To be as funny as you can be and score.
Link is dropped. Anybody want to build?
When that character is over, you got to go back.
Got a little time today.
And for another 2 hours, sit and have it taken off.
So,
and on a sketch show, you got to come up with characters.
So you got to see what's going on out here.
For stage time, you got to have the ability to do impressions. You have to have the ability to improvise. These are all different comedic skill sets because everybody can't do a character. Everybody can't do an impression. Everybody can't improvise off the dome. These are 3 different unique.
40-day water fast, okay. That's peace. I used to do the what's the fast? I used to do the cayenne pepper and lemon juice. I used to do that cleansing when I was younger. Kind of fell out of the practice though, but yeah, I used to get that in. Keep my system clean. That's peace though. That's a part of my that's something I probably could do a better job at, taking care of myself. You know what I'm saying? I definitely ain't never really focused on shit like that. I just be out here living. You know what I'm saying? I don't eat a lot. And I got a high metabolism.
I'm surrounded by people on TV.
Like I'm the type I eat.
In comparison to what
I eat when I feel like my body need it. I don't necessarily eat on some glutton shit.
Far less required ability, skills.
Yeah, I definitely could do a better job with my diet though.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is.
What's interesting, what's going on out here that's interesting. Any subject matters, what's up? You know, I could get into shit all day. Talking this Lenape shit, talking this indigenous shit. That ain't the only thing going on, I guess. I see a lot of other people like to talk about different topics and shit. Keep the viewers engaged. I don't know. I'm like I ain't gonna say I'm a one-trick pony, but I don't see the sense in spending too much time on fruitless conversation. You know, I feel like what people are facing, like, you ain't got no time to be focused on anything other than, you know, how you gonna save yourself. You know, and at the end of the day, it's the thing, right? Large or small, like when we talk about corporations, large or small, all corporations, you know, still operate under the same rules. You know, so whether you work for, you know, a Walmart or you work for a little mom and pop store, y'all still under the same rules, right? The domestic laws of the United States government. That's why if a small business produces a product and a larger business steals the idea, they went through the proper channels, they could seek remedy in court. Well, when you're talking nationality and nations, you're talking the same, it's the same conversation. You know, everybody keeps saying the United States is a corporation. It's a corporation, right? The nation is a corporation. So when you deal in nation to nation, right, it's different than seeking remedy from your boss or from your superior. When you go nation to nation or corporation to corporation, however, you know, if you want to use that as the comparison, seeking remedy for what another, you know, for what happens to you, you know, you have to, you wouldn't, if you were working at your job and you got hurt, you would have to seek remedy beyond your job's hierarchy system. Like HR is not, you know what I'm saying? You have to take it to the court systems, which are above the jurisdiction of your job. So the same thing is said when you're talking about the plights that we face. Only thing that can save you is your nation. That's it. That's it. The only thing that can save you is your nation. If you're interacting with the United States, anything other than from a national perspective, then you just playing musical chairs. So all this nationality and everything that the Mo's been talking about, that's all the stuff that's going to save you. Tying yourself back to your nation and what treaties they have, right? That's it. Ain't nothing else. And then building your nation up and your nation being able to have representation. You know what I'm saying? Nothing else going to save you. Not anything that they do for you, not no welfare plans, not no reparation plans, none of that. All that shit just make you more comfortable in the belly of the beast. You know, if you're comfortable with that, and a lot of people are, you know, a lot of people were good at being African Americans. They were successful and they did well for themselves. And they're not necessarily the ones who are dissatisfied with the system, dissatisfied with the situation, because they ain't never been dissatisfied. They never even looked into, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of people are successful African Americans. A lot of people are successful Italian Americans, successful, you know what I mean, Polish Americans, successful Pakistani Americans, successful, you know, just from all over these, you know, people come here and they come here and get money and they're successful and they cool with it. You know what I mean? Poor white trash is happy to be called free white people. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of people that got no problem with the system, understand it, come here and get money and prosper off the system. We just don't. That's because we're not represented on a national level. You're just employees for the corporation. And you're fully invested in the corporation, right? Reparations, all people going to do is reparations and reinvest that into the nation that they currently live in, right? Only way you're going to be able to step outside of that is if you return to your own nation and that nation has diplomatic relationships with other nations. So now when the United States treats you unfairly, you can go appeal to the international community, not a local judge or a federal judge who's just going to uphold the laws. You know, I used to say, like, Going to the police is like getting into a fight with somebody, and then when you go to seek remedy, the person who's deciding who's right or wrong is related to the person you just fought. You know what I'm saying? So you like, as soon as you walk in, you're like, oh shit, you definitely ain't gonna get no justice. You know what I mean? But when you take it to a higher court and not a domestic court, when when you're dealing with nations, you can do that. So that's what everybody is fighting to get back to. Get back to your nation. All right? That's because everything people keep talking, like, it's all about paper. Everybody trying to trace themselves back on paper. What papers is they trying to get back to? They trying to get back to those papers that show that they attached to those nations that was here before. Texas is the closest state to communism. They get the oil rig on spot hiring. Illinois is the biggest in credit scratches. You could explain that to me if you want to come up. You could definitely explain that to me. Closest state to communism, I can understand that. I don't think communism is so bad. I think we probably don't. Well, I'll speak for myself. I don't know enough about communism, but from what I understand, it's a better system for the people. You know what I mean? We just have this mind state that everybody want to get rich, right? So even in tribal communities, right, it wasn't somebody who was more wealthy. You know what I mean? Everything you did as a community. You did for the whole community, right? So if you had land, you know what I mean? Let's say you could get as much land as you could be profitable with, meaning as much as you could produce on the land. So as long as you gave a certain amount back to the tribe, you know what I'm saying? Everything was cool. Everybody was equal. You know what I mean? As much work as you can provide, you should be kicking back something like that, a certain percentage to the tribe. That's probably where the tides come from, you know what I mean? But it's really just about taking care of your community, right? It's not about being capitalist and being the richest one in the community and controlling everything. You know what I'm saying? So communism is more about the state taking care of its people. You know what I mean? But I believe you still can get rich in a communist. But I guess the bottom level, you know, the poor ain't like it is in this country where everybody's just left out on their own. When I went to Mexico, they got a giant mountain right outside of Mexico City. Socialism, know who you know. Okay. Yeah. So when I was in Mexico, it's this big mountain next to Mexico City. And you look up on the mountain, you see all these different shacks, shanties, different so it's people living up on this mountain. And what I was told about this mountain is that they have corn granaries there. They have corn granaries. Hold on a second. So they have corn granaries up there where they can feed the people. Anybody that live on that mountain, you can build a home. As long as you don't paint it, they won't tax you. So basically, you live free on that mountain. Anybody on that mountain lives free. As long as they don't paint their home, they don't get taxed. So I know things are done differently in different places in the world in terms of how they take care of their people. Also, like capitalism, those concepts, they kind of destroy the core of what our culture was based on, like the clan mother system. Capitalism does away with that shit. Like when they first arrived here, the way the structure is set up, right? They like the women own everything. Women own all the property, right? So if you want to have some type of negotiations, you gotta go through the clan mothers, right? The Europeans, obviously, they come from a patriarchal system. They're not trying to hear that, you know? So a lot of these chiefs that you read about in history books, you know what I mean? They were the individuals that the Europeans chose more or less to have conversations with. They just because the history book says Chief Tammany was this big chief of the Lenape, and that's how they write it. That's not, he was just the chief of his little group. You know what I mean? We was egalitarian communities. You know what I mean? We governed ourselves. We were self-governing. What united us wasn't one ruler. What united us was the great law. So we all operated under the great law. That's the big chief, the great law, not any one individual chief. So, you know, all that has to do with capitalism. You know what I mean? If they can consolidate the vote and let one person speak for everybody on paper, the same paper that we go rushing back to prove everything, on paper, it's going to say exactly how they want it to say. It's going to say, we made deals. It's going to say this big chief was the big chief of all the, you know what I mean? Like, talks about Powhatan, how he was a chief of 6 different communities. Like, I don't know if in the time, that might just be how they wrote that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he may have been wealthy. That's probably what, you know what I mean? But I don't know if, like, that shit ain't really how tribal communities was run. Anytime they tell you somebody was a king or he had rulership, that's how they writing it. That's colonial times. That's not in its essence. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't have been no one big chief over. Nah, shit wouldn't have been like that. It never was like that. That's just what they tell you because it's easier for them to do business or interact with the government if they can say, well, all right, you speak for everybody. Nah, it was never like that. It was never like that. All that was for the purpose of being able to do trade. All that was about doing trade. And remember, everything that was set up to do trade. You know what I'm saying? Everything was that what this nation grew out of was all based on trade. So supposed to have some interviews coming up. It's going to be on a couple of different stations. Turned down a few interviews on a few stations because I really don't want to be on those stations, to be honest with you. Like, I ain't trying to get caught up in that shit no more. I just want to build. Anybody want to build, we could build. If not, I'm going to pop in and out, continue to do my thing. There's a lot of work being done, obviously behind the scenes stuff, like, you know, feel like I shared a whole lot. We moving into areas now where it's not so much public domain, you know what I'm saying? Like, and y'all will find out that if you do the work and you know what I mean, you really out there, you're gonna find yourself getting deeper into the politics of all this shit. You know what I mean? And the deeper you get into the politics, you know, it's crazy how they'll be like, I ain't gonna say like secret society shit, but it's like, because it's not that, but it's like the more you know about things, right? And I've seen this over time. I've seen how somebody could say something and then it takes a life of its own, right? So until you ready to let something exist and show and prove for itself, talking about it could actually do more harm than good. You know what I'm saying? So somebody will say, oh, they not telling us certain things. Nah, it ain't that people ain't telling you certain things. It's certain things is being put together that could be undermined just off the rhetoric. You know what I mean? So the more you get into, politics or whatever you get into, the more you know, the less you kind of, the less you speak, put it that way. The less reckless you are with how you speak. That's a better way to say it. The deeper you get, the more reckless, the less reckless you move. So, examples are people come out here and they saying this and they saying that they Indians and they come from this and they come from that, right? But then their behavior is very indicative that, yeah, they say they come from something, but where is that something in place? Where is that structure? You say your elders tell you this, but then where your elders at when you wilding online, yelling and screaming? Where are your elders then? Are they calling you? Are they checking you? So this is what I mean when I say the deeper you get into something, the more the more responsibility you have in terms of how you conduct yourself, right? Certain things you don't speak on until they fully fleshed out. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the point where we at. And then you see the chaos and the craziness online. Sometimes I see my name get like put in the same category as, like my name ain't even my name. It's like Turtle Gang is the name of my company, Turtle Gang Edutainment. That's not even really my name. People just started calling me Turtle because of my company. It's not really, that's not, you know what I'm saying? So people will sit me next to people that is not even doing really what I'm doing, but people think because the content is similar that we in the same lane doing the same things, and we really not. It's just the content overlaps, you know what I mean? But my lane is very specific, you know what I mean? And I stay in my lane. The only time you see me collide is when motherfuckers slide into my lane and shit. You know what I mean? And why wouldn't there be something if it's not, if you merging, if you merging onto the parkway, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to merge, you know what I mean, seamlessly. Or it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be, definitely gonna be some horns getting blown and shit like that. So when a motherfucker swerve in your lane, they come with the crazy shit, you know what I mean? Don't be mad at me because I beat the horn. Nigga swerve in talking about Chief Tammany was this. Burr, burr, burr. I beat the horn and shit. The nigga turn and look and see who it is. And nigga, like, nah, don't swerve in this lane with all that shit. None of that pseudo shit over here. We digging out of our own shit. We don't need y'all piling more shit on top of us. You know what I mean? That's why we say people should just really speak for themselves. Like that's the number one key to all this shit. You can learn more real information if you just spend time with the actual real people. They not only, because see, we can all open the books and read the information, but when you can open the book, read the information, and attach yourself to the conversation, and not because you have the same skin complexion of those people or because you've experienced the same type of oppression. Now, when you can connect yourself to those people through either genealogy or actions or locations, you know what I mean? It's the truth is it becomes different. You start to, you know what I mean, get exposed to certain little nuances of the truth that you're not gonna read in the book. That's why we say everything ain't in the books. And it sounds like a cop-out at times, right? Like, oh, that shit ain't in the books. But You got to know it ain't. Like, all you gotta do is look at your own life. Look at your own life and just think that if in 20 years and 30 years, if somebody looked back on your life right now, the only thing they could have to, you know what I mean, assess who you are public records. For a lot of people, that means you're gonna be known as a criminal. You might have did 5 years in prison, right? You might have went there for 5 years out of your life. You could be 55 years old now. So 5 years out of your life, you was in prison. But those 5 years are highly documented. You know what I mean? So they'll have records of you going to school, being born, going to school, just these certain things. And that's how you're going to get edified in history, right? So those are the records that we're reading now, trying to understand the past. Just government documents where they were tracking the people. You know what I mean? No intimate information. You know what I'm saying? It's people who are going off their genealogy, not knowing that their father ain't their real father. You feel me? All types of shit going on because it's just documents. Right? So yeah, the documents are important, but you got to remember that they just documents and they're not even our documents. Yeah, they're gonna bury. See, a lot of the early stuff, yeah, they bury that. The early stuff, yeah, they bury that. You know what I'm saying? But it's already out. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. I don't know if they so much bury it, is that it's just misdirection. We don't know to look for it. Because now when we start looking for it, we start to find that shit. And then it's like, oh, they've been lying to us. Nah, you just ain't know there was another wing in this library. And we not too interested in the library anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like the more responsibility we take for ourselves, the more empowered we will be. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like they hid shit from me. I'll be honest with you. I feel like there's no way they could hide shit from me. And look at the names and look at the names of the cities and the states. Look at everything all around you. They ain't hide shit from you. They hid your mind from it. Like, I don't like, yeah, I know that's the conversation. I believe, but NBC and ABC, they got footage. They don't got the real stories. That's what I'm saying. Like, they got footage. They got, like, listen, NBC, ABC, they have footage of a ceremony. They don't have the intimate understandings of the ceremony. You feel me? And we are satisfied to see the footage of the ceremony, not knowing that you could just go learn the ceremony. That's how you prove it to yourself, not by seeing pictures, by being it. So NBC, ABC, we don't need them to show it to us. We like that's what I mean. Like, it's all their document. It's like, bro, we don't have birth certificates. You don't, that social security number ain't yours. The Moors know that. That shit ain't yours. That's their instruments. What are ours? What are yours? What do you use to prove who you are outside of their documents? That's the shit we got to get back to and stand on that. And then you mix their documents in it. Like, yeah, and even y'all know we was here. Look, but you got us listed as Negroes, but y'all got us right here. But this is what we, you know what I mean? That's, and then, see, this is the thing. They gonna have records of who you were, who your communities were. They absolutely gonna have all those records, right? But the records ain't gonna have your individual names in them. But when you understand you were those people, that's when you start being able to stand on shit. You know what I mean? Like, all these documents is theirs. I read off the rules for the for the people who come around and take the census, 1790. I read the rules off. I got the rules over here. Like, the instructions on how they was to document it. Now just think about that. They got instructions on how to document it, but they also coming into quote unquote black neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Like they not They just running through, counting heads. They not really getting into nothing. They not, like, that wasn't no self-determining. That was the difference between this, like, we now have the opportunity to write in our nationalities, our true identities. Before, it was like they was doing drive-bys. They might come to the house, you know what I mean, talk to a few people, eyeball y'all, then they're gonna write down what they are instructed to write. So they instructed that if a person is 1/4 Indian, they're this. So you think they really gonna sit down with each family and talk to the head of the household to determine, peace, to determine which individual, like what percentage of blood they had? They're not having that conversation with nobody. They're not saying, okay, well, this daughter look a little different than this one. What's the percentage? They're not asking those people that. They just, you know what I mean? Because they really wanted to break you up. Like the way they was breaking shit up, my son and his brother would have been classified as two different things. My son probably would have been classified as a mulatto, and his brother would have been classified as a quadroon. But they brothers from the same woman. And they'd have been classified two different shits. Right? So like all that shit don't fucking mean nothing. It don't mean nothing. All that shit, all what it really means is who's your mother, what community you come from. Everybody keeps saying tribe, keep saying tribe. What community? Fuck your tribe, fuck the whole nation. You gotta get to that community first. Once you get to that community, everything's gonna open up. Then you're gonna see everything as what it is, because that's gonna tie you into a location and a history that took place in that location. And then when you stop studying your individual self and you're able to study the communities, that's gonna tie you back into the nations you was a part of. But yeah, you're gonna have to get back to communities because this shit happened in a process. And believe it or not, 100 years ago, was it? Yeah, 100 years ago, motherfuckers knew exactly who they were. Motherfuckers survived colonization and knew exactly who they were. Diabolical shit where they really took your information from you. I'm a Tim's from Mississippi. Yeah, I don't know a whole, like, if it's other people on here, like, you know, when we really get rolling, people jump on here. Like, because I don't profess to be knowing everybody and everything, you know what I mean? But I know I'm connected to some people down there in Mississippi, you know what I'm saying? And they probably could connect with you and y'all could iron all that shit out. Because really, this shit ain't as complicated as you think, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, ancestry is dope. You need that, but having relationships, being able to conversate with people, right? And knowing who's who in each territory, you know what I mean? Because, like, yeah, we should probably put something together where we put it, you know how they got on, what was that shit, what was that book, the Green Book? Yeah, the Green Book, so black people could know where to go to eat and shit like that. Put together some type of book of credible sources from each territory that can help people connect, you know what I'm saying? 3 or 4, depending on, you know. But that's all setting up a whole system or a government that could be put in place that would just govern the exchange of information. How about that? How about we create a nation that's a trade nation that is just based on trading information, right? In doing so, you would set up people that would speak for certain territories because they qualify, because they can show that their families is tied in. They can show the seamless, you know what I mean, uninterrupted shit. So they qualify to be able to speak for those areas and help people. We set up some type of organization where we got people in each territory that are those families, you know what I mean, that got connections with historical societies, you know what I mean, because y'all got to sit down with them white folks. The white folks kept all that history. If you come from them original families, and free people of color families. If your shit say free people of color, you was probably one of them original families that was able to, you know what I'm saying, participate in this shit, and your shit wasn't interrupted until late 1800s, early 1900s, you know what I'm saying? But those people were interacting with their neighbors, and those same people who have those historical societies, them white people, a lot of them, when you go way back, a lot of them, they related to the Indians. That's why they established those historical societies. It's to maintain their identity and their status in that community. So you could probably go to any southern community, any community, fuck that, any community, and find the history of the first family that settled in that community, in that area. Go find the first European family that settled in that area, and just track their history, because they gonna tie themselves into the history of the territory. So they're gonna speak on the Indians that was there, their relationship with the Indians, all that shit. And if you think these settlers, these Europeans, man, they got whole society clubs created that keep that history. You know what I mean? So yeah, you get back to your community and you start studying the white folks that settled in that area, in that particular community, and they're gonna give it all up in their history. And if you fuck around, and because remember, this shit ain't like, for us, it seemed like a long time because we our shit been interrupted. Them European families, they could trace themselves already all the way back to their villages in Europe. So this 400-500 years, this 7 generations, that ain't nothing for them. 7, 8, 9 generations, that ain't nothing for them to run through that. You know what I mean? So they know they shit going back to their ancestor who settled here. You know what I mean? Shit. And I'm telling you this because I know who my family was connected to. Because it's families that still got these records. So yeah, I know what settler my ancestors are connected to, who intermarried with us, what settlers, you know what I mean, what plantations, all that. Because the plantation history is wrapped up in the history of the tribe that lived there prior to occupation of the settlers. All this shit is intertwined. That's why when you really start getting into your shit, it's gonna be peace, Big Pontiac. That's why when you really start getting into it, it's gonna be so many twists and turns, so many nuances. One cousin used to say, "Oh, our family cursed." Why we cursed, cousin? And this is my older cousin. Why we cursed, cousin? Oh, because we used to hunt runaway slaves. I'm like, what? Yeah, and we got land from hunting runaway slaves. I'm like, what? What? Like, what do you mean? Yeah. Like, damn, how do you reckon with that? Damn, my ancestors hunted runaway slaves. That's fucked up. Niggas is traders. Go through all that. And then later on you learn, oh yeah, but your ancestors also participated in the Underground Railroad. Helped free over 10,000 slaves. Like, oh shit. So what's going on? It's so nuanced. You know what I mean? Oh, one of my grandmothers was enslaved. And we can go to the plantation right now. It's Brookdale University. We can take you to these places right now. Oh, but then you read further in it. Damn, one of my grandfathers employed 300 berry pickers from Barbados. That was based on English law. So that was just a nice way of saying he imported 300 indentured servants or workers, and they was working on our land. Like, damn. So it's just nuance. It's all types of shit going on. It's all types of shit going on when you really get your genealogy. You're like, God damn, we was all over the place, just like we are now. Just like you got family members that's doing all types of crazy shit now, and other family members that's real religious, and you got but you're all still family. And when you get to when you really start getting into this, it's going to change how. That's why I tell people you got to really get a grip on your psyche, because when you start walking through your genealogy, it's probably going to be more shit in there that you didn't expect. Oh yeah, everything. Like most of the stuff, what you're looking for is not going to be what you're not going to find exactly what you're looking for, but you're going to find so much more. You know, like even if my people wasn't no connection to the indigenous nations, the shit that we did was incredible. That alone, like even if we remove the fact that, oh yeah, we first lineage of the Lenape, you know what I'm saying? In colonial times, like we one of them families, right? Even if you take that out of it, the shit motherfuckers did and had to do, that raised a different level of Powhatan had white slave women. I know one is my grandmother, probably my 8th line. An Israeli turned his replays off when I went deep into this. Yep, see? So Powhatan had white slaves. So that already show you, like, see, I really would definitely like to read more about that, because like when the Indians would take slaves, they would just assign them to a clan to refill the ranks. That's how you refill your ranks. Take like 6 or 7 slaves, or you take prisoners, and then you adopt them into the tribe. So to say he had slaves, that's like some colonial shit. That's not even the traditional way that people who were taken would have been dispersed into the tribe. Johnny Appleseed helped the melanated people in Kalamazoo by planting orchards. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yep. Last name. Yep, that's dope. Yeah, I don't know the Johnny Appleseed story more beyond the what you learn in school, but yeah, obviously there's something to it. But and orchards are important though. You got to also understand. Let me see. Orchards are important. Orchards are where a lot of times where that's where council would happen, in orchards. Cherry, apple, just different orchards where you would have an abundance of fruit. So that's probably some type of metaphor. Johnny Appleseed helped melanated people in Kalamazoo by planting orchards. That might have something to do with governmental structure. That might have something to do with that, like a Masonic allegory for some type of colonial interaction. Yeah. Yeah, that Michigan area, that's important. That's one of the most important areas in North America. Everything came through there. Came through the Great Lake area. That was really the main body area where that all that Ohio Valley on down through Mississippi, that's the main body of where the indigenous populations were, all the way down to Mexico, down to the Gulf of Mexico, central part. Yeah, when the Lenape came through, we came through during the Adena. The Adena was there, and that was the Giants. I know one thing people talk about, I'll hear them mix information up, right? Like they be a little confused on information, and their time frames don't be really like I said, people talk about a migration, like, yeah, they came here 20,000 years ago. No, there was waves of them that came for 20,000 years. See what I'm saying? Like, it's very different. It's very different than saying they came here 20,000 years ago. No, 20,000 years ago was when the first of many waves came. So you're going to have people coming in waves, different layers, which is very different than saying they came at one time. You know what I'm saying? So they talk about it was, they paint a picture like, you know, I've sat on other people's I hear the things they talk about. And so a dude said the Lenape was, they say we was invaders that came here and stole the culture, killed the people and stole the culture and all this, right? And they're insinuating that the people's culture that the Lenape killed and whatever and took, right, are mound builder cultures, right? But so because our ancestors come from mound building cultures, they tie themselves into that, right? But this is the thing. Who are the original mound builders? And are we, the humans, the Homo sapiens sapiens, the original mound builders? See, that's what, see, that'd be another bit of the slick shit. I don't know if these people don't be getting it in their head. You know what I mean? Like the one dude is trying to make a point about Homo sapiens sapiens and how they say they found Lucy. And so I tried to cut the conversation. I tried to, you know, stop him right there. I'm like, yo, bro, Lucy is not a Homo sapiens sapien. So that argument don't even really got nothing to do with you. That's just an example of a human species that was found. That's not you though. You're not connected to that. She's not Homo sapiens sapien, right? So what'll happen is they see, this is the thing. Some of the mounds, this is the thing. Okay, so like when you start looking at real history, you'll see that they started uncovering mounds in the late 1800s, right? Why? Because what? In 1860 or 1861 was the Morrill Land Grant Act, where they started creating programs to teach people how to farm so they could start developing land in the North. 1870 is when they bring all the Europeans over here. Those are the people that they give the land grants and they start teaching how to become farmers. And they become the farmers of the Midwest. So you got in the 1870s, late 1880s, you start getting all these Europeans who now own farms leveling the land. And this is where you get all the mounds getting tore up. And now they start uncovering all these giant skeletons, right? This is all in the 1870s because now they're clearing the land that was once indigenous land. Because Dr. Umar ain't about nothing. Dr. Umar is insane. Like, Dr. Umar is on some 60s shit. Dr. Umar want to lead y'all back into the 60s. He want to be on that Martin Luther King civil rights shit. These niggas want a better seat on a sinking ship. Like, and he wants to take you back to Africa. Like, for what? Ain't nothing wrong with Africa, and if that's where you from, hey, by all means. But like them niggas is they paradigm is old. They caught in the past and shit. Yeah, everybody definitely need to be having family reunions and gatherings and shit. Yeah, it's mounds all over because all right, so some mounds are burial mounds, some mounds are like communities are built around central mounds. You know what I mean? Like Olmec culture, you got your central mound, and then the community, you have a plaza around the mound. Then around the plaza, you have the homes. You know what I'm saying? So that's how communities was built. But the center, but your mound is your religious center. It's your, you know, it's the center of your community. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, it's the thing. Like, it's got to be a space for Pan-Africans, because that truth is a truth for some people, right? And some people might find that to be a part of their truth while they're searching for their proverbial truth. So we can't take that off the table. That's got to, like, because all that is true for some people. I have a cousin who literally, one side of her family is Lenape, and the other side, she's West African. She literally knows her ancestors who came over and where they're from, and she's absolutely both. You know what I'm saying? So we got to make space for you. You can stand on that hard body, but you can't take it away from somebody else who it may apply to. That's how all the division happened. This is why I be saying, now you can't say this ain't happened, that ain't happened. Just like speak for your shit and be courteous to the man next to you, because you don't know his story. You know what I mean? You can't talk bad about nobody because you don't know these people's story, and we can't judge our ancestors. Once you start judging your ancestors, why they gonna do the things that you're gonna need for them to do for you? Because all this shit is not gonna come out in no books. Something gonna have to fucking be magical. I'm sorry, it's gonna have to be spiritual. It's gonna gotta be a whole bunch of spiritual shit for all this shit to come together. Your own grandmother won't tell you shit if you don't act right. So what make you think somebody else's grandmother? You know what I'm saying? At this point, we're gonna have to not only sit at our grandmother's feet, we got to sit at somebody else's grandmother's feet too. Your grandmother's job is probably just to keep that thought in your mind. But if she ain't teach you ceremony, she ain't break a lot of things down to you, you know, she did her job, but it's more to be done. It's a lot more to be done. But yeah, so these mounds, these cultures predate the Homo sapiens that inherited these cultures, meaning mound building culture was around even before Homo sapiens. Twa was mound builders. They built mounds all through Ireland. They taught them people how to build mounds. That's why you go to Ireland and you'll have mounds all through Ireland. Some are homes, some are burial mounds. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna find it. So that's not just that's not just a Mississippian thing. That's, you know what I mean? That's not a Hopewell thing. That can go back to the Adena. And the Adena are said to be giants, right? 7 to 9 foot giants. Not all of them, but they have giants amongst them. And they're not the big, burly, red-haired ones. Not those motherfuckers. The Adena is like the tall, thin, but they giants. So it's said that when the Lenape approached the Ohio River, when the Lenape approached the Ohio River, they encountered an Adena tribe. I don't know the name, but they're from that era, right? So they call them the Adena. That's probably not their name. So the Lenape, and this is in our records, Lenape asked to settle in the Ohio Valley amongst these other humans, but they was not Homo sapien like us. It was a different species, and they denied us because of said it was too many of y'all. So we asked if we could cross and continue east. So they said, yeah. So as we're crossing, they seen how many of us it was, how many Lenape it was, and they just started banging. Motherfuckers in the middle of the river and they banging. Motherfuckers retreated to the other side of the river, came into council. What we gonna do? Well, they already started banging on us. We just might as well do what we got to do. At that point, sheer numbers, the Lenape overran the Giants. Now they said the Lenape, who are described as being tall in stature, you know what I mean? Average Lenape probably from like 6'1", 6 foot 5'11", probably like 6'3", right? Basically tall men, right? They said the tallest Lenape came up to the Giants' waist. But sheer numbers defeated them. So this is why they was pulling out. They found mound graves that had tons of bodies in them. Not all giants. Not all of these people was giants. Just some of their people, the leadership, people like that. So they known as a certain thing, but not all of them. But they found mounds with mad bodies buried in them. You know what I'm saying? These Adena people, they were also known as snake, like the snake people. You know what I'm saying? They're associated with snakes. That's why you got that snake mound out in Ohio. Got all that stuff. So when people try to assert that, oh, the Lenape, and remember, Lenape just means man. Just for us, it just means man, human, man. When we came through the Ohio Valley and got into a war, yeah, it was with them. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't with other Homo sapiens sapiens. It's with a whole nother species of man. Right? And when they say that, oh, we stole the culture, no, you inherit the culture of the land. You know what I'm saying? But you'll see that the Lenape migrated through and didn't settle until they got all the way to the east. Now, when you look at the number of mounds in North America, you'll find there's way more mounds within the Mississippian, Hopewell, Ohio area. You're going to find way more mounds all in the center. There's mounds on the east. Don't get it wrong. There's mounds. The majority of them are located in the Hopewell Adena section or Mississippian section. So what I'm saying is that these cultures go back even further than what we give them credit for, because culture is a reflection of the environment you live in. It's not just what you do. You do the things you do every day because of the environment you live in. So that's where your culture comes from. So when we would have came into these areas, we would have been learning from these people, and we would have inherited aspects of the culture and would have developed it for different ways. So some people, they mounds are burial mounds. Some are plateaus for spiritual places. You know what I mean? They can have different, Arkansas has the Shapiro Mound. Yeah, they all over. Mounds all over. That was a part, but that's an old culture. Like that culture, like people don't want to, yeah, that's an old culture. That culture predate even Homo sapiens sapiens. Just put it that way. That's an inherited culture. Like we inherited it. That's why people are much older than modern Homo sapiens sapien. And they had a mound culture. But like I said, the mounds have different purposes in different cultures. Like Lenape were not really mound builders. Yep, some were military, some were forts. Yeah, they had different, yeah. So, like we were not really mound builders, but we inherited. Now the Itua mound, that's the Kitua. Yeah, the Kitua, that's who my Cherokee side is. They come from there and migrated up into New Jersey. Yeah, we call them the Kitua. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody want to come up I actually got some work I got to do. Somebody want to come up, got some questions, want to have a conversation. You're welcome to come up. I put the link in. Yeah, a lot of Cherokee. Yeah, it's funny. I got a little video I'm gonna put up about the Cherokee clan system, and guy talks about, it's a white Cherokee, but he say a lot of interesting things. Talks about that everybody has a clan, the Cherokee clan, even if you're not Cherokee. And he talked about how they would incorporate people into the clan system, right? And that how a lot of Africans were able to seamlessly be incorporated into the Cherokee because they come from a matrilineal society. So they understood the tenets of the clan system. So the clans, and check it out, he said that European men had no issue with the clan system, because under the clan system, all a father is responsible for is providing for, taking care of his responsibilities. So you got to feed the child, you got to provide resources so the child can eat, be clothed. But other than that, as the father, you don't teach the child because you don't come from that clan. So the child would be taught by his uncles, by his mother and her brothers. The brothers would be like the primary fathers, right? Because he belonged to that clan, so that baby got to learn that clan information, right? So the European that marries into a Cherokee family, all he's responsible for is providing resources, and that's what he there for anyway. He only there because he was doing trade anyway. So he was fine with the clan system, right? For the European woman, if she came into the clan system, right, her responsibilities would be teaching the culture. So she would be, just as the man is adopted into a clan, right? But he's not responsible for teaching his baby. The woman would be adopted into a clan, but the responsibility of all these things would fall on her. So these European women would have to now become as much an Indian as the other women because of the status of what an Indian woman is, right? So the European women was not with that shit. So that's where the clan system it started to deteriorate in terms of intermixing, because when tribes mixed with other tribes, they had clan systems too. So it all balanced out, it all worked out, right? But with the Europeans, it only broke down. Peace, Darlene. Thank you for your donations. Definitely much appreciated. So the systems would only break down when the European woman was involved, and so because of that, and also people giving up their tribal identities and stuff. But because of that, people started to lose their clanship very early. So for some people, it might be hard to find your clan. But when we talk about clanship is like genealogy for the indigenous culture. When you talk the same way we say genealogy, that's what clanship is. That's how Indians within the community would ask who your people is. See what I'm saying? So many of us could have, like my clanship, for me, my clanship would probably come from the Cherokee side and not my Lenape side, though my cultural influence is Lenape. So we follow the ways of the turtle, because that's the cultural tradition in my territory, right? But my clan, like truthfully, I belong to my Cherokee grandmother, but she's Cherokee and Lenape. See what I'm saying? But for us, the clan system had been interrupted hundreds of years before that. See, these things get interrupted and you still move forward, but you're starting to lose aspects of your culture. So when you encounter other people who still have that, you know what I mean? They can still speak to that. And when you know the rules of it, it's very easy. It only falls apart when you when you marry outside in terms of the woman. It's not going to fall apart with a man or within another tribe. It's going to fall apart interacting with the European woman. And then like there's a conversation about Pocahontas's people trying to claim land based on being a descendant of Pocahontas. And that's like that's mixing two ideologies, like kingship and all that, and receiving your inheritance because you're the child of a royal family. All that royal family stuff, all that is colonial influence. Right? Under the clan system, the clan mothers elect the chief. So that means the royal line would change every election, just like the presidency is. See what I'm saying? So is Obama and his family, are they actually royal blood, or are they just people who were elected to a status, and because they were elected to that status, they maintain a certain status here in America? But does that make them royal blood? Does that make his daughters entitled to anything? No. No. And in a society where everybody equals the same, just because Pocahontas was Powhatan's one of his many kids, don't make her any more important than anybody else in the tribe. That's only to Europeans in their philosophy. According to tribal traditions, she just as important as anybody else in the tribe. We all equal the same. And then, like, you know how, like, if you think of, like, in the structure, in the Kemetic structure or pyramid structure, I guess people would see the pharaoh at the top and all things serving him, right? But in indigenous communities, you got to invert the pyramid, and the chief would be at the bottom, and he would be serving everyone else. He serves and makes sure everybody else is taken care of. That's his job, not the other way around for people to make sure he's taken care of. It's very different. So all that you think, like, that's not no inheritance that ain't no kid necessarily want to be growing up to step into. It ain't the picture that they give you with the European and you're lapsed with everything and you live better than everybody. That's not how a chief lived. And if you have that picture in your mind, that's colonialism. So thinking these people are entitled to something because they descendants of Pocahontas don't mean shit, because it's a clan system in place. So let's trace the clan. Let's trace it. So we know, I don't know her clan, but we know Pocahontas's mother was from a different tribe, right? The mother wasn't Pamunkey. The mother was on Menominee, I believe it was, something like that, right? So that means Pocahontas's son would have belonged to that. So whatever inheritance would have came through that tribe, that division of the tribe. So only thing could have claimed was that tribe, and not even no specific land, just that tribe, right? Because the land belonged to the tribe. You can't claim land because you belong to a tribe.
The tribe has to claim the land, not the people, right? So now we have Pocahontas having a son. So once Pocahontas had a son, that's it. It's over. Unless Pocahontas' son has a baby with a Pamunkey or another indigenous, that child is not going to receive clanship from an indigenous American nation. Pocahontas' child was a boy. That boy ended up marrying a European woman. So any claims to any international treaties or anything would go back to that woman. Because that's like Pocahontas's claim, like them children would go under that clan. And believe it or not, all these Europeans, everybody, they all got clans and they got all that shit too. That's why I tell you it's important. These people can trace themselves back to their homesteads. They could tell you where they from in Europe, what village. That's what I'm talking about. And with that, they could tell you who they clan. That's why they got coat of arms and they got all that shit. So in order for you to understand what your true inheritance is, you got to trace yourself back. Just like they can trace themselves back to those communities and they can still go back. I got a cousin. My cousin married a woman from Estonia. They go to Estonia all the time, back in them old villages, and they still there. Right? They can go pop right down with their people that have been there for thousands of years. Everybody in the world can do that, except us, except for African American people, for the most part. You know what I mean? So yeah, getting back to that is gonna set you straight, or at least give you clues on where to start building. And unfortunately for people, like if you're really serious about this shit, you're probably gonna have to move back to wherever you from. If you're serious about like getting your tribe popping again, you're gonna have to move back. You're gonna have to stand on that. You're gonna have to be there. You're gonna have to be active in the community. You have to be shaking shit up, humble, but still assertive. You have to do all these things. You have to get involved. You know what I mean? And it can be done, but it's going to take a real effort. It's not something that you're going to be able to do remotely. You're not going to be able to have influence over a community if you're not a part of that community. You know what I mean? If you trace yourself back to a community and find out that your grandparents built these churches and they helped build these schools and they did this and they had this contribution to this community, you can go right up into them historical places and you say, listen, my people played as much of a role in the creation of this community as y'all people. And they're gonna have to say, yeah, you're right. They probably looking for y'all. Because they didn't extinguish everything, they didn't got everything they can get out of it, and now they trying to find out even more because they ain't satisfied. So they want to start, they could hook up with your families. I know this to be true because my family has done this. We've sat with these historical places. These people who have done all this research, and these people are telling us facts about our family that we're like, oh yeah, damn, we ain't know that. God damn, for real? Like, yeah, boom, boom, boom. Telling us when land was sold, who did this, who did that. We like, oh yeah, well, this is what we know. They're like, oh shit. And now they start incorporating the things that we telling them with what they know, and then like, oh, I see now. It makes so much sense, and this and that. Like, these are how these conversations like happen, but you got to be assertive. You got to let these people know that you here. You know what I mean? And these people will sit with you because they craving for the information because they are part of the information. They are part of it. Like, they just as proud as their ancestors, right? And they know that their ancestors ain't really come here for the bullshit that they get the rap for. Like, the first group of people who came here, they was not coming here fucking around. They was coming here working, and half of them intermarried with the indigenous people. Because who else was they going to intermarry with? You got to figure, people was coming here on 20-year contracts. You could have a whole baby that grow up in 20 years. So even if you came here with your wife, by the time your contract's up, you could have a grown-ass child, 18, and that child takes on a wife. And that child ends up marrying an indigenous woman. See what I'm saying? Like, these is how and this is all by 1640. Them people was not here. Like, all that shit ain't happened until much, much later. All the bad blood, none of that shit happened until way later, right? So there's literally families here that are the first families, the Mayflower families, all these different, and I'm just using that as an example because there's tons of boats that came with families that were first European families that settled. And guess what? A lot of them families was fucking melanated people. Absolutely. Yup. They was not coming here as conquerors. They was coming here to get a fresh new start because they was all getting run out of fucking Spain. Because all these people were primarily Christians, and they were Hebrew people, and they were converts, Muslim converts, who converted to other religions because of the stigma that was going on with the Moors, right? And Islam was attached to being a Moor, right? So a lot of these Islamic, mostly Protestant, they all converted to Protestant and came to the Americas. And these people were not here to take no shit over. And they blended in with us. And that community, Seneca Village, that community in New York, and that community in Central Park that people say is an Indian community, Seneca Village, is not the Seneca Indians, right? That is a community of people who are Indian ancestry and of Black Dutch, Black English, Black Irish ancestry. So those people are a blend of the two first people. So when they talk about foundational Black Americans, foundational Black Americans would be the native communities that were here and the Black Europeans that first arrived. That be the foundational people, because those people had worked off their debts by the 1640s, 1650s at the latest, and then they were re-upping on their contracts. And they would move out further into the land to create more trading posts. So you have a group of men of, as they quote, Moorish descent, who were soldiers for General Stuyvesant, Bedford Stuyvesant. After they finished their contract, they ended up relocating in Bergen, in what would become Bergen County or New Jersey. So they go from there to what we call Bergen County and establishing a trading post out there. And they getting their goods, they trading straight from where, see what I'm saying? They opened a new store basically. And those people are known as the first settlers of Bergen County. And they're free people of color. That's what they're labeled as, free people of color. Who are they? They're Indians and Black Europeans that intermarry. Simple as that. And they're not out there trying to take over. They're out there doing commerce. But guess what happens when you do commerce? Greed, all that shit happens. So this is where the shit starts to get twisted over a period of time. Then you get Indians fighting over who's going to supply them, and all this shit happens, and we get fucked up. And then motherfuckers take advantage of it. Hostile takeover. Happens in business all the time. You know what I'm saying? Then once they got the shit taken over, what can we put in place to keep the poor people from coming together? Oh, I know. We're going to create this race thing and control the people. Like, when all this shit was first being created, there was no such thing or concept as race. All that came later. Just go look at the history books. Look when the idea of race was created. When was the idea of race introduced? You know what I mean? And then think about this, even when like they go, you could find it in the book, right? There was a meeting where some people were talking about, all right, I'll give you an example. All right, so we say that African American was first used by Jesse Jackson, right? And we related to him. Then people will go, no, African American was used before, and they'll show you a record of somebody using it in the 1600s, 1700s. Yes, that's very true. But Jesse Jackson suggesting people adopt it as a whole and it being broadcasted around the globe is very different than 9 or 10 people having a conversation in a closed room and taking records of it. And now you're trying to suggest because these few people used it in this conversation that everyone in the streets was using it. No, nobody was using that term. A couple of people used it in a conversation. It wasn't being used as a broad identity until Jesse Jackson introduced it. No, he didn't make it up, but he coined it. It's a difference. It's like the slang, like it's certain slangs rappers get, like you give them credit for making it up. They ain't make it up. They just the first one who said it in a public setting to where it, you know what I mean, took hold. But that don't mean they necessarily made it up. Might have been a nigga in their crew made it up. You know what I'm saying? Might have been something that's already being said on the street in their neighborhood. You know what I mean? But people outside that community go, oh, he get credit for it. Like, none of this shit that we talk about was in place to the degree that we look at it now. Like, race was not an issue back then. The biggest thing that divided people was religion. So religion was like race back then. That's why many Indians figured if they change their religion, they're going to get treated different by the Europeans when shit got bad. Yep. Hostile takeovers lead to monopolies, and we live in a monopoly. Yep. We live in a corporate monopoly. They control everything. It says, the term race, used infrequently before the 1500s, was used to identify groups of people with a kinship or group connection. Now, this is a term being used amongst scientists. It's not being used amongst the regular people. Nobody walking around the colonies is talking about race. Nobody. They're talking about nationality. Just because they write it into the movies and they look back on it, they're talking about nationality, talking about nations. Certain nations was enslaved. That's why motherfuckers be like, oh, I can't believe Africans were selling Africans. No, nations were selling other nations. Nobody cared about what color their skin was. Y'all lost, and we're going to make a profit off of your shit. That's that. It's about money. You know, race is a human invention. What else does it say here? So I was just trying to get a year, but they roughly said about the 1500s. So I'm talking these black Europeans, as they be trying to say, was over here in the 1640s. By 1640, they was free, people of color, settling all throughout the East, moving into the West, like all the crazy, and even the white people that was here, then the Irish people, these people, they wasn't here. Like, we can't in one moment say these people were slaves and they was this and that and they was a downtrodden, but they was here to take over. Yeah, that's that was the Lenape. Yeah, Christian Indians. Yup. Slaughtered a whole village in retaliation for a whole nother group of Indians that killed some people. So yeah, they just say, you know what, we're going up to them, we're gonna slaughter all of them. You know, Christian Indians. My people was Christian Indians. Like, so like that shit's crazy, bro. They was really doing that shit. Yeah, money and status. Like, they burnt. My uncle speaks about. Now you gotta understand. My uncle died in 76. Probably 7. You know, he's probably born in late 1800s, 1890. My grandmother was born in 1902. My uncle was older than her. He was born 1890 something. These are people that you gotta think 1890 he's born. He sat on his grandmother's lap. You understand? Like the stories he told us, his grandmother told him. So you figure these are people that are living upwards to 90 years. So you figure somebody in 1890s born, his mother's born, let's say his mother's born what? If he's born in 1890s, his mother's born maybe 1870, right? Grandmother born, let's say 1840. And that grandmother would have sat on her grandmother's lap. This is taking you right back into the, you know what I mean, into these times. So when we talk about when you sitting with your ancestors, like that's a direct line to these times that we're reading about in our history books. Like we not that far removed from all this shit. So yeah, fuck with them people, them history societies. You know what I mean? If you're really serious about it, you're gonna have to go back home. You have to demonstrate, you have to create relationships with not only other indigenous communities, but with institutions. You know what I mean? And it's not like it's not possible. It just ain't gonna be the quick check that a lot of people are probably looking for. You know what I mean? Which is federal recognition. All federal recognition means is you get paid to be an Indian. If that's the only thing, if being an Indian is about getting paid, then you're not a real Indian. I don't care what you call yourself. If you need to be federally recognized to be an Indian, that means you need to get paid to be an Indian. That means you're an actor. What do they call them? Crisis actors? What do they call them? Right? You getting paid to act like something. Because at this point, you seeking recognition because you want to check. Like them Indians that got these agreements with the government. Yeah, they gotta check. Yeah, they gotta check. But them motherfuckers was looking for land. They was looking to get away from these white folks. You know what I'm saying? And them motherfuckers was fighting up until the 1900s, mid 1900s. So yeah, they getting a check, but that's not what they fought for. That's not what they started for. They was fighting for their lives. They ended up with checks and some land out west. Feel me? Niggas right now is fighting for checks from the government. That's what Indian shit mean to somebody, and that shit ain't got nothing to do with that. Like you could be an Indian right now. Just be you. If you that, just be you. But respect the culture. Get into the culture. Start to separate. You know how they say it? Like what they do? They had the kill the Indian, save the man. We gotta kill the nigga to save the Indian. But we gotta keep a little bit of that nigga. I ain't gonna front. Keep a little bit of that nigga. But yeah, same type concept. We got to kill the nigga to save the Indian. In order to kill the nigga, you got to kill that colonial spirit in you. You know? You got to kill that colonial spirit in you. And that shit's like, colonial spirit is like the internet. It's like arguing with somebody who's 16 about something that happened in the 80s because they Googled it. You like, bro, I was there. They're like, yeah, but it says here. And I'm like, yeah, I get what it says, but I was there. And do you know the person that they asked? Do you know who that person was that they asked? Yeah, you don't even know who that, that motherfucker that did it, boom, boom. Like, oh, okay, yeah, so you're not even getting the real story because you only get what you privy to, what was recorded, and we have no control over the narrative then, just like we don't have it now. Yeah, a lot of people, I know my uncle used to say, and I don't even like to say that shit because I don't really feel that way, but he's like, real Indians ain't on no reservations and they don't get checks. I was like, all right, why we Indian, why we ain't got no checks? Real Indians ain't on reservations and they don't get checks. All right, whatever that means. But I get what he mean, like, you know, it's principles. Not saying they're not real Indians, because their circumstances was different. So I don't even like, that's what I get back to. I don't talk about other people, man. I respect they space and reserve an opportunity for them to, you know, a place for them to speak their truth, because I can learn from them rather than assume. You know what I mean? But I know looking at things from the perspective of how I understand, yeah, I know them people was fighting to the 1900s. That's what Wounded Knee is about. They never gave up. You gotta respect that. Say what you want. Yeah, say what you want. You know, Indians expose investigation. It's just where it basically is a welfare check. But you know, we got them too. You know, they put us in communities, gave us checks. They just, you know, disguised it in a different way. Because just like they was responsible for those people via treaties, they were still responsible for the other Indians too, the other people who were without nations as well. You know what I mean? Not just the Indians, because like I said, there was Africans here, there was people from all over. So all those people still needed representation too. They still needed, you know what I mean? They still needed the same things that the Indians was getting on the reservation. So they created welfare and Section 8 and all these different things. So the money that was allocated for the people could still be getting used by the people. Because the people don't know, the people didn't know or didn't, there was nothing set up for them to access the money on their own as a nation. So they had to create institutions and things to be able to give this money out. Because they have to support the people within their nation, their employees at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Because without those people, they're not turning a profit. That's why they had to give citizenship to the slaves when they freed them. That's why they forced the Cherokee to do the same. They forced the 5 civilized tribes to do the same. So the 5 civilized tribes, if you want us to fuck with y'all, y'all got to be responsible for your slaves the same way we are being responsible for our slaves. So if our slaves can become U.S. citizens and y'all are getting to be your own nation again, your slaves should be Cherokee citizens, Choctaw citizens, Chickasaw citizens. That's that. They were forced to do it by the federal government because that's the standard that the federal government set for itself. The hill I lived on was once owned by Lakota Chief Black Dog. Yep, they took it from him to build a mill. Yep. It's like eminent domain, all that shit. That shit been around for, they've been running that game, that play on motherfuckers forever. The Eatontown Mall, Eatontown, New Jersey, that whole mall area, all that's built on family property, like extended family. Not all like my immediate family, but we all families, right? All Sand Hill families. Like all them old cemeteries, got all our family in those cemeteries, all of them. Anybody familiar with that area? And that little cemetery right over there by where Toys R Us used to be, right across from the mall, right by where White Castle, right behind White Castle type shit. Yeah, that little cemetery there. All down Shafto Road, all that land behind that fence, all that military housing, all that was family land that got lost in eminent domain. Whole forts, Fort Monmouth, all that shit. So yeah, that's how they do legal land grabs. They used to my uncle had a lucrative business. He used to lift up whole houses. He'll move whole houses. He was that dude. See the house coming down the street? Yeah, he was that dude. We was proud of him. Everybody was proud. Like, yeah, my uncle move whole houses, bro. What you talking about? They come through, pick your whole house up. So obviously he had a lot of dealings with the different local construction, AKA mafia. You know what I'm saying? Like heavily tied into these people because at some point you're going to be working with them. Different shit. So they used to be leaning, going through him, trying to get like, yo, what's up with the family, your family got land. We want to develop on the land. And they'd be like, you got to talk to the women. Now, so this is the thing about the freedmen, and this is what I don't think people necessarily understand. Freedmen is a term that is not, it doesn't just represent Indian freedmen. Freedmen are all the slaves that were freed. They're all freedmen, right? United States freedmen, they 13th Amendment citizens, but they're freedmen. We just think of the freedmen as the ones who came out of the Indian nations. They get the term freedmen. So there's freedmen that are going to be of all nationalities. Some that are going to be Indian freedmen. They're going to be African freedmen, a mixture of that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think the argument is everybody wants to make it one thing when these terms were flexible. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, like freedmen were just the people who were freed. It was an issue with, see, if there was an issue with United States freedmen being denied their rights, then you'd have heard of those people being called freedmen too. But the United States never, quote unquote, revoked their rights, so they don't speak about them as freedmen. We only hear of the Indian freedmen as that because of what happened. See what I'm saying? That's a term. Like when them people were enslaved, they didn't say these are freedmen. That only is a term that was applied after they got freed. See what I'm saying? And even that, it's like the United States could have offered those people who were Choctaw freedmen, Cherokee freedmen, like, yeah, they could have been actual Indian slaves from other Indian nations that got enslaved. But the point of the matter is the culture that they had been in, it was incumbent on them to provide the same rights for them that they provided for their own citizens. So freedman does not mean you're Indian. It does not mean you're African. It just means you were enslaved by that tribe and you got freed. It doesn't speak to your nationality at all. We just assume all that. We place all that on it when really it don't mean that. Just like European don't mean white. We just associate European with white. So for all these years, when we read in books, when we have conversations, European in our minds means white. But nobody ever, like you'll never see a definition that legally says European means white. It might allude to it, or it might specify certain Europeans who are considered white, but European and like it don't mean white. Like Caucasian don't mean white. In fact, Caucasians cannot be free white persons in the United States. Why? Because Caucasians aren't white. So where do we get this idea that Caucasians are white people? That's all. It's all misnomer. And we function off a lot of misnomer, what we think. People have whole conversations about how you're not an Indian, and they'll start talking about blood quorum and what percentage are you, not even taking into consideration what do the Indians say make you an Indian. Immediately you want to talk about Indian culture, but give jurisdiction to colonial mind frames and colonial laws. So you're going to determine if an Indian is an Indian based on colonial standards. And you're going to sit up here and argue with me or with anybody. Like, bro, like, you're not even pulling from your own files. You're like, your instructions aren't even coming from your own files. That's like you pulling out the census enumerator's instructions and saying, well, according to them, it says, according to who? Oh, the United States government. So we're doing commerce now. Because that's not what makes a person, commerce. But maybe, you know what? That's the world we live in. And that's what people look at. They judge you based on your commerce. And if you get money, then you must be the truth because you get money. Your truth must be valid because you get money. You got views. Your truth is valid because you have the abundance, the overabundance. That's got to validate the truth. Might is right. What are we talking about? We're Democrats, right? Might is right. Like, who were the original Democrats and why were they Democrats? Because they ain't have shit. Who were the real Republicans and why were they Republicans? Landowners. Who were the original landowners? These free people of color. Who were these free people of color? They were indigenous people mixed with what? Black Europeans. So those are the original landowners. They're the ones that got encroached upon. Nah, the British were never the enemy. The British, listen, the British were doing business with the native tribes, and we have treaties with them. The British colonists who came over here revolted against Britain. Britain was funding Colonel Ty. Do you know who Colonel Ty was? Colonel Ty was burning down Patriot farms. Anybody who supported the Continental Army. anybody who supported the revolt against Britain. So when was Britain our enemy? Britain was in treaty with the tribes. Britain was getting along with the tribes. Britain got overthrown as well as the tribes. Our enemies were the people who had been here. Because now remember, the first free people of color were out buying, not buying, they were setting up communities as early as 1640, 1650. The revolution is 1776. So that's over 100 years of things happening where they're wrestling and they're unhappy over the commerce. The colonists are like, we giving Britain all this money, we shipping them everything, we do all the work. So what do? They revolt against Britain. Britain was in a over 100-year treaty with the Indians, no problems, getting money. When the colonists, like everybody be talking about, oh, the first police were slave catchers. No, they weren't. When the colonists were getting out of hand, Britain sent law enforcement over here to police them within New Amsterdam because they was wilding. Like Britain was doing everything it could to maintain the deal. It was doing business. Who is going to do that? Is Target going to move into your community and then start kidnapping people? All of a sudden, damn, Target been in this community for 6 months and we got 6 girls missing. And we keep finding Target bags everywhere. They're not going to do that. They're doing business with your community. Might it be 1 or 2 crazy people who do some crazy shit? Yeah. Then Target got to step up their security. Because not only does Target want to protect its investment, but it wants to protect its investors and the people it does commerce with. Walgreens don't want nobody coming to they don't want little babies shooting somebody up in their Walgreens every week. That's not good for business. So remove that emotion and remember, the Indians was doing business with Britain. Britain was winning. They ain't lose until the revolution. It was never our enemy. Who betrayed us were the colonists, the people who lived side by side with us for 100 years and grew jealous. Why? Why'd they grow jealous? Because we were already, remember, the first groups of people to be successful in what we call the United States were people of color. As these other groups started to come here, they were resentful because they're coming here thinking we about to come up. Land of the, milk and honey, we about to come up. We about to go to the Americas and it's free over there. And they get over here and they seeing all these people of color who've been dug in for 50, 60, some 100 years. So it starts to create a climate. That's why when you look at, they tell you all the communities, like all the projects and all that, all these poor communities was first built for the Irish and all that, and they ended up moving out. Yeah, when those communities was being built for those people, we had whole communities, villages that date back from the 1600s that were thriving, that were built by waterways, that were built by fertile, you know what I mean? Because we was balling. We had been here for a while. These people are just getting here all throughout, even before they really opened the floodgates, which was 1870. The people that were coming over here gradually, they were coming over here to try and get something. So we Black Americans, right? If you can trace yourself back before the actual bulk of the slave trade, you're going to find out that your families were, yes, those foundational Black American families. But those foundational Black, you can't exclude, you can't exclude those same people that they're trying to say were the conquerors. No, the conquerors were the colonists. Remember, these other people were going out into creating other communities, and they were creating communities with the Indians. Then you had your main colonies that were the main, where all the Europeans clustered. That's where all the craziness and the unrest was happening. Out in these country communities where people were doing trade with Indians, where our families would have been growing, we were at this point basically absorbed back into the Indian community, but we got businesses. See what I'm saying? Like, we still retaining our Indian ways because we out living, we like, see what I'm saying? You are Indian and Dutch family that settles and creates a post out by other Indians. Start to intermix, you probably ended up becoming, probably not a member of that tribe, but like, you know what I mean? You're a part of that community. You may not be a member of that tribe, but now you're a part of that community. Now you're doing trade. And then you become, a well-to-do family within this community. Then you lead the way as things develop. Y'all lead the way. Y'all create these beautiful communities all over. And then these Europeans who get upset and they revolt. Now they revolt, and as they're moving out now on their mob rule shit, they start coming across these communities and they burn them down. And they destroy them. And now these people these people of color are the people who become subjugated. These people of color are the ones who, end up having to suffer under the same oppression as people of color who were just being brought here under the throes of slavery. You know what I'm saying? And as the time moves on, we all suffer the same oppression. But many of us come from families that were a part of that mixture or the blend that were the original settlers of what you call the United States or the colonies, long before 1776 and the Revolution, which is where everybody got betrayed. That's when everybody betrayed everybody. That's when everybody had a mad scramble for money. It's like, it's hip hop. When hip hop first came, they said, nah, this shit ain't gonna last. This shit ain't gonna last. This shit ain't gonna last. And right when they saw this shit was gonna last, them motherfuckers went all in and took it over. Nah, the revolution wasn't fake. It wasn't. I don't know why you think it was. It's just, you just don't want to understand nuances. This is why you think it's fake, because business trumps personal shit. So what you can't understand is that these families that created the colonies, right, that funded it, when the colonies went rogue and became independent, them families who still lived in Britain still held interest in those colonies. Them colonies still needed to do trade. So yeah, we controlling shit, but we still gonna have to work something out with y'all, because guess what? There's a system set up, and you can't take the store over and then not renegotiate for how you gonna get stuff brought to the store. Because at this point, the United States is, these colonies are just shipping out goods from here. All the other stuff that's still pertinent to European culture is still being made abroad. So they still got to do trade. See what I'm saying? So the colonies renegotiated deals with the same British families that they just overthrew, or else it was going to be continuous war. So it might seem like it was fake, but no, it's business. Hostile takeover. Listen, here we go. Give you an example. Hostile takeover. The Dallas Cowboys Jerry Jones bought the Dallas Cowboys from Tex Schramm. Tex Schramm was beloved. He was beloved, right? Everybody hated Jerry Jones. He bought the team, moved Tex out. The players still got to play for Jerry Jones. They might hate this man because he just took over their team. He owned it. He owns it now through the historic owner out, but they still got to play for that man because they still under contract. So now they don't like their new boss, but it's business. That's all this shit was. You still got to listen. That's why the Moors end up creating a new treaty, because the Moors had a treaty with Britain. Anything coming across these waters, we get a piece of. Now the Moors going to Britain going, well, where's our money? And Britain like, oh, you ain't here? Them motherfuckers revolted. They not giving us no money, so how are we going to give y'all money? The Moors like, what do you mean they revolted? Yeah, nigga. So the motherfucker, Sultan of Morocco, opens up a French newspaper. He goes, oh, shit, these motherfuckers done revolted. Send word to the new leadership in the colonies that we want to sit down with them and create an agreement. Because if they think they're going to be doing any shipping across these waters, they're going to have to answer to us because we control the water. So back and forth. Thomas Barclay was the representative for the new United States. Him and a couple others came over to Tripoli, and they negotiated an agreement with the Moroccan government that the Moors would not sack any of their ships so they could do trade, and the Moors get a piece of that money. And that treaty is called the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. And that treaty was only negotiated because the prior treaty with the British government no longer existed because the British government had no more any controlling interest in the colonies. And that's how business happens. If you on the block hustling and you making your money off this block and a hostile takeover comes in, and now the dude who you work for just got bodied and you still want to eat, you're going to have to go sit down with whoever just took your block over, and you're going to hope he lets you eat. Or you're going to go to war. And if you ain't built for it, then what? So now you got to humble yourself, and you got to hope the person lets you eat. If the person come in and take out your connect, but you control the streets, but your connect going, he got the connect, y'all gonna have to, he gonna have to humble himself and be like, listen, I got what you need, you got the streets locked, we gotta come together, or else ain't nobody eating. And that's all this shit was. Nobody on the panel right now, bro. I just was building, man. You want to come up, man? Please come up. Yeah, they burned down food sources, all that. That's what the Buffalo Soldiers was about. It was killing off the food, so the cultural resource, not just food. It was everything. You know, it was like, do we kill the buffalo? Do we kill the Indian, or do we kill their sources? Their resources. They took the resources away. You know what I mean? Yeah, you gotta put your emotions up. And yeah, like this shit is really business. Yeah, they had to, because they was too invested in the trade. They gonna have to play both sides. You kidding me? But that's how you control both sides. That's how you win a war. You control it from both sides. They call it the theater of war. You know what I'm saying? Because they draw all the plans up. And this shit is settled before they even fight. They just have to fight to show the people, you know what I mean? That's what keeps the people in line. That's what keeps the people, like, if the people thought it was just negotiations, they got things done, you know what I'm saying? You can't enforce the law. People got to see the law get enforced. They got to see the bloodshed to make them feel like it's real. When really, the agreement was already made. They just have to play it out in the theater of war so the people can be moved by their emotions. You know what I mean? So yeah, Rothschilds, they negotiate everything. This is what we're gonna do. Boom, is how we're gonna get it done. Boom, boom, boom. Put the show on for the people. We got them in the palm of our hands. And right when they start to get a little something, we spin something else on them. Yeah. And all this shit is to what? Keep the two people from seeing the same thing at the same time. What are the two people? The two different groups of people who don't have nothing. You know what I mean? Rich white people don't fight with rich black people. It's only poor black people that fight poor white people. Rich people sit down and figure out how can we make more money. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, rich people work together to get richer. They don't even got to die trying. They'll kill everybody else. What Tex was a gross gambler? I don't know. I don't know what that is. But let me see something. So yeah, they just want to stay in their emotions because see, this the thing. This the thing. That's why I be so upset when I be seeing parents do what they do. When a kid throw a temper tantrum and you allow him to get his way, you are dooming them. Because they're going to be 30, 40 years old, still trying to use their emotions to get what they want out of life. So now you got a 35-year-old man throwing a temper tantrum, calling you names, getting all emotional over information that he probably don't even comprehend properly. So what the hell is he really upset about? How are you upset about something you clearly don't understand? It's just crazy. But yeah, it's ego, man. It's you know, that shit get us through. That adrenaline, that all that get us through. That's what's got us through all the shit we done been through. So, you know. But it's funny how they be like when it comes to fighting, people act like oh, he about to go crazy. You know, you see people fighting, people get real emotional, right? But the ones that really could, their emotion ain't nowhere in the fight. They in their mathematics now. Boom. They just, you know what I mean? Hitting spots. They just boom. They checked out emotionally. Like, we gotta get there. We gotta get there and shit. When I first started hearing you know, the brother Top Cats, what I liked about him is that he kept comparing things to boxing. I was like, yeah, that's a good way for you to stay on point. He had a formula. It seemed to me he had a formula, right? And that formula was rooted in something real. So he was equating certain tactics to boxing tactics. I'm like, oh, okay, that shit could serve him when it comes to dealing with this bullshit. You know what I mean? Hold up, it's this video. I might throw this video on. See what this says. So I played a video last week, and dude was talking about, and I know that probably fucked some people's head up. Dude was talking about, he said there's no more Indians in the Caribbean. And all motherfuckers lost their mind. Like, you know what I mean? I don't agree with that for the sheer fact that I know people who that's what they say they are, right? So, you know, like I said, take the best for yourself, spit out the rest. So I you know, that's something where I'm like, okay, I don't get caught up in that. But then I watched I brought up an old video. I watched this old video. I'm sure y'all familiar with this brother, Jack D Forbes. And he spoke to that. And I was like, this is a good perspective. So basically what he said, he was like, the Indians in the Caribbean. Well, what he said was he saw the Indian hiding within the Jamaican. He said you can see them hiding within the Jamaican. So he speaks to the, you know, the intermingling of the two. So I'm sure people have seen this video. I think it's a great video though. So hold on a minute. Let me get into this real quick. So let me see something. Do a screen share real quick. All right. So what I'm gonna do is
finance
into this Jack D
the conquest
Forbes
of the
video.
West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest, that is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyages, many, many more are sent, men and women. Now, he intends to sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere.
Good evening and welcome to For the People. In 1920, historian Carter G. Woodson said, quote, "One of the longest unwritten chapters in the history of the United States is that treating of the relations of the Negroes and the Indians," end quote. How and under what conditions did Native Americans and Africans come in contact with each other? How much intermarrying took place between the two groups? How did white supremacy shape those relations? That great libertarian Thomas Jefferson said of the Native Americans, quote, "We would never stop pursuing them with war while one remained on the face of the earth," end quote. How close did Jefferson and other Europeans come to realizing this objective? We'll explore these and other questions with Dr. Jack Forbes, author of Black Africans and Native Americans, Color, Race, and Caste in the Evolution of Red-Black Peoples, 1400s to 1865. Dr. Forbes is professor of anthropology and Native American studies at the University of California at Davis. He is co-founder of DQ University, a Native American university located in Northern California.
Well, I think the main point is to fill in a gap that has developed because of the suppression of knowledge of the interaction of Black people and Native American people. In other words, it's to tell the story to the fullest extent possible of the interrelations between these two ethnic groups with both extremely rich heritages of culture and history.
Where were the Native American populations during the time that you studied?
Well, during that time period, I think virtually all areas of the Americas and all of the islands, virtually, including up to Greenland, for the most part, were occupied by different native people. So the entire continent and virtually all of the islands were occupied. Southern Greenland was a possible exception. When the Norse Vikings reached southern Greenland in the about 900, say, give or take, they found the remains of human beings there, but they didn't actually meet people in southern Greenland for a while. But almost everywhere else, there were native people occupying fully the whole space.
Okay, now back to the cultural question. Not that comparison is necessary. How would you compare some of the Native American civilizations with European civilizations during this time?
Well, again, it's very hard to generalize, and one wants to be careful to specify that, you can't be an expert on all these different kind of cultures.
Right.
But nonetheless, the European population had been exposed to many, many more examples of imperialism in the period from, say, the Roman Empire on. And imperialism is I regard it as a disease. I call it the disease of cannibalism, because in imperialism, people think that they have the right to consume not only the resources of other people, but their lives as well. And one of the characteristics of this kind of cannibalism, or I call it the wetiko psychosis, from a Cree Indian word meaning a cannibal disease. The wetiko disease, it's a psychological and cultural disease. One of the characteristics is that it brutalizes people, because as a part of imperialism, well, the thing that keeps empires going is that you have to terrorize the people you're going to control. I mean, you don't get to steal their resources just by asking. You know, you've got to take it by force, and then you have to create a reign of terror in order to maintain that system. So people become brutalized as a part of that. And after you've gone through quite a few of them, then it becomes a part of your culture, and the disease takes you into its clutches, so that the Europeans, particularly by the 1400s and 1500s, the Northern Europeans, had learned to become Romans. And they like to even call themselves Romans. The Germans. Meaning building an empire and ruling over others. In other words, if you read a lot of histories in the past, you will find that the French are very proud of the French Empire. All the areas ruled by the French flag. The British are proud of the British Empire. The Italians want an empire. The Germans want their empire. The Russians want an empire. This is the way you make yourself into big shots, right? And people think you're powerful and you're successful. It's because you are messing with other people's lives, right? So the concept of doing evil becomes, instead of being evil, it becomes the ambition of your society to do that. And along with that, of course, is the economic motive, or what we might call greed, although it's done not only for economics, it's done also for other illusions of grandeur and that kind of thing, which are psychological. But the economic motive of getting other people's wealth is the real springboard. So, in other words, you have a people who are more greedy, they're more avaricious, and they have definite plans and schemes of building empires. And that makes them very different from most native people. Maybe not all, but from most.
Mm-hmm. Last night while talking to you, you mentioned one of the, I don't know if you use the term mistakes, that Native American used in dealing with Europeans was that Native American would say exactly what he meant. Would you deal with that, please?
Well, one of the characteristics, I think, of a lot of traditional peoples around the world is that honesty is highly valued. And this has certainly always been true among Native American people. To have a face, as the Aztecs used to say, to have a face means to have a personality that is not changeable. In other words, you can be relied on. Your word is your bond. Now, in a world of hustlers,
I thought that was a European saying. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, actually, it is an old expression among a lot of peasant peoples, because peasant peoples used to have that kind of relationship when they traded with each other. Again, they didn't have to write it down, just like they didn't have to lock their front doors.
Okay.
So it's not just exclusively among native people, but it's the idea that you can be relied upon. But when you're wheeling and dealing as a hustler type, that is an imperialism, one of the things you have to do is to fool people, right? And so it becomes, perhaps honesty is a temporary, at least, disadvantage in dealing with imperialists, because they get to know what you're up to too quickly.
Mm-hmm. When and under what conditions did Native Americans and Africans first come into contact with each other?
Well, the first contacts are probably lost in the midst of time and perhaps never will be known completely. The first evidence of early contacts, of course, consists in archaeological remains in various parts of the Americas that suggests a contact with Africa. The most famous and the persuasive of those archaeological remains are the famous Olmec heads from parts of Mexico. In my own research, not being an archaeologist and so on, I don't go into that very extensively, but I do comment on it. Mm-hmm. After that ancient period, We then get indications of Native Americans traveling or being driven by storms via the major ocean currents to the west coast of Europe and down as far as Spain and Portugal. This is as early as 60 BC, and then during the Middle Ages we get more references. And even Columbus met Native Americans in Galway Bay, Ireland in 1477. So there is a possibility that Native Americans by drift or other means also reached the Canary Islands and the west coast of Africa. But there's a great deal of research that remains to be done there, which at this point all I can say is it's a possibility. I'm convinced they did reach Europe, but whether it's farther south or not, I can't say for sure.
Okay, let me give you a quote from your book. You say, quote, "It will perhaps be surprising to some readers to learn that the greatest degree of intensive contact between Africans and Native Americans did not occur initially in either the Americas or Africa, but rather in Europe." Explain.
Well, this arises from the fact, principally from the fact that Christopher Columbus, above all else, was a slaver. And according to the Spanish Jesuit writer, not Jesuit writer, excuse me, the Spanish writer Bartolomé de las Casas, who is the principal author of, that gives us the information from Columbus's diaries, Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest, that is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyages, many, many more are sent, men and women. Now, he intends to...
So, just real quick, this is where you get people sitting here saying that slavery started here and was brought to Europe and to the Africas, but they exaggerate it and they act as if that is the entirety of all the slavery and as if the African part didn't happen, right? Were slaves brought to different regions of the world? Absolutely, yes, indeed. But that doesn't negate the fact that the African slave trade took place. So when you listen around to a lot of people, you're going to hear them say different things, and you know, they don't necessarily. A lot of times, I've asked people, where do you get this? Slaves were taken, and Africa was populated by Native Americans who eventually came back over, like a whole bunch of different mishmash of different eras, and they put them all together to create this new narrative that suggests that the slave trade happened in reverse, but then they take the African part out. When really, when we say it happened in reverse, we mean it started with slaves going abroad first, right? And then Africans coming here, not negating that Africans came to the Americas. So, you know, that's just one erroneous conversation that's going around. And I think this is probably where these people are getting their concept from, and then they're adding their own little spin to it. Because I've yet to find anything like that in books. You know what I mean? And I don't, you know what I mean? So we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're counter narratives, but I hear a lot of counter narratives and I know what they're rooted in. You know what I mean? Like, we'll talk about the whole Hebrew thing. Yeah, they don't pay full attention. So we could talk about the whole Hebrew thing, and then I could show you where this conversation was first created. And it's created by people who are trying to fit the Native American communities into the biblical narrative. So that's where the whole conversation comes from. You know what I mean? And then it actually turns into a conversation to where we're still having it now. Like you can see the roots of where these conversations has a lot to do with the Mormons. You know what I mean? Like, and a lot of these theories and books were created before actual sciences were invented that can speak to some of these things. And then they get proven wrong, but the theory still remains because it was written in a book. And because nobody can now go back and take those books off the shelf or correct them, people grab a book now that has been pretty much outdated, and they read it now, and they make arguments that are not only outdated, but misinterpreted. So, you know, they take an old doctrine put out 35 or 40 years ago from Dr. York and other sources at that time, trying to fit into today's new narrative. Exactly. And they feel like they discovered something brand new. And it's like, it wasn't right then. That's why you're just rediscovering it. Because if it was right, you wouldn't have to rediscover it. It'd be a part of the culture. But let me get back to Jack.
To sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere. So even before there are any appreciable number of African slaves being sent to the Americas, there are Native American slaves being sent to Europe, principally probably ending up in Lisbon and Seville or Sevilla in southern Spain, but also being transshipped to Valencia and many other cities. Now, at the same time that that's happening, there are large numbers of African slaves being sent northward to the same cities. And in fact, as far as black Africans are concerned, they've been being sent northward since approximately the 1440s, 1450s to those cities. There are also, I might add, large numbers of white and brown Muslim slaves from North Africa and white and Asiatic slaves from the Baltic also being shipped in by the Turks and Venetians, principally. So that throughout this Western Mediterranean area, you really have a cosmopolitan scene in these cities, and to some extent in the rural areas as well. So it's in these cities where large numbers of black Africans and substantial numbers of Native Americans meet, undoubtedly intermingle, and become part, eventually, of the urban populations of these cities and others.
Now, they were slaves. What were they doing? What tasks were they performing?
Well, that needs to be studied in greater detail. We do know that some were engaged in agricultural labor. We do know that some were apprenticed to craftspeople. And unlike the slavery that developed in the Americas, it was, at least in Spain, primarily a slavery where there would be very small numbers of slaves employed by a few individuals, not huge plantation type slavery. So I would imagine that almost any type of craft you can think of, almost any type of job. In Lisbon, for instance, we know that the slaves were allowed to, in their spare time, sell water. And there were particular spots along the river in Lisbon where certain kinds of slaves were given the exclusive right to get water. For example, the Moorish slaves from North Africa had one section of the river, men. And then the Native Americans and Africans and females and males had other sections of the river that they could get water.
Were allocated to them?
That were allocated to them. And this was so that they could make a little extra money. They had the right to make money in their spare time. And they'd sell their water in different parts of Lisbon and do other odds and ends. They also, in Seville, they had a captain general who was in charge of the slaves and of the free people of color in Sevilla. He was an African of royal blood who was named the governor and captain general of as they say, all the negros y loros in Sevilla, that is, all the blacks and brown people in Sevilla. And they had their own rules over weddings and other kinds of things. So it's a little bit different from slavery as it develops in the United States.
Okay. Now, when people think of American slavery, they don't think of the enslavement of Native Americans. Why is this?
Well, partly because the enslavement of Native Americans occurred first. And
say that again, please. Say that again.
The enslavement of Native Americans really began before the enslavement of Africans, not only in the Caribbean by the Spanish, where it was extremely extensive. And in the Caribbean, I might mention that the numbers were huge that were involved, and they had several kinds of slaves. They had the normal slave, but they also had people who were called, they were called Indians from the useless islands. They were from islands where there was no gold. And so they had the right to go and remove people from those islands.
The useless islands?
Yeah.
What
Jamaica, for example, would be a useless island because it had no gold. Inutiles, not useful. And they needed labor so badly on Haiti, where the gold was found, Haiti, and Cuba, that they were stealing people constantly and removing them by force from other islands, even after it was no longer technically in the best or possible, legally even, to enslave. They still could remove them as forced free labor, we call it later coolie labor, right? Mm-hmm. And then they had other categories of unfree Indians as well. But once the population declined on the islands themselves, they began raiding the north coast of Venezuela and Colombia very extensively, also part of Panama. They also came up here and cleaned out the Bahamas completely. All the Lucayo people.
What period are we talking about now?
Well, we're into the 1440s, the 1540s, 1560s.
So peace, bro. I welcome you here. Anything you'd like to add on before we go on? Before we continue?
Oh, hey, Turtle, it's me, Hondo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that part you were talking about the natives being Jews and how, a lot of that was used as a gateway of supporting colonialism and for groups like the Puritans.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was gonna get into that. Got a whole bill to show how that's connected to with the Mormons, and they was trying to justify a lot of what they was doing based on that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to bring them into their jurisdiction.
Right.
Yeah.
And as a support to the doctrine of discovery, it's crazy how so much is built. So, it's crazy how so much is centered around those papal bulls and that document. But also too, I wanted to touch on, what you were talking about, tracing your ancestry and, going back to the places where your family, settled. I mean, me coming from the Wynn family, they were Black Indians that originated out of Virginia, and then they started to migrate down to the Carolinas.
Wynn, W-Y-N-N
or I-N-N. Oh.
Yeah, I went to school. I went to school with a kid who's from North. Well, I went to school in Norfolk, Virginia, and the kid, he was from Dinwiddie, Virginia, and he was a Wynn. His name was we called him Snook. His last name was Wynn though. W-Y-N-N. So yeah, I've definitely heard that name before connected with Virginia.
Yeah, so that's my father's maternal line. Going back to my second great grandfather is Peter Wynn, and his mother was Elizabeth. And going further back, the oldest traceable ancestors, Gloucester Wynn. But one branch of the family ended up down in Dublin, North Carolina, and they ended up serving in judicial, political, and religious sectors. They even built a church. They built a church there in Dublin, and they also built the first school for free blacks, or first school for blacks in Mount Olive, North Carolina.
Yep, that's the type of that's kind of what we're talking about. Getting back to those type of for people who are really, you know, obviously you know, you're already in the culture, but for people who are trying to find their way back in, like that's a good starting place, being able to find where your people made contributions.
Yeah, you got to look up your family name, and look up, I guess you would say major hits, because if those big names that come up, if they continuously come up in your search, then you need to look into them, because you must have some type of connection to them, especially if you did the DNA testing, because that's when you start to get a lot of those hits that show up on your during your genealogy searches. Because
and even when you go back further, when you start going into these communities are smaller communities. They're not like there are today, and you'll have families that'll be the same families that even spell the name differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's not like it is today, where we have such large communities and people are from all over the world, you know what I'm saying, in your own little community that you could be living in. You know what I mean? You could have a neighbor next door that's from India. You know what I mean? It wasn't like that when we're going back to these times. Yeah,
right.
Family cemeteries, yeah, all those places. Once you get back to that place, like I wouldn't say, I'm not gonna say it's easy, but we'll put it this way: it's easy to figure your story out. Whether you're Indian or not, that might be something else. But figuring your story out, which will tell you who you are, once you start getting back to those places, you're getting closer to knowing your real story. And like I said, for most, it's probably going to take you through a couple of doors that you came through. You know what I mean? Native, African, and European. But so he's going to continue telling this story. So we're just going to get back to this. Bluefield, West Virginia. Okay. We're going to get back into this a little bit, and then we'll stop it at some point if there's anything we want to talk about. But yeah, this is where he gets into talking about the Indian hid inside of the Jamaican, inside of, just talking about how it was a mixture, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's a different way of how we look at it, you know what I'm saying? Like hiding in plain sight, you know what I mean? It's you know what I mean? It's got a almost a spiritual thing to it. You know what I mean? Because if you know about the prophecy of when the red and the black come together, you know what I mean, to free the white, you know what I mean, the black come to free the red from the white, you know what I mean, talking about the joining of the two, you know what I mean, but could be talking about the actual blood joining of the two, like a whole population of people who are the combination of those two nations and the purpose that they play. You know what I'm saying? It could be deeper than just the physical aspect of us getting along with another nation. We could be the embodiment of those two nations. You understand?
Many people from Florida, South Carolina is raided for slaves. And also the west coast of Mexico in the 1530s, many Mexican Indians are sold as slaves. And it extends on into a much later period of time. But, in short, the tremendous numbers of Native Americans were enslaved, and the Spaniards kept looking farther and farther afield for slaves to replenish the labor supply. And part of that, of course, meant then that they turned to Africa. And particularly, well, in the early 1500s, they started bringing in a few African slaves, but they had some second thoughts because many of the Africans ran away and joined the native people. And there were major rebellions, particularly famous on the island of Haiti, led by an Indian chief named Enriquillo or Enriquez, who had Africans as well as Native Americans in his rebellion. There were a number of them. And so because of that, they held off for a little while. They thought the mixture was too dangerous. They were also very worried because some of the Africans, particularly from Senegal, were Muslims. And they didn't want Islam, they didn't want Judaism either, but they didn't want any foreign religion but Christianity spreading in the Americas. In any case, what happened was that about 1520, they began bringing in many more Africans again. So you get, again, the Native American being the first slaves in the region, and then African slaves coming in and supplementing their numbers.
You have said that one of the reasons that most of us don't think of Native Americans and we think of American slavery is that the enslavement of Native Americans was first. But are there other reasons?
Well, I've thought about it some. I don't know that I have a definitive answer, but I believe that one of the interesting things that happens with Native American people, especially in the 20th century, is that they are, by and large, forgotten about whenever the military battles are over. That is, the popular movies that have taken place and so on are almost always to do with the armed resistance of Native people to conquest, right? But you probably can't even think of a single movie where whatever happens to these Indian people after the battle is ever told about, right? So they might have a couple of guys shaking hands and saying, oh, sorry about the warfare, you know, it was due to a misunderstanding, you know, now we're going to live at peace together, chief, you know, and everything's going to be great. But you never see what happens after that. I think partly because it's very difficult for the white newcomers to North America particularly to face up to the fact that this isn't just a little romantic set of interludes between knights that are jousting with each other. This is a materialistic and economic war, not only a war for land, but a war for resources and a war for labor. And in many, many areas, Native Americans were reduced to poverty and forced to become workers and laborers on white people's ranches and so on, in addition to, in the earlier period, being enslaved. So that I think that the white population just wants to bury what they've done to the native people. They don't want to really know what they did and what they're still doing in some areas. I think that's one of the main factors. I think another factor, however, has to do with the overwhelming presence in later periods of time, particularly in the East Coast and the southern United States, of people of African descent, and the white population becoming preoccupied with its relations with the black population.
Okay. Could you talk about how Europeans went about capturing Native Americans?
Well, it's not a happy thing, but it illustrates one of the kinds of great lessons that we as human beings have to learn. And that lesson is to be very astute and not allow ourselves to be used against our brothers and sisters, not allow ourselves to be dupes and to be used in brutal ways against other human beings. Okay, often we don't simply have the information, and the Spaniards were often very direct and very brutal. They just went in and captured thousands of people and rounded them up and took them to market. But in other cases, the colonialists were much more clever. For example, the Portuguese conquered Brazil basically by Portuguese men intermarrying with native people, particularly powerful tribes living along the coast, powerful chieftains. And then, of course, you know, Native Americans value their families very much. Kinship is extremely important. And so without realizing it, now they've got a new member of the family. He doesn't have the same motives that they have, but there are kinship obligations by means of which this Portuguese guy gradually takes advantage of existing enmities that may exist between Indian groups, maybe some old hostilities, and uses then his relatives against other Indian groups. And pretty soon rewards them with guns and with other weapons and goods for capturing other human beings. And so it starts out small. but as time goes by, it becomes tremendously big operations. In southern Brazil, for example, in the 17th century, there's a period of time in which at least 200,000 or 300,000 Indian people from Spanish Jesuit missions in the Paraguay area are raided and carried off to the coast as slaves, largely by bands of people who are mixed Indian and Portuguese or Indian, but led by mixed blood or Portuguese chieftains who are the founders of Sao Paulo, or Paulistas, they're called in southern Brazil. Other colonialists, example in South Carolina, the English are very astute to also take advantage of existing animosities. And they get some of the tribes to provide a lot of the slaves. And by that mean, they acquire, for example, lots of Choctaw slaves from Mississippi. Choctaws are among the largest group that are enslaved and are sold through South Carolina to the West Indies and to New England and held in South Carolina. There are also tribes even west of the Mississippi that get raided and are brought in as slaves. Florida is cleaned out. Firstly, all the Indians that remained in Florida after the Spanish period are cleaned out by the English and sold as slaves in South Carolina.
You say cleaned out?
Yeah, virtually depopulated. Florida is virtually depopulated of its native population. The Indian people who later live in Florida are primarily people moving south to get away from the whites. Seminoles, for example. They moved south from what is now Alabama and Georgia. But the native inhabitants, by and large, are enslaved. They're Christians, they have Spanish surnames, but they're brought north here to South Carolina and become part of the slave population.
You mentioned Alabama and Georgia, these names that we now know for these places, and you probably don't know some of the names that were used for, say, what is now the southern United States or the eastern seaboard. I don't know. Would you happen to know some of the Native American names for these areas?
Well, of course, each group had its own name. Up in our area of where some of my people are from, up in the Chesapeake Bay area, we had the term Atan Akamic.
You know, Washington? Or?
Powhatan, yeah, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, and all through that area. Atan Akamic was one of the names that was used. Another one was Saint Akamak. It means, I think, our fertile earth. Akamic means a place on the earth. Down in this area, one name I'll mention to you is Chicora, which is very important. South Carolina should probably change its name to Chicora, or some people would write it Shakori or Shakora. The reason for that is because the first Africans were brought to Chicora by the Spanish in the 1520s. They accompanied a Spanish expedition, which was basically looking for slaves, but also intended to establish a settlement. And it so happened that the Africans rebelled, and the Spaniards left. They had some fighting with the native people in the area, and the Africans rebelled and remained behind. This was in the 1520s. So these are the first permanent non-Native American settlers in continental North America, long before St. Augustine and long before Jamestown. And that area was known as Chicora. With their father or something, they think like a Spaniard, and they're allowed to be a soldier and participate in the conquest. One of the early governors of New Mexico was married to a Mexican Indian woman, and his son later became prominent. He was a mestizo. Later, what happens is that a lot of these prominent mixed bloods marry Spanish women or lighter-skinned women who are brought over from Europe in a trickle, and they lighten themselves so that they become a light elite who are known as Creoles later on.
Good evening and welcome to For the People, and the second part of our conversation with Dr. Jack Forbes, author of Black Africans and Native Americans. We continue our discussion of some of the names Native Americans had for certain sections of this land.
Well, of course, each group had its own name. Up in our area of where some of my people are from, up in the Chesapeake Bay area, we had the term Atan Akamik.
You know, Washington?
Powhatan, yeah, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, and all through that area. Atan Akamik was one of the names that was used. Another one was Saint Akamak. It means, I think, our fertile earth. Akamik means...
So real quick, anybody that's around my age, y'all remember like y'all remember shows like this, Like It Is, shows like this, real Afrocentric based shows, but they would talk about indigenous culture. So this is the type of shows that would be on. My aunt would be watching shows like this. You know what I mean? Just real shows that are really cultural based, you know what I'm saying? TV was different back then. Yeah, TV was real different back then, so it wasn't like you could catch things when they came on. You know what I mean? Like all this would have been around the time, like these type of shows would have been the same shows I was watching at the same time as we was watching karate flicks. You know what I'm saying? So it's just all that era. You know what I mean? Just a little, you know, background. Anybody, like, you could Google Like It Is, and you'll see these type of conversations, primarily African based, as you can see. The guy is Afrocentric, but this is to show you that these conversations were being had back in the 70s and 80s, you know. And Jack D Forbes is of he's of Kung Fu theater, drive-in theater. Yeah, Jack D Forbes, he's of Lenape descent as well. His parents are actually, I believe, from New Jersey.
A place on the earth. Down in this area, one name I'll mention too is Chicora, which is very...
I'm sorry, hold
on. Were brought to Chicora by the Spanish in the 1520s. They accompanied a Spanish expedition, which was basically looking for slaves, but also intended to establish a settlement. And it so happened that the Africans rebelled and the Spaniards left. They had some fighting with the native people in the area, and the Africans rebelled and remained behind. This was in the 1520s. So these are the first permanent non-Native American settlers in continental North America, long before St. Augustine and long before Jamestown. And that area was known as Chicora at that time, which probably comes from the Shakori native people. In the coastal area of Georgia, you have a region that's known as Huale or Huale, and that could possibly be the origin of Gullah, possibly. I'm not for sure, but when white people speaking English start saying Guale, you know, it's going to change its accent a little bit there. But that is the region of coastal Georgia, and there were many tribes that lived there: the Yamasees, the Huas, and others who became ancestral to the Miccosukee people who now live down in Florida.
Okay, another quote. You quote Tartara, who said, quote, "The 16th century perpetrated the greatest genocide in human history. In 1500, the world population is approximately 400 million, of whom 80 million inhabit the Americas. By the middle of the 16th century, out of these 80 million, there remain 10.
Yeah. Well, that's the real Holocaust. Very comparable to what the Nazis did to the Jews in recent times, if not even more severe.
But you're talking from 80 million to 10 million.
That's right. Now, a lot of those people died because of new diseases that were introduced, but that doesn't really let the Spaniard off the hook. Because what the Spaniard...
Before you go to that, the diseases, what are you talking about?
Well, apparently syphilis, for example, some people that syphilis originated in the Caribbean, perhaps. But I don't believe that at all for reasons that I won't go into here. But I think syphilis was brought in, but also smallpox, measles, and a number of other epidemic diseases. Okay. But the reason those diseases, I think, had such a disastrous effect was because the Spaniard drastically interfered with the ecology. Now, we're beginning to learn today that you can't mess with the ecology of an area. Even introducing new animals and plants can disrupt the whole thing, let alone forcing people away from their traditional villages, trying to make them eat different kinds of food or not enough food. Mm-hmm. And one of the big factors that happens to native labor and to all labor in systems of extreme oppression is that they're not fed enough. They don't get enough caloric intake. Studies of the California missions, for example, the Spanish missions in California, show that the Indian people in those missions were being underfed. They were malnourished. So it's no wonder that diseases then come along and take their toll. In addition to which, the Spaniards, in the early stages especially, were fighting a lot of battles with Indian people, and a lot of people were killed through military action. And because the Indian population was quite heavy, in central Mexico, for example, there were 20 million people. Well, it's only in this century, in recent years, that there are as many people in Mexico today, in that part of Mexico, as there were before Cortez reached Mexico in the 1520s. Some of the West Indian islands, like Haiti, there are estimates as high as 1 million or more people living on the island. Although we don't know exactly, but there were a lot of people. And so the Spaniards believed at first that they could just kill people off very rapidly. They could always go get more. And but then, of course, that proved to be disastrous. Now, I should mention that the native population has recovered, of course, somewhat in modern times. But even in the United States, for example, we still don't have as many native people as we probably did at the time that Columbus arrived.
How many are there?
Well, the census shows about 2 million people today who mark Native American on the race question, along with another 8 or so million who say they have some Indian ancestry, but they don't necessarily mark Indian on the race question. That's a very low number. There are actually more people than that. But there are only about 2 million who say, yes, I'm Indian. There are, most estimates would say at least 3 million maybe at the time of the initial European contact.
Okay. How would you describe the kind of relationship Native Americans and Africans had in Europe, Africa, and the Americas?
Europe is a story that still needs to be told. People have to take an interest, have to go to Lisbon, they have to go to Sevilla and Valencia and dig through what remain of the local records and talk to people. I've been there, and in the southern area of Portugal, for example, I ran into a lot of individuals who could recall something about Indian people being there and even looked Native American or part Native American. But generally, that basic research hasn't been done. But my impression is that people got along pretty well from what I have seen. In the Americas, it's rather complicated because the Spaniards and the Portuguese both, and the English in South Carolina particularly, and also in the Caribbean, all were colonists without many of their own people. Now, when you're building an empire, you never want to spend any more money than you have to. And so the number of troops you keep in the field and so on, you want to keep to an absolute minimum. So the more people that you can co-opt, that you can get to do work for you, the more you do that, then you don't have to have so many people of your own. And in many of these colonies, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the French, the English were always outnumbered vastly by the Indian people or by the Black African people. And so one of the things that they try to do whenever they can is to use tribe against tribe and group against group. It's a systematic policy to attempt to get people to distrust each other and to fight each other. So sometimes Indians will be bribed to bring back runaway African slaves. That's a way to make a living. You know the territory, black slaves are trying to run away. All right, you can make some money going after them and bring them back. Well, of course, the African slaves, as well as the Native Americans, are always trying to resist. Throughout the whole region, particularly in the Caribbean and South America, African slaves form many free communities and free cities. And quite often it's done in collaboration with the local native people. So there are also many instances in which the groups do collaborate with each other.
Now, let me stop. You said many times Africans created free communities or free cities. Now, I have this impression that those Africans that ran away, they all ran away to the bushes, etc. But you mentioned the word cities. Did you mention that loosely or what?
No, they form fortified communities in many cases. Some of them are called palenques and some of them are called quilombos, depending on the area. Some of them are relatively small and they have to be mobile because of the military circumstances. But others become very large, like Palmares in Brazil became very, very large. I'm not an expert on that particular subject, but of course I run into it in my research frequently. And even in Mexico, there were such groups. In the vicinity of Puebla in southern Mexico, there was a very large band of Africans. Also in Guatemala, there were runaway Africans establishing free communities. And so
this idea of African slaves being docile and complacent and not that concerned about the care that they were getting from white. What would you say about that?
Well, I think that's a complete myth. But several things have to be said. A lot of times, a system of terror was used, like a Spanish soldier in the northern frontier said, cruel war makes peace secure. That was his motto. La guerra dura hace la paz segura. Cruel war makes peace secure. That's not my philosophy, but that's the philosophy of imperialism, you see. In other words, if people try to rebel, you hit them with the bloodiest, cruelest response you can possibly make, whether it's an individual or whether it's a group. You might wipe out an entire community, kill every single person in it. You might cut off all the legs of those that you allow to survive, or one of their arms, send them around as examples to other people. Or if it's individuals, you burn them alive or cut them into all kinds of pieces, or some other terrible technique. And that terrorism, you see, is designed to break the will of people to resist, because it means that even if you're a brave man or woman, it's not just your life you're dealing with. It's the life of many other, maybe innocent people or people you love who may be punished because you run away or you rebel. So that's the way terrorism works, to oversimplify. So it's a great mistake to think that people didn't try to resist or didn't want to resist, even in the face of these severe dangers. And many, many communities of those kinds were established, and very often they involved mixed Indian people and African people. In some cases, such as in Suriname, which is fairly well known in the United States now, the Bush Negro communities there, the Indian people in that local area had already been exterminated by slavery or by warfare with the Dutch and others. And so there was an empty area where the African people could move into. Nonetheless, there was constant contact, so much so that the material culture is basically Native American, even though the people are, African in appearance, and they've developed their own languages and various kinds of things.
Okay. The relationship Native Americans and Africans had in Africa. I don't know if we touched on that.
This is, again, something that needs to be researched. And in my book, my research, all I do is to point out, hey, here it is. The people went there, and we need to look at it. Angola, I think, would be an especially significant area because of the intimate contact with Brazil for a long, long period of time. And I would think it would be very interesting to look at Angolan, to talk with Angolan people today and see what they know, to look through the colonial documents, to look at the music, the folklore, and all kinds of other things, foods that people eat. But that's a subject that I haven't really gone into in great depth.
Okay. How did the white man's rule or dominion over both the Native American and African, determined the tone of the two groups' interaction or relationship?
Well, there are several ways that I can answer that. I'll give you an illustration of the complexity of it. In California, which was on the northern fringes of the Spanish Empire, in the 1760s and subsequent, a number of Spanish soldiers and some settlers were sent to the north. Now, my research indicates that at least 20 or 25% of those people were of African descent, sometimes mixed, of course, with other ancestry. But that's not commonly known. These were free people. They were Spanish soldiers. They were used in the conquest of Upper California. And they, along with the others who went with them, the vast majority of whom were not white. The officers were usually white. But the soldiers themselves were often Indian or more commonly mixed bloods of one kind or another. These people had been recruited into the Spanish Empire at the lowest levels, and they were utilized to help control other populations that were lower than them on the scale of things. Okay, so what that indicates is that one thing that the Spaniards did in order to help maintain their power in their colonial system, they developed a caste system. And the word caste, of course, is somewhat ambiguous, but what I mean is basically a class system, but not based only on economics, but based upon inheritable characteristics, so that it's much less flexible than just a class system. Caste is more or less permanent. And what the Spaniards do, they introduce various terms, such as mestizo, to refer primarily in the Americas to a person who's part Indian and part European. Mulatto, to refer primarily to people who are African and American Indian. And various other terms for other degrees of mixture. Incidentally, you'll be interested to know that the group known as Zambos, which is another term, Zamboigos or Zambos, another term for Black African Native American mixed bloods, they were regarded as the vilest group in the Americas. Vilest, in the words of the Spaniard. The most difficult to control, rebellious, dangerous kind of people. And in any event, that's one Spaniard's opinion. But in any event, these different caste terms were developed basically to deny privileges to populations, to exclude. These are terms of exclusion. If you're an Indian, for example, you're not allowed to have a gun. You're not allowed to ride on horseback. And there are other things you are not allowed to do. For example, women who are not white are not supposed to be allowed to have pearls or other fancy jewelry. They're not to wear silk clothing and that type of thing. Many people are not allowed to be priests. They're not allowed to be in the clergy. Some are allowed more than others. Mestizos, that is mixed bloods, for example, whose father is a Spaniard and who are raised by the father, are allowed privileges that mestizos who are living out in Indian communities are not allowed. Okay? So it doesn't go only just by the color of your skin exactly, although that's a heavy part, but it also goes to the extent that you've shown loyalty to the Spaniards. So many of the individuals who participate in the conquest of Peru and Chile, for example, are mixed blood sons of Spanish soldiers, but they grow up with their father or something, they think like a Spaniard, and they're allowed to be a soldier and participate in the conquest. One of the early governors of New Mexico was married to a Mexican Indian woman, and his son later became prominent. He was a mestizo. No. Later, what happens is that a lot of these prominent mixed bloods marry Spanish women or lighter-skinned women who are brought over from Europe in a trickle, and they lighten themselves so that they become a light elite who are known as Creoles later on in the Spanish Empire. Well, in any event, a very elaborate system develops with a hierarchy. Now, in that system, the most astute oppressed people, of course, realize that the only way to deal with the Spaniards is through your community, your group, through the common cause of resistance. However, there are many other individuals who are deluded into the idea that the way to participate in the system is by accepting its rules and becoming hustlers for the Spaniards. That is, cooperating with the Spaniards and trying to move up the caste ladder by making money or gaining military rank or other kinds of ways of doing that. Now, the same thing happens, of course, in the English colonies in a slightly different way. One other example that I'll mention, the Spaniards are very good at giving staffs of office to Indian chiefs, and also sometimes subsidies in terms of annual salaries and privileges of collecting tribute from their own people in order to integrate those chiefs into the Spanish imperial colonial system. You know, so this is all part of co-optation and control. And so you can imagine what this does to the relations between Africans and Native Americans. Nonetheless, many of the rebel groups in Mexico, for example, there's a famous rebellion in North Mexico known as the Chichimeca War. There were Africans, part Africans, out with those Indian people fighting against the Spaniards. Rebellions in Baja California, some of the leaders were people of part African descent. So, you see, the people can choose. People do choose different ways of dealing with this oppressive system.
Did they at any time, Native Americans and Africans, see their destinies as being tied?
Yes, I think there were times when they did. Of course, I think one of the best areas where this would be true would be in Haiti, especially in the rebellion, some of the early rebellions, and the Enriquillo one that I mentioned, who is still a national hero in the Dominican Republic. And it's interesting, I understand that many people in the Dominican Republic today still take pride in being descended from both Indian people and African people. They have that consciousness of that heritage. So there are many areas where this is definitely true. There are areas where people trade economically once the free African communities are established. On the other hand, there are other times when things are not so good. For example, in the wars in Jamaica between the Maroons, who are a group of people, as you know, who are, although the original runaways were Native Americans, by the time the British captured Jamaica, the runaways are more African, and they become more African at the time. In the wars against the so-called Maroons, the British bring in Mosquito Indians from the coast of Nicaragua to use them as scouts and so on against the Maroons in the cockpit country. Doesn't work too well, but that's the kind of thing that happens.
What I should ask this later, but maybe now is just as good a time as any. What do you think this manipulation on the part of Europeans should tell both Native Americans today and Africans generally, African Americans in particular, people of African descent on the different islands? What do you think this should say to us?
Well, I think that that we are very much weakened in our struggles by not seeing these relationships and not seeing commonalities. We still operate under the illusion that you can fight one battle at a time in one place with an oppressor or an oppressive system that's really carrying on warfare in a number of places simultaneously. And if you only take them on at one spot, you might defeat them there, but if they're winning in these other places, you're still losing. And there are two areas which I think are very comparable today in many ways. One of them is South Africa, where perhaps things are getting a little more promising now, and similar places, Guatemala. In South Africa, it's the black population of African native descent who are the majority and who have been oppressed by colonists from Europe. In Guatemala, it's a Native American majority who are being oppressed by a small Spanish group at the top.
What is the nature of that oppression? What is that oppression like? How does it manifest itself today?
Well, it's a genocidal situation today. Genocide is taking place in Guatemala. It's my understanding that since about 1978, 100 to 200,000 Native people have been killed, brutally murdered, whole communities slaughtered. And the primary factor is to prevent them from asserting their title to lands and their rights to organize labor unions and to get better wages as agricultural workers. And, in other words, challenging the superstructure. In addition to that, there are about 1 million people who've been forced to leave their homes, many of them internally, to move into the slums of Guatemala City and other places, and large numbers to Mexico and to the United States. We have perhaps several 100,000 Guatemalan people in the United States now as refugees. And it's a system in which the native languages are not recognized as official languages. The native political structures are not recognized as political structures. The native people, by and large, cannot vote in elections, not only because the military runs the elections, but also because elections are conducted in a foreign language, Spanish, and the ballots are not available, you know, in Native American languages. And also it'd be very dangerous to vote in many cases anyway. So it's a system that that resembles South Africa in many, many ways. There are other places around the world that are similar too, but I would just use those examples. I think we'd be much stronger if we always were talking about Guatemala and South Africa at the same time, because it really is the same system that's oppressing people there and maintaining the oppression.
Okay, now let's go back into history a bit.
Right.
Culturally speaking, what did the two groups, Native Americans and Black Africans, what did the two groups gain from each other?
Well, that's a subject that is deserving of many a doctoral thesis and good book. The area of music, for instance, is one that intrigues me very much. I don't think we've even begun to explore the possible ways in which these musical traditions have influenced each other. I've looked at a number of books about the evolution of African-American music in the South. Some of them don't even have American Indian in the index. So it's as if that African-American people existed in the South for all of these 470 some odd years, and yet they didn't come in contact with Native Americans, or vice versa. The Native Americans never came in contact with them. One of the interesting things, however, if you know anything about Native American music, is that a lot of the eastern tribes, and particularly the southern ones, have a call and response type of music. There's a lead singer who sings a refrain, and then the group sings back. And it goes on like that throughout the music, and particularly stomp dance songs, they're called. And this whole kind of music is, they don't celebrate Marco Polo Day in China or Europe or Hong Kong or any place else that I know of. And of course, one of the reasons for that is because the Chinese, you know, are still in possession of their own country, and the Europeans didn't get a good foothold there. If they had, they'd probably be celebrating Marco Polo Day. So what that tells us, I think, is that Columbus Day is part of the ritual of colonialism. It's part of the ritual of imperialism.
Good evening and welcome to For the People, and the final part of our conversation with Dr. Jack Forbes, author of Black Africans and Native Americans. With the enslavement of Native Americans and Africans by Europeans came a maze of racial and caste designations. In this segment, we learned that the term Negro didn't apply just to Africans, but to Native Americans as well.
Well, the Portuguese particularly begin using the term negro or black for a wide variety of people other than people from Africa. They apply the term very commonly to the native people of India and to other areas of Southeast Asia. But when they arrive in Brazil, they also use the term for the native people of Brazil. They call the Indians of Brazil negros da terra, which means natives of the land. And then later, when they begin bringing people over from Africa, they call them negros da Guiné, black people from Guinea. This term Negro is just used very commonly, interchangeably with Indio. So you become, I become convinced that basically what the Portuguese meant by Negro was non-white. In other words, any group of people who were not white would be categorized that way, and that Indians, therefore, were just another kind of non-whites or Negroes. The term was also used in a very similar way by English-speaking people. And not only in Britain, but also in the United States area, you find instances where people who are clearly of Native American ancestry are categorized as Negro or black. The term black is used in English interchangeably with Negro very often, a blackamoor in England. So it's a term that we have to watch out for. In 1719, for instance, the government of South Carolina decreed that all persons who were not full-blood Indians, such as musties and mulattoes, which I'll mention in a moment, would be classified as Negroes. So when we find lists of slaves during that period of time, and subsequently, of course, where it says there were so many Negroes, this does not necessarily mean pure blood Africans. Can be people of various kinds of Indian and African mixtures. Now, I mentioned a couple of words there, musty and mulatto. Mulatto is a term that developed, I think, in Spain or Portugal, probably derived from an Arabic term, either muwalad, a term meaning one who is assimilated or adopted into the Arabic community, or from the term maula, which means one who has a feudal obligation, including the obligation of parent, of child to parent. In other words, in that system, a son was considered to have a relationship of malado, as it's called in Portuguese, to the patriarch of the family. From either of those terms, or from both coming together, I think the term mulatto evolves. It's not probably originally a racial term per se, but gradually it comes to mean a person who is essentially half African and half something else. But in the West Indies particularly, we see an example after example in the Spanish royal decrees and the definitions that are given by Spanish officials as well as by Native American writers. The term mulatto means primarily black and Native American. Not black and white, but black and Native American. Turning to the French colonies, we also find that the term mulat, or its equivalent in French, was used for people of American, Native American, and French ancestry, even without any African ancestry, in the Louisiana area, for instance. And the same thing is true in the British colonies along the Atlantic seaboard. In Virginia in 1705, for instance, the government decrees that the child of an Indian will be known as a mulatto.
So real quick, so it says, so wow, I thought we were full-blooded Indians. So this is the whole thing. When people start talking about full-blooded, that is somebody applying a European colonial concept to what it means to be Indian. So anyone who teaches you full-blooded or not, or any of this, this is all being from the perspective of colonial interaction. You belong to your mother's people, right? This is why you got to understand how the clan system works. No Indian is full-blooded. You're gonna be a mixture of multiple of different communities, different clans, possibly even different nations. So the whole concept of full-blooded is only from a European perspective, right? What you need to understand is that you are of this lineage, this having, if you have an African ancestry, if you have European ancestry, all that speaks to is we have been a part of colonization. Like, you can't change your history, right? You can't change who and how you came to be, but you can find your place in it and you can see more clearly, understand who you are. And then when you start studying the native cultures, you're going to understand that being full-blooded in all these things is not what makes you a part, not what makes you that people, right? It's your connection. It's your mother's connection. It's your, even if it's through your grandfather. You know what I mean? No one's pure. That's European blood. That's how they do it, to pull you out of that, to create a structure for you to control how you even perceive what it means to be Indian. That's your family, whether you full-blooded or not. So the deeper you get into it, when you start understanding the structure of the clan system, as I spoke earlier about how it started to break down when the European woman was brought into it. So, you know what I mean? It ain't about you being full-blooded. It's about you having ancestry that are going to come from multiple places, but you are part of a specific history that affected you directly. And you have to understand what that is, not just take that's why this whole full-blooded thing, people was doing that and basing it on old paintings, saying, look at these are paintings of the Indians they found. That look like us. This is the full-blooded. That's not how it happened. It's way more to it. He's telling you about African tribes that came here and escaped early slavery. And then they, you know what I mean, they moved into a position to where they were free. And what culture would they adopt? The culture of the land. Who they doing trade with? Who they doing all these things with? The people of the land. So they gonna adopt that culture. Yeah, I know. You see, this is the thing. All you have to do is get his books. He's doing a lecture. See, this whole he doesn't give sources stuff, that comes from people who are sitting around watching these little debates and all that. These people have literature, right? So someone who's written books, who has doctorates, like all that sources is what you say to some Negro who not qualified and is just talking on something. A person like this, you can go look at his catalog. See, this is what, when people go around doing lectures, their work precedes them, right? They're asked to come into a space and educate because they have a body of work that has been peer reviewed, not by the people who are going to read their information, by their peers, people who are on that level, right? Who are just as qualified. So these people now put out literature, which are the books that we all get our information from. So if you want to see his sources, you have to get this man's books, right? This is how real scholars do. They're not gonna, that's not what they do. They don't get into these debates. And if they do, then they'll come with their sources. But he's written books. You understand? So get his books, read his books, and all his sources will all be there. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we do all the time. We bring that debate mentality into something. Swallow it, take notes, and go look up all the things that people talk about. That's what you go to. That's what you go to lectures for. You're supposed to go to lectures with your notebook and you take notes, and then you go look up everything. So, you know what I mean? Yeah. Just Jack D Forbes. All you gotta do is Google him. You can get his background. You can get everything from him. You know what I mean? And you're gonna see how important he was in understanding the relationship between Africans and Native Americans. Like, he's a primary source when it comes to that that information.
That is, a person who's half white and Indian, half African and Indian, will be a mulatto legally.
Okay, let me cut you off here because we don't want to keep you here all day. The significance of this being what? What is the lesson? What is this telling us?
Well, there are several things that are significant about it. Of course, one of them is the way that colonialism tries to develop all kinds of elaborate classification terms for different kinds of people. But that's another subject. The most significant thing here is to reveal the much greater amounts of Native American ancestry that are present within the African American population than most people realize, because they might have been misled by the use of terms like mulatto, and also people of color. Colored people included Native Americans, for example, in the United States area.
But even with this classification system, you have this system, this classification system is still working in the interest of the European, or what? Is that true or what?
Well, it's working in several ways, I think. It works to obscure the relationships between African Americans and other groups. For example, the Mexican American population has a lot of African ancestry. By and large, they don't know that, or the African American population doesn't know that. So it's very difficult to build a bridge of understanding, you see. What we're lacking in many cases is the realization that even though there are differences, even though we each have our cultures, which we want to protect and keep alive, we have our community traditions, we have different languages in some cases, but nonetheless, we have also bonds of kinship. And we shouldn't forget those bonds of kinship.
Now, Dr. Francis Welsing, psychiatrist, has said that the white population on the earth is a minority population. And one of the ways that a minority population becomes a majority population, conceptually, theoretically, and practically, is to divide the majority group into little groups, so that by doing that, the minority group, in this case European, becomes the majority group. How do you see that? And does that apply here in what you're talking about?
It does apply here, although it's also very, very common in Latin America, where the Spanish elites who control a good many of the Latin American countries use mixed bloods against the Indian masses. And they try to convince the mixed bloods that they're actually white or near white, and that they're better than those who are darker. So they still use the caste system, you see, so that they can maintain themselves in power. And once in a while, they share a little bit with some person who rises from that group. In the United States, the most beautiful example of that technique is the coining of the term Hispanic these days. Hispanic means Spaniard. And that term has been coined by the federal government to co-opt Mexican Americans and Puerto Ricans into believing that they are more related to a white type cultural heritage, because there's no question about what Hispanic is Spaniard. And even within the federal government's definitions, white Spaniards are allowed to qualify for affirmative action and for other kinds of things under this term, Hispanic. So it has many purposes, but one of them is to, as you were suggesting, you see, bring this group closer to the white population, so that even as in California, where Hispanics may become a majority by the year 2010, they may not be an effective majority, because many of them will be co-opted into thinking that they're white.
How do you see this obsession Europeans generally have with the color of people whose skin isn't white?
Well, in my research, I've found that it was not an obsession of Europeans, at least of Mediterranean Europeans, in the period in which modern imperialism and colonialism begin.
Which is?
In the 1200s to the 1400s, 1500s. In that period of time, there was free intermarriage between Spaniards and black African women, between Portuguese and black African women, and so on and so forth. And their children were often freed and became part of the general population. I'm not saying it was a paradise, but I'm saying that there's a good indication that they were much more concerned about whether you were a Christian or not than they were concerned about the precise color of your skin or the texture of your hair or those kinds of things. Where this kind of racialism that we're talking about develops is in colonies. It is a characteristic of colonies, whether it be South Africa, whether it be the Caribbean and the Spanish Empire in the Americas, whether it be the British colonies in North America. Racialism of the kind that we're concerned about is a feature of economic exploitation and of the need to develop a hierarchy in order to control the people that are being exploited. The Europeans in Europe are less threatened by the people that they're exploiting, you see, because they're fewer in number or they're at a great distance away. But in the colonial situation, the people that are actually out there oppressing and controlling are often in a minority. And they therefore want to make sure that the rewards belong to them and not to the others. And so one finds a very conscious attempt to develop ways of controlling and oppressing. And I could show you how the laws in Virginia, for example, develop gradually. They don't develop all at once. They develop gradually in the 1690s and early 1700s against people of color.
Mm-hmm. And you say now that this attitude, racism, is now deeply ingrained within the psyche of the European. And what do you think? Is there any hope? Is there any, how do you see that?
Well, I think that racism is most ingrained in the psyche of Europeans overseas, first of all, not just Europeans. I think we have to make that distinction.
Uh-huh.
But it has also become a part of the general world culture of all European people and even spread to other people around the world. And I think it is deeply ingrained, and it's constantly reinforced. It's constantly reinforced by things such as having shows that run on national television where there's an intellectual topic to be discussed and no one's there but white males, as if there were no Native Americans that might have some thoughts on the subject and no African Americans. Now, the only time that we get invited is when it has to do with the ghetto or it has to do with, crime or drugs or, the reservation. But we're not invited when it has to do with the big philosophical issues of the world, right? Mm-hmm. That's just an example, but it is perpetuated that way.
So once again, what was the motive behind the enslavement of Africans and Native Americans?
Greed. To put it in one word, greed. A secondary motive would be the life of luxury. In other words, that's one of the things that money can pay for, but it's interwoven with that. An old saying was that the Spaniards never came to the Americas to work. Mm-hmm. And of course, they had servants galore to do all the work for them.
So what of this idea that the African, and I must say now, I guess the Native American was lazy or shiftless? How do you see that in view of what you're saying?
Well, I think, again, it's a total myth, but it also has to do with a form of resistance as well. In other words, if you or I are forced to work for somebody else and we're not going to get paid, how hard are we going to work? We're probably going to work only as hard as we can get by with, because we're not doing it willingly, right? Mm-hmm. And there would be exceptions, but I think that's a form of resistance.
Why is this research into the color and racial conflict that engulfed Europe, the Americas, and Africa important today? What's the lesson?
Well, I think the lesson is that while many people are trying to transcend colonialism and racialism, we've had a lot of movements for justice, civil rights, to end apartheid, and decolonization attempts, and all these kinds of things. In spite of that, I wrote a poem about this in some respects.
Let's hear it now.
No, please. I can't recite it, but it has to do with the third world after 30 years. And one of the things that why we have to understand this is because acquiring political independence doesn't mean that you're psychologically or economically liberated. You may become politically liberated in the sense of the structure of government, but your mind is still possessed in many ways by the colonial system that controls you. And economically, your assets may be owned by people from the outside. So one of the things that we do is understand how systems of oppression and pecking orders will be taken over by the oppressed and perpetuated even after independence, and sometimes going on.
I'll say that again. Say that again.
Okay. In Spanish ex-colonies in Latin America, for example, the Spaniards have been gone since the 1820s.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are, almost year 2000, almost 180 years later, and yet almost identical, oppressive, hierarchical systems continue to exist, ruled substantially by the same people that were running them when the Spaniards were here, right? Now, how is that maintained? It's maintained because of disinformation, because the people who are being oppressed don't know what we're talking about. They're manipulable. They can be manipulated because they don't know the history of their own oppression. And so that's, to take it into other areas, that would be one of the big reasons why we have to understand this.
What would you say to Native American and African people around the globe about their past and their future?
Well, I think that we have to realize that we all belong to the only race that exists, and that's the human race. I think we have to realize that the concept of races was developed by white racists, and that concept is not based upon going out and looking at all the people in the world. It was developed by just sitting in their studios and thinking about it and coming up with 3 races or 5 races or 6 races or whatever they wanted to come up with. And the reality of human beings out there is that we're 95 to 96% identical. We're only 2 or 3% different in terms of our characteristics. That's all that separates all the people in the entire globe. There's only one human race. And the variations that exist between us are infinite in their complexities and shading into each other. And over all these many tens of thousands of years we've existed, we've intermarried and intermixed with each other and then separated again and come back again in very complex ways. So we're all kin in one degree or another. And I think that counts. But at the same time, we have to respect each other's uniqueness as well. And that extends not only to what we call ethnic groups, but to families. We have to recognize that there may be a family who is part African, part Irish, and part Cherokee, and they might want to recognize every one of their ancestries. Another family might want to emphasize the Native American. Another might want to emphasize the African. And then we have to respect each other in those differences, while at the same time taking pride in realizing that unique heritages enrich human life. We like to have different cultural heritages because they give us different kinds of music and different kinds of foods, art and so on, to make our lives richer and more beautiful.
Now, what about that European dominance there that hangs over all of this? How do you see that?
It's also the dominance of the state. And I think we have to keep that in mind, that very often it's the state, such as the French state, that wants all French people to speak Parisian French, doesn't really want people to be speaking Basque or Bretagne. And even over here, it's the state that manipulates the differences a lot. So changing the people, I think we've made good progress there in the beginnings, at least. But we also have to think about decentralizing governments so that they have less power to manipulate us as well.
How much of this history of the brutal enslavement of Native Americans do you carry with you?
Well, I suppose I carry quite a lot with me, as do a lot of Indian people, carry these kinds of things. Each for their own tribe as well as for Indian people in general. And it's, of course, one of the reasons why there is alcoholism among Native American people and things like that. A friend of mine was suggesting that one of the things that Indian people have never really had is a kind of a way to overcome the sorrow of conquest, the sorrow of being conquered. Of course, some people don't really want to acknowledge it. There are people that just try to, you know, pretend that it never happened. And of course, there were some native groups that were not technically conquered militarily. They were just kind of overwhelmed bureaucratically. But they tend to end up being treated the same way, even if that's the way it happened. So there's a certain element in Native American personality among many groups particularly that just never has quite been right since the tribes were shattered. And of course, for some, it's even worse things happened.
Now, when you hear about the alcoholism,
so you see where he talks about the tribes being overcome, you know, the bureaucrats, you know, bureaucratically, like they were overwhelmed. Talking about when people started to leave their communities because they could make a better life for themselves outside of the tribal communities. You know what I'm saying? So this would be, for me, for my family, would be my grandmother's generation. They was the ones who left from the community, moved into the city per se. You know what I mean? Because there was more opportunities. So this is when he talks about the bureaucratic being overwhelmed. Like these cities growing up right around you. You used to have the biggest store on the block. Now, next to you is Walmart. You know what I mean? You the mom and pop store. They ain't really move you out. They just overwhelmed you. And you couldn't even compete no more. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what happened in terms of our communities. Our communities couldn't compete with these bigger communities no more. And people just started slowly leaving. Some people retained the teachings and the identity, and others just blended in and became African Americans. You know what I mean? But for people who are trying to really understand how we got to where we got, it's not as simple as all these people be trying to make it. They came here, conquered us, raped your grandmother, blah, blah, blah. No, it's way more intricate than that. Ain't trying to bust nobody's bubbles, but ain't no pure blood. Indian, Aboriginal is only in reference to the people that were here when they arrived. So if there was African tribes, if there were African communities here, when they arrived, they identified them as indigenous. You know what I mean? That was that, simple as that. But I know when I look at my Indian ancestors, you know what I mean? Like, they didn't look like African people. You know what I'm saying? That's not to say they weren't people of color. Obviously, they were enough to be labeled Negro. You know what I mean? But they're definitely different people. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I look the way I look. Me and my family look the way we look, because even before we would have interbred with somebody who might have come via the African slave trade, my Indian ancestors initially intermixed with people from Europe who are of African descent. So there's already a mixture going in there. So yeah, like phenotype and base and everything, that's why we say like it ain't about phenotype. And that's why when y'all look at these Europeans, you go, they follow Indians because they white. Nah, they just went through the same process. They just went through it the other way. They intermingled with nothing but white folks more recently. You know what I'm saying? Simple as that. That's why they look the way they look, but they can trace their genealogy back to real Indians. Like Indians, the same Indians that, you know what I mean? They just look the way they look now. It was a process for that. So basing everything on how you look now and trying to identify yourself as look-alike with something and empowering yourself, that's not what's going to do it. And it's not even in the spirit of what indigenous culture is really about.
Problem among Native Americans, you never hear this reason, this angle that you're now discussing.
No, it's popular now to say that people have a gene for alcoholism or something like that. You know, I still believe that it's that our social cultural realities have a lot to do with these kinds of problems, not just genes. But in any case, I think a lot of the alcoholism has to do with the difficulty of looking around at a world in which your people are still oppressed. For example, we can't even protect Native American burials in some places. We can't get Native American skeletal remains returned to the earth from museums and things like that. It's a start is being made. We can't protect the place names for sacred mountains. In some places, Indian people can't protect their right to pray at places of worship. The National Park Service wants to build a platform so that tourists can come in and watch Native Americans in their vision quests and that kind of thing. I mean, it's a continual battle on many fronts, you know. But that's another story.
How do you, as a Native American, feel about living in a country that once belonged to your people?
Well, I think that many Native people feel that they are the landlords, the custodians of the land, even though unrecognized. This has often been a slogan in more militant Indian movements, that we are the custodians of the country. So you have kind of a feeling that we have a responsibility to try to do everything that we can to care for this part of Mother Earth, even though we don't politically control it, even though we've been driven from traditional home areas, that in a spiritual sense, it still belongs. But there's a tremendous sadness, too, at seeing things inundated and destroyed, which is a continuous process in this country, you know. It's not something that stopped some years ago. It still goes on. And you see, reservations are still, in effect, being made smaller today, primarily through the process of leasing lands to large mineral extracting corporations and other outfits that come in and tear it up for the coal that's underneath and take the water away and so on and so forth. So that it's a process that has not ended. It's still an ongoing process.
In 1992, this country plans to celebrate Columbus's so-called discovery of the New World. How do you see this planned celebration?
Well, I think one has to compare it immediately with the visit of Marco Polo to China, which, as you know, preceded Columbus's voyage by a few decades. And no one claims that Marco Polo discovered China. They don't celebrate Marco Polo Day in China or Europe or Hong Kong or any place else that I know of. And of course, one of the reasons for that is because the Chinese, you know, are still in possession of their own country, and the Europeans didn't get a good foothold there. If they had, they'd probably be celebrating Marco Polo Day. So what that tells us, I think, is that Columbus Day is part of the ritual of colonialism. It's part of the ritual of imperialism. The conquerors, as long as they're maintaining their empire, they can't be completely ashamed of what they've done. They can't completely disown it, because if they do, they have to dismantle their empire, or at least make serious moves in that direction. So I think Columbus Day is part of that celebration. Now, in a way, it is a mistake in a certain sense for Northern Europeans, who are basically of British and German ancestry, to celebrate the activity of somebody who was from the Mediterranean. But since it is the first in white penetration they know of. They seize upon that. And they wanted to call the United States Columbia at one time. And I suppose that's where District of Columbia comes from. They didn't, so that's what D.C. gets left with, unfortunately. But the whole idea of calling a country Columbia, which some of our brothers down in Latin America do, is a gesture to the conquest, you see. It's a recognition and applauding the conquest or the genocide.
So yeah, that's just man, very insightful. Yep. Each story of every family is unique, and the verse as a fingerprint. Absolutely. And all the stories come together. See, this is the thing about our stories, right? We all have unique little elements of our stories, but they're still all based on, like, we have a lot of similarities. So I can talk to other families who have the same experiences, and though they're not identical, there'll be so much of them that we can relate to, like, and it'll be little things that we know it's authentic conversation. You know what I mean? It's just little nuanced things. But when you start having these conversations on top of what you've extracted from these books, and understanding that what you get from these books are their records, their documentation of an event that they partook in, but it's from their perspective, right? When you can start balancing all these things now and be grounded in something, you can start to have a better understanding of what you came through, what you survived, what your people, you know what I mean, who they are, and what you really are entitled to as a people. You know, talk about the indigenous, rights of indigenous people and self-identification and all that. Yeah, it don't matter what, like, we have all types of backgrounds, right? Whatever you identify with, whatever your spirit calls for, you have the right to identify with that, right? Not based on what you have more of a physical connection to. What community you come from? How does your parents raise you? You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of those things have a lot to do with it. So there are people who just come from traditional communities and they was raised in that traditional way. There's others that come from different communities. It's whatever you choose to follow. So if you choose to follow your, Native American, Indigenous American culture, that's for you, and can't nobody deny you of it. But you have to do it the right way, because when you start stepping into that realm, there's really a great law. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't come in there making up things as you see them. People are like, oh, they don't accept us. Yeah, but if you come with the truth, they have no choice to accept you. And when I say accept you, I just mean the truth. You know what I'm saying? This is why, like, a lot of people out here teaching you things that's really just going to separate you from your truth. They're teaching you to hate people. They're teaching you to not accept the truth. They're teaching you a lie. And whether they know it's a lie or not, don't change the fact that it's a lie. So now you get into conversations where you think you're the original. These people can't even tell you their story, but they're gonna tell you the original Indian and the other ones is fakes. Man, leave all that alone. Get to know your story. Don't worry about nobody else's. Start talking about $5 Indians. If that shit ain't in your family, you got too much homework to do for yourself to be worried about a $5 Indian. Let's see in your blood, you know what I mean? Let's see in your bloodline. Because I mean, you don't even have, like, this is the thing. You don't even have to go to nobody outside of your community. Because, you know, once you understand how it works, and you get an understanding for the culture, for Indian culture, native tradition, like I tell you, like the great law, the clan system, if you understand that, like, you don't need nobody permission. You could use these tools to connect yourself to what it is you claim to be and be that and live it. That's it. Now, if you want to check, you gotta go through you gotta jump through the other hoops. Yeah, but the people that you're gonna go to learn from, yeah, of course, but that's anywhere. You gotta go to anybody with respect. You know what I mean? And that means, you know, not feeling like you entitled to something. You know what I mean? Everything that we've been through make us feel like we should be entitled to this shit. You know what I mean? But you still got to come with the character. You know what I mean? They say we gotta save the Indian, kill the nigga to save the Indian. We gotta do that shit. You know what I mean? A lot of that ego and that entitlement come from that. You know what I mean? We want our land back. Like, I don't agree with that, because the land ain't went nowhere. We want control of our land, but, like, truthfully, we belong to the land. You know what I'm saying? Like, we want to restore our proper relationship with the land. And we can't do that with, you know, how they control things. That's a better way of putting it. Like, you know what I mean? We want to restore our relationship with the land, because they've cut us off from that. But our land's still there. They just got fences up. Yeah, so I don't know. Hondo, you got anything you want to add on?
I totally support everything you just said. Um, like I said before, it's always important to, look into where you're from. And do research. That's the thing. Like, a lot of the people that say those things, like you said, people can't tell you their story. That's because they don't, and can't be mad at them all the time, because half of them don't even know where to begin to look. You know, so
Mm-hmm.
usually I hold a lot of animosity toward people and all that, but I'm changing my viewpoint, and trying to be a bit more compassionate. You know, because there was a time when I didn't even know where to look, but you start to ask questions. Ask questions. Go to people that have done the work before,
Yeah.
and you know, you get with those who know, and then you will know. When you know better, you do better.
Absolutely. When you
But
know better, you do better.
I
Absolutely.
wish a happy journey to all those people that take these words of wisdom that you're you know so graciously sharing, and I hope that they find what they're looking for. I hope they're able to reconnect. I hope to see them around the fire one of these days. You know, and I just wish better days to everyone. That's all I have to say. Happy Sunday.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think people better work together better when we start doing away with some of these, like I said, colonial ideologies and concepts. You know what I mean? Certain conversations just have no real purpose when you're trying to navigate your way back to who you really are. And a lot of those conversations are designed to take us off that actual path that's going to connect you with your people. Um, so yeah, it's a lot of wisdom out here, and I've been reluctant to share it with people, because people have been really on the whole Aboriginal, Indigenous, the Black Indian, and the Mongolian, and they don't want to hear nothing. But it's a lot of elders that come from those nations that got so much wisdom that they can share and got, you know what I mean, and speak about the old ways. And it's not that they speaking directly about your people, but the reason why people will say, oh, it's others trying to steal their culture is because there's a basic overall indigenous, like Native American culture. Like it's kind of, but every group based regionally and things of this nature have different nuances about it. But like, as people get deeper and deeper in it and start to shed all these this miseducation, you're gonna see that we all connected, we all got a similar root. So of course you're gonna see people in the Eastern Woodlands doing similar things that you're gonna see people doing in Eastern Europe. But there's a reason for that. And the more you get into the history and understanding the culture, it's gonna jump right off the page on you. But you gotta really start to get into understanding the cultures. So when you're reading these books, and there's certain things that they'll reference, you'll have more knowledge of what they're referencing, and you'll really get it. Just like I know that the conversation about Pocahontas's heirs claiming something based on any indigenous Indian law is fraudulent because her grandchildren would have been of a European clan, and they would have been entitled based on the clan laws, like they would have been entitled to that. So the conversation that people are having about, oh, they trying to deny people, like it's certain things. When I hear people say, oh, they're a descendant of Pocahontas, I know that they're not talking about being a direct descendant. They probably mean that they one of the relatives of Powhatan, because he had mad kids. It don't mean that they come from Pocahontas's line. See what I'm saying? And then people start arguing, oh, did she say that she said she a descendant of Pocahontas? And they start arguing, no, they're talking about family member. Now we have a common ancestor. Yeah, go ahead.
The thing with the name Pocahontas, people think that Pocahontas was one person. Pocahontas was not a name per se; it was a title.
It was a location.
That's what
title and a location. Yeah, something about had to do with a flower by a river.
Right, and that's
beautiful flower between two rivers or something like that.
Yeah, and that was also a term of endearment that Powhatan would bestow upon the beloved women of his family, and namely his wives or his daughters, things of that nature. So there were a number of Pocahontases. I even have a woman that was called Cleopatra Pocahontas. That's supposedly my, I don't know, 10th great grandmother or something. And you know what I mean? Out of the Powhatan Confederacy. So you may be a descendant of Pocahontas, but you're not a descendant of that Pocahontas.
That Pocahontas, yeah. Yep. And and the point is, like, the more you say you're Indian, I don't know who you waiting on to press go. I don't know what video you waiting on to activate. You know what I mean? If you that, start moving in the direction, but do it respectfully. Start learning the basic tenets of things so you can remove yourself from conversations that aren't going to do nothing for you. I call them the rubber plant in a real forest. Right now, there's a lot of rubber plant. We standing in a real forest, and there's rubber trees. These trees look good. They look just as good as the real trees. You know what I mean? But the point is, when you come back in a year, those rubber trees have not grown, nor have they bear any fruit. And all the other trees around them are going to be taller. And you're going to look and say, damn, that tree ain't real. Look, ain't no fruit. This shit ain't even growing nothing. And that's what a lot of these conversations are. Flat earth, rubber plant, and a real forest. got you talking about something that you could never get a conclusion to. You know what I mean? Where we come from first. You'll never have a definitive answer for that. It's a rubber plant in a real forest. It bears no fruit. And we've been having those conversations, right? Battles over religious conversations. It's not gonna bear any real fruit. What's gonna bear real fruit is knowing that, okay, we figured this shit out. This is what they did. Now let me worm my way back. You know what I mean? So I can really know who I am and how to protect myself. Simple as that. Because everybody, there's got to be a remedy for everybody. If you exist, that means your bloodline been here since the beginning of time. So there's got to be a remedy somewhere for your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't know who your people are, it's got to be a remedy. You just got to put everything in place and figure it out. And once you start seeing things for what it is, you'll figure it out. If your tribe is no longer active, you'll see how to put yourself back in a space where not only are you active in your community, the people in your community are starting to identify you as that again. You know what I'm saying? You're doing business. You're doing business with the federal government. You know what I'm saying? All these things, and over a period of time, you done left a evidence that you are an active community, interacting with the communities around you. All these communities identify you, and you're not asking for no money because people want to get paid to be Indian. I'm telling you, that's what it really comes down to. People want to get paid to be Indian. And that's not, if you really want the culture, you don't need the government, the federal government, to start observing the culture. And you figure like this, if you move to France, if you live in France, you're going to adapt to their culture. You know what I'm saying? So as the tribes start to become more relevant, you know what I mean? And they start to take their territories back, if you in them territories, you're going to have to observe the culture on some level. You know what I mean? Just to be in cohesion with the people. So as the people start learning their languages, you're going to have to learn some type of language just to be a part of the communities. Like if that's what's happening and the people are taking their stuff back, we don't got to wait for them to institute that. We don't got to wait for the school systems to start teaching our stuff. You know what I mean? We can start doing it ourselves, and you know how they call it land acknowledgement, right? Whatever territory you in, you should at least know how to say the name of that territory in that language so you can acknowledge that land. Start vibrating on the frequency of that land, been vibrating on for thousands of years. Learn how to speak to that land in the language. You ain't got to be fluent, but just, you know what I mean? Move in that space. You know what I mean? Then you can start going to events around them people, and you ain't got to come into those events talking about, I'm the original Indian. All you got to do is come in there and be humble and speak to them in their language. See what happens. It's this white dude, he speak fluent, maybe Mandarin or some one of them Chinese languages. And he goes into different Chinese stores and he speaks to them in their language. And then people they want to exchange numbers with him. One lady said, "You're Chinese," just because he could speak the language. She's like, "Oh no, you Chinese." So it's going to be the same way if you go to other people and show interest to their culture. Even if you're not that, they're going to want to share with you. So why would you think Indians would want to share with you if you got Indian ancestry? It's just how you approach them. If you approach them like, you owe me, I'm the real Indian. Oh no, it's going to be problems. You know what I mean? If you go in there humble, acknowledge your history, they're not going to deny you. And know who you're going to. If you really serious about interacting with tribes, go seek out the leadership in them tribes. Don't go seek out the the drill rappers from the tribe. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not who you want to establish any type of communication with. You want to go seek out somebody who's reasonable, you know what I mean, who has an understanding of the history, and go speak with them. Things will be a little different. But
I'm gonna drop the link again. Anybody else want to come up? The link's in the chat. Got another video I could play. Or just an audio. But I'll drop that in a minute. So there was a Cleopatra clan in North America on the East Coast. Yeah, that go back. Yeah, I believe the Cleopatra clan is a European clan. They descendants of Europeans. They were part of a treaty. They was a part of a treaty. Yeah, that's what the Central Park, that got something to do with that. The obelisk. Yeah, that's the Cleopatra. That represents, I believe, what we call certain white people, but not the cannibals. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, all the information is out here. It's just the perspective in which we view things and how we go into. It's like how we enter into a classroom already determines what you're gonna get out of it. You know what I'm saying? So I just see a lot of people out here, like they sending people into classes with weaponized, you know what I mean? They're sending them in there with pen and pad to take notes and to get the best part. They're sending them in there to wait for, go pounce on them as soon as they say something that might not be correct or might be against what you want. Jump on them. You know what I'm saying? And that's really no way to learn. Like, because some people might be really teaching and they might be in error. You know what I mean? Like, I know I ain't been right about everything. I just said some shit like, nobody bring that up. But then if you do bring it up, I'm gonna be able to speak to it. I'm gonna be able to speak to where my mind was at the time and why I even sometimes some things I might have said out of spite. You know what I mean? Yeah, nigga, we all came from Africa. Like I've yelled at people, oh, we all from Africa, just out of spite, because I knew at that point in time in that argument that would make somebody upset. And I've moved away from that. Like I don't want to interact with people like that. But that's something I put out there. Somebody could easily clip up and be like, you said we was all from Africa. I got the clip. And then they show it and it's really all taken out of context. Like, man, I'm being sarcastic. When I say we all come from, like, people have really said that I said my family comes from Africa. And I'm like, so how did you skip me saying my family is Lenape? Lenape migrated from the northwestern part of the United States, which is associated with the Bering Strait. World history says humanity came out of Africa, primarily the Homo sapiens sapien. We're all Homo sapiens sapiens. So how does that get turned into my family comes from Africa? You know what I'm saying? But that's how people are interpreting information, because they're already going into a room, how they say, with their hearts hardened. They already set on what they want. And that's how people are dealing with genealogy and all this other shit. They just, it's like, you know what I mean? It's not mathematics. They're giving you like an algebra question where they've given you the answer and one part of the formula. They gave you the answer and the formula in two elements, and one element. And you're trying to figure out what between A and Z, what got you there, when really you should just be walking from A to B to C to D. And then you're going to find out in your journey, like with sports, right? It ain't the championship, it's the journey. You know what I mean? That's where all the memories are. It ain't getting there, it's the journey on it. That's where all the character is built. That's where everything that makes you who you are
That's where you gather all these tools, medicine, and place in your bag. So when you get like your journey is your fulfillment. You know what I mean? And that's just one leg of your journey, but that's the shit you gotta be doing. You gotta be adding shit to your bag. You know what I mean? So you can continue to move forward. But as you add shit, you gotta make room by getting rid of other shit. And there's so much stuff in there that ain't yours. That take me back to the whole file thing. The shit in your brain ain't your files. They all English files. So they got your mind booby trapped. You don't even know what words really mean. Yeah, Cleopatra's Needle, yup. Yeah. So, yeah, you gotta pull all that shit out your brain so you can truly think and take the stuff in as it comes. You know what I mean? Because these people, when I say these people, I'm just, hurt people. Everybody want attention. Everybody needs some type of, pat on the back. And they do what they can to get that attention. And that's understandable because, at some point we all got to deal with some trauma and shit. Everybody traumatized. Fortunately for me, I know what my trauma is. I learned early in my life. You know what I'm saying? I knew what my trauma was early. I didn't have to figure myself out. I had to figure out how to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Some people still trying to figure out their trauma. They don't even know they traumatized and they living in that shit. Then they trying to have regular life experiences and they living in trauma, which is going to affect everything. It's going to affect how you perceive people even seeing you. Shit going to affect how somebody say something about you. It'll really affect how you feel about yourself, even though you know the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And we all, we all victim to that. You know what I'm saying? That shit, I was yelling and screaming last week over this girl up here lying about me and shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, everybody go through that shit. I'll tell you what, I won't do that shit again. And that's not to say I won't talk about it. I ain't gonna be calling her no B word. I got that shit out of my system. You know what I'm saying? But I know my truth and I'll speak on it at any time. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the truth. I don't got no problem with the truth. I don't got no problem with being wrong. I got a problem with not learning from being wrong. Ain't no room to grow if you're right. When you're wrong, you could grow. That gives you space to grow. And when you're mixing down music, you drop it to -3 decibels, -3 dB. Why? Because that raises the ceiling. That gives you more room for error. So the frequencies don't pass the, peak and distort. You know what I mean? So that's a philosophy in life. Something I took from engineering. Like this is something I can apply in life. You know what I'm saying? It's how you resettle things. Make room for error. Yeah, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna old Jack got another one. I'm gonna share this, and we're gonna go see what happens from here. Let's see.
This program features one of the nation's leading scholars on indigenous rights, Dr. Jack Forbes.
Let us find our unknown foreparents, our ancient grandmothers, our ancient grandfathers in our houses of thatch and grass and skin and earth, in the clay and stones of our mother's body, and honor them with the songs of our deeds. As we seek justice, we seek them out. As we create beauty, we honor them. As we liberate the world in which we live, we liberate them. As we end the suffering of people today, we give meaning to the suffering of all those, our relations, who have given us this life. Tepilahapa.
Dr. Jack Forbes is a professor and former chair of the Native American Studies Department at the University of California at Davis. He co-founded DQ University, California's only intertribal Chicano college. In addition to being a social anthropologist, Forbes is a poet and the award-winning author of numerous publications. He received the 1997 Before Columbus Foundation's American Book Award for Lifetime Achievement, and his latest book is titled Red Blood. In the following talk given February 7, 1998 at the Southwest Museum in Los Angeles, Dr. Jack Forbes talks about relations and the little-known shared ancestry between indigenous native peoples of the Western Hemisphere and the peoples of Africa.
I want to begin with just...
All right, so real quick, this is another interview where he's going to go a little bit more into detail about the relationships between the indigenous people here and the groups that initially came over from Europe as servants or indentured slave servants, or as slaves, as they would say. But you understand that slaves is it was a corporate term then. It wasn't slave as we know it.
With just a few words of thanks to the Creator, Kishilamocho Ke Tanitoet. That means the one who created us, great creative power.
He speaks.
That means a grandfather of us all. That means give us a good day today. Which in the Wakan means help us in the things that we're trying to do. Wanishita, Milango Sawatuk. It means I've asked for help for all of our relatives, meaning all the living things of the universe. The subject that I'm going to talk about today is one that I've been interested for a long, long time because I'm affiliated with Powhatan, Lenape people from the Virginia area, and also with Saponi people from North Carolina and several other groups in that region who are people, generally speaking, of mixed ancestry today. Many of them have African ancestry. And so I, at a very early time, got interested in the subject of the relations between the native people of this hemisphere, the American race, and people of the African race from the African hemisphere. I'm going to begin my presentation today with a poem that I wrote in about 1982, a poem for some friends in England. I wrote this in England. I had a lot of Jamaican friends over there, going to school at the University of Warwick at the time where I was a Fulbright professor. And so I wrote this poem about the subject of this talk. Jamaica, home of Taino people, of the Arawak family. It is recorded in history. Peaceful and happy people living according to the laws of the Creator. Loving people in paradise, it is said, and then the serpent entered. And it is recorded the murders, the enslavement, the disease brought by the all-consuming soldier ants of Spain. And then was Jamaica swept into European history. In the use of flesh, the Spaniards excelled in their time, sending Tainos from Jamaica to Honduras, Guatemala, Cuba, and Boyo, Haiti, depopulating, selling golden skins instead of golden ore, mining human hearts and casting silence. But in the forest and the mountains, free Taino people lived independently. And to the Blue Mountains in 1601, the Spanish soldiers went searching, went looking for Indians hiding out, and the Blue Mountains did not yield up their Arawak cimarrones. And it is said that the Taino disappeared from the soil of Jamaica, from the mountains of Jamaica, from the rivers of Jamaica, but it is not so. They are hiding yet. And the hurricane, the spirit Urukan, the Taino spirit, sweeps Jamaica as before. And the Taino are hidden yet, now with black and red-brown skins and nappy hair or dreadlocks, yes, and long wavy strands. They are hidden, these Taino, but they are in Jamaica yet.
It is recorded, yes, it is said also that the Spaniards had children born of Taino women, and these ones, mestizos, musties, they are called, lived on, recording with the female line their race. And yes, it is known African men with few women of their own kind found wives among the Taino, and the red-black mixture, mulattoes they were then called, and later grifos and zambos and lobos, other names for them, they survived. They studied Jamaica's paths with Indian grandfathers. They learned Jamaica's herbs with Indian grandmothers and dreamed of freedom. The invasion of the English, another wave of vipers, loosened the gate a notch, and the pure-blood Indians and the red-blacks, the Africans, the mestizos, made common cause with desperate Spaniards against the new oppressors. The English, it is recorded, with money and guns and ships, had their way along the coast, but in the Blue Mountains it was not so. The mountains where Tainos, red or black, knew the trails, the springs, the secrets. And the Spaniards, it is recorded, lost their courage and fled. But the Blue Mountains were not silent, knowing the dreams of Taino spirits, of Taino people now called Maroons, now turning black, it is said, now reddish black to better hide from new oppressors. At the center, in the middle along the spine, Jamaica took into its flesh the runaways, the freedom seekers, the irreconcilables, the Taino spirit, the African spirit, and made it one, made it Jamaican. And the African Taino Maroons, it is reported, some mestizos, some mulattoes, some pure-blooded Arawak, some pure-blooded African, some speaking Spanish, some speaking Coromantee, fought on together, becoming the new flesh of Afro-Taino, Jamaica. And it is said they fought so well that the English in desperation let some become free settlers along the coast. Let some become, it is recorded, the free people of color. But others, the irreconcilables, still joined by new Africans, joined by new Indians, fought on to be forever the Maroons. The British Empire, always expanding, dealt in many kinds of flesh. A butcher shop of cuts. Mosquito Indians from the coast of Nicaragua, so much a pound. Spanish Indians from anywhere, so much a serving. Indians from New England, Virginia, and the Carolinas sent to join Africans from Angola to Senegal, and Malay types from Madagascar, and then the coolies from Asia, more new meat for Jamaica's pot of stew. And on the face of Jamaica, the overproud English smeared new foreign names, but the sacred names, like the spirit, survive. Wayamo, called Port Royal. Watibacoa, now Old Harbor. Kawaya, called Passage Port. Liwani, now Kingston. Maima, called St. Anne's Bay. Yawabe, now Minho. And on the north coast, Baikani of the Palms, and Wareo, Awakadiba, Aomakike, and Waiwata. And on the south coast, Wabayara, Maimona, Yama, Amaya, and Sautaka. And shall the day come when Jamaica's own true names will smash the rough, the suffocating dust of colonialism. And today it is seen that many Jamaicans look homeward to fathers from Africa. And it is good, for is it not taught that one should honor one's father and not forget? But it is also said, do not forget to honor Mother Jamaica and the long-lost grandmothers whose spirits caress the blue mountains and of a night roam the forgotten graveyards of ancient straight-haired ancestors. Whether one in 16 parts or one in 64, no matter. The Taino spirit, the red Indian blood, still lives on. It has spread once again to the four quarters of Jamaica. Thin it is, but tight as good hard twine, a strong strand in Jamaica's unbroken web of history. Can one lose an atom of one's flesh, a nucleus of one's body, and still be the same? Arawak atoms still pulsate now to African drums, and in the earth of Jamaica, and in the living mantle of Jamaica, and the flesh of Jamaica, that which even the Spaniards could not annihilate still lives, and in the dust under the trees, Taino whispers are vibrating on Ethiopia's lips. Well, I didn't realize it when I wrote that poem, but that poem kind of summarizes in many ways the history of the Caribbean region. And that's why I decided to read it today. And I'll explain that in a moment a little more clearly, how that happens on almost every island to one degree or another. And in different patterns, it happens elsewhere along the coastal zones of Venezuela and Colombia, and the Central American areas, and even in the United States. Now, the subject of Native Americans and African relations is one that is generally been overlooked, although some people have begun to get into it. And there's been a lot of confusion about it because many people of part Native and part African ancestry have simply been labeled Negro or Black in the past. And the result of that labeling has been, of course, that the subject itself has often been lost. People like Crispus Attucks, for example, is usually categorized in most history books as a black man, whereas in fact his mother certainly was Native American. His name, Atuk, is from my language. It means deer. And he lived in an Indian community, was raised in an Indian community. Now, not to downgrade his African ancestry at all, but he's simply a complex person who's both Indian and African. Paul Cuffey, another famous New Englander, often...
So you see, this was a common mix going back to the time of the Revolutionary War. You say Crispus Attucks was the first person to die in the Revolutionary War. He was of African and Indian descent, but he grew up with his Indian community. Therefore, he identified as being an Indian, even though Europeans clearly identified him as being African, because that's what they told us he was, a Negro, a black man. But he was clearly a mixture of the two, but he was brought up in the Indian culture. So the stuff we're talking about, it's not no new phenomenon. And all these other Western tribes know this. And the ones that don't are the youth. So they're just speaking from ignorance. Or the ones who have really political agendas. You know what I mean? And they don't want those of us that are still in our territories to be identified as such, because then that will in turn give us some type of leverage in our particular areas that they eventually would like to utilize by coming back to the areas. So it's a lot of political things going on. But people absolutely know that this went on since they got here, since colonization started.
Often is also regarded today as black. But again, Paul Cuffey was the son of a black father named Kofi and a Native American mother. He married a Native American woman. He had many Native American relatives whom he went around with through much of his life. He called himself by various different names during his life, which is one thing perhaps I'll mention again later on. But there are many, many individuals who are of mixed Native and African ancestry, and it is a subject that is now coming into its own, because today we're becoming more and more conscious that human beings need to be dealt with as they really are, and not as racism has decreed that they should be. I mentioned in my book, Africans and Native Americans, a painting which is found or was painted in the Netherlands in 1645 by a Dutch artist named Jan Steen. Some of you have perhaps seen that painting. I believe it's in a museum in the Soviet Union or in Russia. I'm a little bit out of date. This painting depicts the marriage of a person of African ancestry with a person of Dutch ancestry. But at the same time, immediately in the painting, very clearly, there is a man looking on of Native American ancestry. Now, how did it come about that Africans and Native Americans were in the Netherlands of 1645, and in many cases marrying Dutch women at that time? Well, a lot of the Native Americans who were in Amsterdam then actually came from Brazil. There may have been a few who were from Netherlands, from New York area, undoubtedly, some coming from Aruba and other Dutch colonies, but the greatest number came from Brazil. Many of you may not know that the Dutch had quite extensive contact with Brazil, which, if I have time, I'll mention more extensively later on. But they brought a lot of native Brazilians home to Amsterdam, some of whom were supposed to be trained as Protestant ministers. A few did return, in fact, and started Protestant groups among the native Brazilians in that area of South America. But others remained in Amsterdam. There were so many of them that it was reported that they had their own synagogue there. Probably not a Jewish synagogue, but rather probably a Calvinist meeting hall of some kind. Well, in any event, we have to now take on the task of getting away from what I call, or have called, the white hub in scholarship. The white hub, which has distorted the history of the Americas, is an approach to research where the white people occupy the central role in everything. And the only time one looks at black people, for example, is when they are interacting with white people. The only time you look at Native Americans is when they're interacting with white people. The only time that you look at Mexican Americans is their interaction with the dominant society, and so on and so forth. Everything is around the hub of what white people are doing, or English-speaking white people at least, what they are doing. Now that has served to distort the fact that all of the other peoples living in the Americas have had very, very important relations with each other. Sometimes quite independently of what's going on in the European or white world. It is important to also to understand that many of the contacts that may have happened between Native Americans and African Americans may have preceded European contact with the Americas. I'm writing a book right now on European visits by Native Americans at very early dates, including as early at least as 50 BC. One of the reasons Columbus was inspired to travel west from Spain with a certain knowledge that he would reach another land was because in Galway, in approximately 1477, Galway, Ireland, he met a very impressive Native American man and a Native American woman who had arrived in Galway, Ireland from the west, from what he thought was Catayo or Cathay, but which is probably Kithane, which in our language means the ocean, the Great Sea. But he met these two people there in 1477. They had arrived probably on a couple of dugouts tied together to form a raft, judging from the description. And he writes about this in his own handwriting. But there are many, many other visits long before that. And some of them reach the west coast of Spain and other areas which suggest they might have possibly also drifted down to the Canary Islands and elsewhere following the predominant currents, and from there also perhaps reached to Africa. More recently, a microblade of a North American type has been found in Iceland, which is tentatively dated at 9,500 years ago, which indicates probably that native people were able to navigate from North America to the east at a much earlier date than we might have previously suspected. In any case, this is something that I'm working on now, but it indicates the possibility of very ancient contacts between Americans and people from Europe and even from Africa. Of course, there are several places in the southern hemisphere also where currents could carry people from South America to Africa. There is a southerly current that swings around in the South Atlantic and comes up the coast of Africa. There are important problems in terms of the spread of crops. For example, the banana is a very interesting one, which I won't go into, but nobody quite knows how the banana and members of the banana family spread. Certainly the pacoba, a type of banana, was in Brazil before the Portuguese arrived there in 1500. But how it got there, we don't know. There may also have been yams and a number of other species that were present in both Africa and the Americas. In addition to ancient contacts from the Americas going to Africa, of course, there is a real possibility of contacts from Africa coming to the Americas. The stone heads of the famous Olmec group in Veracruz point towards the possibility of African contacts with that region, as well as a number of other pieces of evidence that have been put together by Ivan van Sertima and other authors. This evidence, however, is not yet absolutely conclusive. For one reason, because, and this is something that many people have overlooked, is that the heads that are found in Veracruz area are not that different from the kinds of heads we find among many California Indians, for example, and also from the head shapes that we find among many Polynesian peoples, who are, in fact, of course, themselves part African in origin. So you get some people in the Polynesian area that have certain African features and so on that could very easily tie in with not only native people on the Pacific coast, but also with the Olmec heads. So I suppose that issue still remains to be settled. Perhaps one of these days, when the anthropologists collect enough DNA samples, then there might be some light shed upon that. Because as you know, there's a current belief, at least, that if someone takes a sample of your blood, that they can tell, or a hair follicle, that they can tell your direct female line, for instance, back every female ancestor in a direct line back for, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70,000 years. And there are certain distinct lines among females that, for example, there seem to have been perhaps, the last I've heard, at least maybe 7 females ancestral to all Native Americans. There are about 7 types, something like that, found among all native peoples from Patagonia, Tierra del Fuego, all the way north to the Arctic. So that, of course, makes us, as Native Americans, one big happy family in the female line, at least. We don't, but in any event, that doesn't, of course, tell the whole story of ancestry, but it might be somewhat helpful in terms of determining whether there indeed are some important African female lineages, for example, among native people in the Americas, which has not, as of yet, has not perhaps turned up. The problem with that kind of research, however, is, of course, that since so many native people in the Americas do have African ancestry since 1492, it will be very difficult to separate out the earlier female, if there is any, from the later female. The same thing can be done with male ancestry, too, in the direct male ancestral line. But then all of the rest of the ancestral lines are left unknown. It's just 2 out of possibly 1 million lines that can be discovered. The rest are unknowable at the present time. In any event, enough of that. But there is the possibility of ancient contacts between Africans and Native Americans. But of course, after 1492, we have an acceleration of contacts because Columbus, as most of you probably realize, was in the business of making money any way that he possibly could. He was a wheeler-dealer, absolutely without any kind of moral compunctions whatsoever. And one of the things that he immediately attempted to do, since he didn't find much in the way of gold, was to fill every vessel going back to Europe with indigenous slaves, beginning with Haiti, Santo Domingo, but then subsequently from other islands and from the whole Circum-Caribbean area. So that eventually the slave trade includes people who are being picked up everywhere from the coast of Florida and, of course, the entire Bahamas, all the way around the coast of Mexico and down through Central America, and then especially along the coast of Colombia and Venezuela. People are being raided all in those areas, and many of them are shipped to the West Indian Islands to replace the natives there who are being worked to death or dying from disease, but large numbers are also shipped to Europe. Columbus himself probably shipped at least 3,000 to 6,000 native people to Europe. Many of them ended up in the Canary Islands. Others were resold to the Azores. Many were probably resold from Valencia, for example, where there were a lot of native people. They were resold to Italy and other parts of Europe. So the initial slave trade in the Americas is a slave trade involving the American race. This slave trade continued on until at least the 1560s, perhaps later. Of course, as some of you probably heard, the King of Spain attempted to abolish the slave trade with the new laws of the Indies in the middle of that century, but there were many.
So let me say this real quick. So a lot of these people that are out here teaching, they act like they got a real good understanding of these things. These are the type of videos that they're watching, right? And the reason why they're not turning you on to the actual people who they're getting this information from is because the premise does not match up with theirs. So someone who has watched this video and takes the valuable information of who was first enslaved and how it happened, they use that to validate the premise that the African slave trade didn't happen. But they can't tell you about Jack D. Forbes, who is their source, because Jack D. Forbes is also going to talk about the African slave trade. So all these people that are coming with all this information and they're bringing this weird stuff to try and prove it. They're using things that don't need, like they're saying the slave trade, and how are they proving it? Because you can't find slave ships. Like, that's not proof. You know what I mean? But that's what they propose as validating their statements. But I'm telling you, these people are watching these videos and they're taking the best parts for themselves. Exactly. And they're using it as leverage against the people. And they're hitting you with this emotional appeal to your disconnection, and you've been this, and you're the original. And they're telling you all these things, but they're not going to let you see for yourself where they get this information from. So as I said, like last week, I showed a video of Meredith Quinn. A lot of valuable information that man shared, but he don't look like us, right? They would use that to deny you of listening to what these people have to say. But at the same time, they're extracting information from them to build their own thesis. And this is what all these people have done. They've taken extracts from people like Jack D. Forbes. How do I know? Jack D. Forbes was somebody that my family was reading his literature. His books was around at a young age. You know what I mean? And even when I listen to him now, I'm like, damn, I see where my path got set. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm digging him back up. Jack D. Forbes I was reading his information 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what helped me put things in perspective. So now people have discovered his work. He's going to resurface again. You know what I mean? But these are the type of sources people need to be listening to. If you're going to read books by people who are of indigenous ancestry. Let them tell you the story. Don't let what somebody's journal and Columbus's journal and his descriptions and all that be what sets the standard for what you believe to be Native history and culture. Don't let YouTube weirdos set the standards. Let people who have actually dedicated their lives. If you're going to listen to people online, you can watch documentaries, and speeches like this are going to far more edify you than watching 2.5 hours of two people debating a history and a culture that they can't even speak the language. That man introduced himself, spoke in the language. He's accredited on both sides through the school systems. He went and got his degrees. As well, he's traditional, authentic, coming from those spaces. These are the people that you can learn from. Then use your discernment to decide what applies to you and what's best for you. But don't let people tell you, oh no, we full-blooded and ain't got no African in me. All that is saying to people who know the story is, these motherfuckers don't know the story. And that's just the truth. So I'm going to continue with this, brother.
Many exceptions. One exception was that all Caribes, all Caribs, could still be enslaved. And of course, this meant that lots of people were found who were Caribs. Many other native people, including Mapuches in Chile, Apaches on the northern frontier, many others could also be legally enslaved. Many continued to be illegally enslaved as well, such as Yavapais in southern Arizona and so on. so that you have a continuing slave trade in American flesh. The Portuguese, of course, are also very active in this from 1500 on. One of the earliest individuals to reach Brazil was authorized to deal in slaves, and he undoubtedly took a great many, not only back to Portugal, but also to the Cabo Verde Islands off the coast of Africa, where he had important investments. The numbers of native slaves in Brazil are estimated by various writers in the millions. Now, many of these, of course, ended up in the sugar plantations along the coasts of Brazil, where black slaves were also, of course, being brought in at a later date. But many also were transshipped to Africa, to Portuguese colonies in Africa, such as Angola, which served as a penal colony for Brazil. And many, or their mixed blood descendants, reached Portugal and even places as far away as China. For example, a Portuguese governor of Macau was part Native American from Brazil. Undoubtedly, some Native Americans reached even Japan, either in the hands of the Dutch or the Portuguese. However, this is still to be documented. The Dutch also were very active in slavery involving Native American slaves. They at first didn't like slavery. The Dutch were dedicated to a long struggle for freedom against the Spanish, but they seized part of Brazil in 16.
So remember that at first the Dutch they weren't partaking in the slave trade, right? So you got to understand that later on we're going to talk about New Amsterdam and the Dutch. The Dutch that settled New Amsterdam these are not the same particular, let's say, it might have been the same company, but it's not the same time frame. All right, the ones that were in New York, the type of slavery that was used was it was corporate slavery. So yeah, the Dutch were slavers, but at a later point. So I just want people to keep that in mind, because there's going to be other information pertaining to the Dutch that would contrast if you don't understand the two separate periods of time and different reasonings why.
(1624), and they very shortly became involved in the sugar industry. And they found that many of the American and African slaves had fled to the interior, where they were establishing quilombos, or free republics in the interior. The Dutch found that they could no longer operate their sugar plantations unless they had new slave labor. And so they sent expeditions to conquer the Portuguese forts along the coast of Ghana, Nigeria, and Angola, and they used native.
All right, so I'm gonna speak to the Dutch. Hold on. So the Dutch company, the Virginia company, all these were companies, and the people they hired were of multiple nationalities. So when it says the Dutch came here, there were black people, there were mixed people, there were Africans, there were, people of mixed Iberian descent. It's a company that was hiring people. So when you think of the Dutch company, don't think of the Dutch. You know what I'm saying? Think of a company that hired people. The people they were hiring were primarily people of Moorish ancestry, who were Protestants, who were fleeing what was going on in Spain. Remember, the Jews and the Moors were getting pushed out of Spain. Yeah, so they came over as employees for the Dutch company, not necessarily they were Dutch people. All right. So yes, those people who we associate with being the Dutch were people of color. Yeah.
Native American soldiers from Brazil. They used both Tupi and Tapuya warriors to defeat the Portuguese in all of those places. And subsequently, the garrisons in Ghana and elsewhere were composed of native Brazilians, who, as they survived, intermarried, of course, with African women and produced a community which still exists all along the west coast of Africa, even in Lagos in Nigeria, and as well as in Ghana and so on, a community of people who trace their descent to Brazil and to Native American ancestors, as well as a diverse ancestral picture. So the Dutch are very active. They generally avoid enslaving Native Americans because they're using Native people as a part of their military forces. But they get into that, and they sell some Native people from Brazil to the French islands in the West Indies, as well as to the British subsequently in Trinidad area. The people who helped start the first sugar plantations on Barbados, for example, are Brazilian Indians who are brought in. They are free when they're brought in, but the British reduced them to slavery. Well, I hope that I'm giving you a little.
So, talked about talking about New Amsterdam, which is New York. Pardon me, the Dutch settling, and the slaves they bring in were from Brazil. So my 7-time great-grandmother was brought in from Barbados. She was described as a dark-skinned Indian woman, long hair. She was taken to, it's called Fleming Indian Plantation, what is now called Flemington, New Jersey, right? Google that. Peter Fleming, Samuel Fleming, these were some of the first settlers, right? So I know that the things he's talking about, it correlates with my family's history. And at that point in time, once the English took over, they declared a law that all workers must be imported from Barbados. So all this is in alignment with my family's experiences. Yeah, it talks about a lot. It talks about they brought a lot of South American and Caribbeans to the north. He already talked about that earlier. Like that was happening even earlier. So yeah, we had a heavy mixture up north of different Indians getting moved around. And this is where the people who they use that and they confuse that with the African slave trade. And they say the African slave trade didn't happen. It was just Indians being moved around. No, that happened too. It all happened. All these things were taking place at different points in time and had an adverse effect on multiple people in multiple areas. You know what I'm saying? So, as I said, the history is way more intricate and in depth than people give it credit for.
A little bit of the impression of the mobility of Native people in this period. Mobility brought about not voluntarily, primarily, but primarily through the slave trade.
You are listening to Indigenous rights activist and scholar Dr. Jack Forbes on Voices of Pacifica.
Yeah, the islands were used.
Most of you are already familiar with the story of the slave trade in people from Africa, and so I don't really have to go into great detail about that. Of course, as the native populations begin to diminish in Brazil, in the coastal area of Brazil, as well as in the West Indies, the Spaniards and the Portuguese, and then later the Dutch begin bringing in lots of people from various parts of Africa, primarily in the areas from Senegal to Angola, but even some from parts of East Africa, Madagascar even. At first, the Spaniards attempt to prohibit certain kind of people from coming to the Americas, such as Wolo.
So let me pause real quick. Welcome Lucky Guzman to the panel. Anything you want to say before we continue with the video? Any points you want to make?
Peace, brother. Peace, brother. I don't want to mess your build up.
No. Is there anything you want to add on before we move forward?
Nah, I'm more so trying to tap in with you on the back end. I'm a Web3 developer, blockchain and stuff like that. I'm actually working on something that pertains to the Moors. I was trying to tap in with you.
Okay, we can talk in a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna get back to this, and we can definitely we can talk a little bit at some point. All right.
For sure.
Wolof people from Senegal, who are the primary slaves that were being used in Spain at that time. And the reason for that is because they were Muslims or partly under Muslim influence. And the King of Spain didn't want any Muslims, Jews, mixed bloods, or Wolofs in the Americas. Nonetheless, of course, they did manage to get to the Americas. Well, the contacts between Africans and Native Americans, of course, intensify during this period of time, as you can well imagine. Now, because my time is short, I'm going to skip over a lot of the evidence relating to the extent of mixture, but let me just indicate some of the geographical sweep of it. African people are brought to every Spanish colony. Wherever the Spaniards went, even as far as Chile, Buenos Aires, Argentina, California, New Mexico, wherever the Spaniards go, there are always people of African ancestry. In California, for example, at least 20 to 25% of the Spanish-speaking newcomers from the 1700s on into the early 1800s were of African or part African ancestry. So wherever the Spaniards go, there are many, many Africans. In Peru, for example, lots of Africans. In Mexico, lots of Africans. Now, of course, what happens in all of these areas is that you get a tremendous amount of intermarriage between the native people, the American people, and the African people. There are several reasons for that, which are rather simple to understand, and a couple others that are a little harder to grasp. One of them is that the American males are dying off at a fast rate because of the horrible conditions of labor in the mines and other areas. In other words, the death rates are extremely high. The women tend to have slightly higher survival rates. So you get a population imbalance in the native population. Also, many women are forced to flee to the cities, such as to Lima, where large numbers of native women live by their wits, Mexico City and so on, because they can no longer make a living in the rural areas. On the other side, of course, the Africans are probably 2/3 at least male in most instances. There are relatively few African women that are brought over in the beginning, and even as the slave trade stretches out, the number of males seems to always be about 2 to 1 over females. So those are a couple of immediate factors. Another factor is, however, that during certain periods, an African male could become free by marrying a free American female. Although the king eventually nipped that in the bud, the King of Spain, there was still the possibility that if you married a free woman, that you would produce children who were free, and that they would therefore be able to work and buy your freedom. So there was always a certain advantage in having a free wife as opposed to a wife who was already a slave. And then, of course, there were formed communities that were called palenques in some areas, and the quilombos in Brazil. One of the most famous along the coast of Ecuador, where you get a very large community around Esmeraldas of people who are of mixed Black and Indian ancestry. And all along the coast of Venezuela and Colombia and down into Ecuador, you have republics established that are called republics of Zambos or Zamboigos, which is a term that the Spaniards use basically for Black Indian mixed bloods who are particularly troublesome. There are many other terms that are used, including the term mulatto. And I'll say a little bit about the term mulatto because it's so central to research about Black Native.
So real quick, before we move forward, I want you to keep noticing how he was referencing how the mixed bloods were the ones they had the most problems with. The mixed bloods. Those are the ones they feared the most. There's a Lenape chief, his name is Jim Ned. Jim Ned, he was part of a Lenape group that ended up out in Texas. I can what I'll do is I'll drop
I'll drop a link for the information about this. It talks about Texas's allies. So anyway, Jim Ned was a part of a Lenape group that was down with the United States government. So the United States government was using them to interact with the other groups that were disagreeable. So Jim Ned was the second chief. Jim Ned was he was the second chief. He was like the second chief in charge behind Black Beaver, who was the wealthiest Lenape ever. He's a fur trader. So Black Beaver had to tend to some business, and he left Jim Ned in charge of the tribe. Jim Ned was a military leader. He was one of the greatest leaders he was such a great leader that Black Beaver tried to have him killed. Now, the thing about Jim Ned was Lenape, but he was also African descent. So he was Lenape and he was African, but he was a chief. He had a bald head and he wore a turban. And it said that he was one of the greatest leaders. And basically what they said is that the infusion of the African blood, like, just enhanced him, made him, I guess the best word we could say is like the swag he had, the you know what I mean, the presence he had was far greater than any other chief he came across, you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that the same energy they talking about that they feared the most is the same energy that's what we come from. That's the people we are. We the ones they feared the most. So this whole, we not got no African in us and like it's a bad thing. Nah, you don't know what role that group played in this whole thing. They the ones that put up the most resistance. You know what I'm saying? Outside of the tribes out west that was still fighting into the 70s. You know what I mean? 60s. But then when you see our struggle, we still been fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like we the best of all this. You know what I mean? We've been through so much as people from both sides. You know what I mean? And we the combination of the two. And that's what they really fear. So everybody running away from African identity and our ancestry and do we this now. We got all this stuff in us. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it took place in these tribal lands under this spirit. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like that warrior spirit, that what raised us is this. You know what I'm saying? These are our ancestors here. They in the ground here. You know what I mean? So whether you like that whole full blood stuff, that is European. That's colonial. That ain't got nothing to do with who your ancestors are. And that's how this shit go. You know what I mean? And I got another video that's I'll show it another time, that there is even a process in which you can be placed back in a tribe, in a clan. Like all these things are a part of great law. But if you don't know it, you can't enforce the great law. Like just how law is, how if you don't know law, it could get run over you. But if you know your rights, you can stand before anybody. Well, if you know great law, the great law of peace, can't no other nation deny you that if you operating in that. See what I'm saying? It ain't up to nobody else. It's up to you. So let me get back to this video.
Native American relations. Most of your dictionaries are absolutely wrong about what the term mulatto meant and what it means. It usually says white and African, basically, European and African. However, during the Spanish Empire and also in Brazil and in the early French and English empires as well, the term mulatto did not mean black and white. In fact, overwhelmingly, the term in the Spanish Empire meant black and Indian. The only people who intermarried appreciably were blacks and Indians. There was relatively little intermarriage between blacks and whites for the first 100, probably 150 years at least.
So yeah, hold on, let me pause it there. We got some more people. I'm gonna give them an opportunity. King Native, if you'd like to speak, introduce yourself. The floor is open to you. Hello?
Yeah, I just got the email. I'm sending the email over right now, brother.
Okay. Okay. All right. So if anybody got anything they want to add on, anything before we jump back in, I just was stopping for now. If anybody had anything they wanted to add on. All right, we'll jump back into it.
So the term mulatto always remained a general term. The simplest thing we can say about it is at its simplest level, it usually means somebody who's part African, somebody who's half African, let's say, or part African. However, the other half was usually American in the beginning years. Later, people who are part European can also be covered under that term. We also find the term mulatto, however, used in some instances in the English colonies to include people who have no African ancestry, because the word mulatto was the only word available to the English until probably about the 1740s or 50s to describe mixed bloods. So any kind of a mixed racial person was a mulatto, regardless of whether they had the African ancestry. In South Carolina, they began using the term musty, which also was picked up a little bit in New York and one or two other spots, New York City. Musty probably derived from mestizo, but that's a localized term that also means black and Indian. I won't go into details about what the differences probably were between musties and mulattoes at this point. It's kind of technical research. But in any case, there are a number of words that are developed. In Brazil, for example, you have the term cafuso. Cafuso refers primarily to black Indian mixed bloods. There are a number of other terms, however, that are also used in Brazil. They become very, very refined, like tapuya amulatado. In other words, a mulatto-ish tapuya. All kinds of ways the Brazilians describe such mixed people, or people who look of that type. In the Spanish Empire, you have things from de color quebrado to pardo, morisco, lobo, as well as perhaps chino in certain areas, grifo, and of course zambo or zamboigo, and mulatto, all referring to American African mixed bloods of one kind or another. Many of these are local terms. One of the things that you have to remember about the Spanish and the Portuguese empires and modern areas too is that these terms are not genealogical terms. That is, a person who is said to be a cafuso, for example, in Brazil, is somebody who looks like a cafuso. He could have a brother who is called something entirely different. Cafuso is a person who looks part African but also has Native American features, okay? But it could have a brother or a sister who came out differently, and therefore they would have a different racial designation. In other words, the designations in the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking areas are not based upon a knowledge of ancestry, but are based primarily upon appearance or perceived social status in many, many cases. Well, in North America, we have similar things developing. All along the Atlantic seaboard, we have intermarriage between Africans and Native Americans. It begins, at least, by the 1520s. And it always shocks me that books that are still being written about U.S. history bring the first Africans into Virginia in 1619. It's an incredible misuse of historical information. In the 1520s, an expedition by a Spaniard by the name of Ayllón landed.
Chief, we'd love to have you, if you can come up, we'd love to have you to be able to add more clarity, if you have more insight on it, you know what I mean? Definitely love to have you up here. So if you'd like to, I'll drop the link again for you. So yeah, let me
Turtle.
Yes, sir.
I was interested in something you mentioned. I heard it and then I lost my thought when after you said it. What What was that you mentioned just before you started the video again?
In terms of just people identifying themselves and actually beginning to actually walk in that spirit, in that light.
Oh,
I'm not
about the
sure.
clan system.
Oh yeah, the
About
clans.
getting
Okay.
football.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think for us here on the East Coast, and you know, it rippled out later. That's where a lot of our that's what contributed greatly to our disconnect,
Yes.
especially those who have been disconnected for a long time, because some
Absolutely.
of our ancestors may have married white women,
Mm-hmm.
or you
And we might have
know,
fell out of the clan
and
system.
right, because the woman said, "Oh well, I'm white, so you don't have a clan, so you're not native anymore." And
Yeah.
so,
Well,
you
the
know,
process would have been is she would have had to been, she would have been adopted into a clan, and she would have had
right,
to learn a certain clan way. See what I'm
hmm,
saying? And a lot of the
right,
times the European women were in opposition to that. They didn't want to do that.
right,
So
because they considered us devil worshippers and
yeah.
all that.
So yeah, like there was ways to bring them in. This is just according to the Cherokee. I don't know how all the other tribes were doing it, but I would
Right.
assume it would be similar because this process
Mhm.
was also used to refilter. Like if tribe went to war and we captured 10 prisoners, those prisoners would be filtered back into the community. A woman who
Right
lost a
to
wife,
replace lives that were lost.
yeah,
Yeah.
like that's how those things would happen. And then they would become members of that man's clan, and they would have
Yes.
to learn that so they can be a part of the process. You know what I'm saying? So,
Prime example: Little Carpenter and later Dragon Canoe. That's how
mm-hmm,
they became. That's how they became Cherokee.
yep,
You know, because he was
yep,
Nipissing and Natchez. His mother, Nipissing, his mother was Natchez. You know, and
yep,
they were all captives of both.
yep. That's why when we talk about indigenous culture, people got to really have some working knowledge of how the cultures operate to even speak on it. That's why if once everybody has a real understanding of what federally recognized means and what blood quorum and are you full blood, once they understand that, they know that's not even a conversation we want to have. It's not even a part of our
Mm,
dialogue. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Like that's
right,
a whole nother construct. And if that's what you
hmm,
want, that's cool, but that's not the conversation we having.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's not the one I care to have, at least. Like I'll have that conversation when it gets to the point where, yeah, you done raised your people up so powerful, the United States want to ally with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Other than that, we're not there yet.
Mm. Yeah, I just want to touch on that, though.
What's that?
I said I just wanted to touch on that because you know.
Yeah, the clan system is like once we even learn how this stuff works, we can really learn our place. That's a conversation I was having with a Lenape from Wisconsin. He was trying to help me really understand because all he wanted to know was what clan y'all come from. Like we don't want to hear none of that stuff. What clan? What clan? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And like our systems were interrupted. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these other tribes were able to maintain their clan system much longer so they can still reach back and remember. For a lot of
Mm-hmm.
us who are products of families who are first contact families, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those that come within a certain time, they would have fell outside of their clan system, but they still would have retained the knowledge of who they are, and they still would have been
Mm-hmm.
partaking in the culture. They just would have moved out of the community and might have, fell out of the deeper aspects of the tradition. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, yeah, that was real
Gotten
common.
spiritual.
All right, so yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you probably have to set some type of I'm not sure how it works on I'm sorry, but if you can just keep adding on, then I'll definitely try to feature the things you're saying on the screen. All right. So let's get back.
lands along the coast of Chicora or South Carolina, and the Africans who are part of the expedition are able to rebel successfully. And so although the Spaniards abandoned the colony and returned to the West Indies, the Africans, or at least the bulk of them, remained.
Okay. Peace, peace, brother.
Peace.
Okay. Good to have you, bro.
Good evening. I was trying to get the joint and notification keep going, but I'm here. Peace. And for y'all that don't know me, just because we're here right now, I am Turewata Inokai, Joe Rosario Tapia, Chief Turegwa, and I'm here watching the premiere. Peace.
Okay. So real quick, let me cam up for you, Chief. Show you that respect. Peace, Chief. So I followed your work for some time now. I've seen things you do. If you could just kind of introduce yourself a little bit more in depth, just so people can really understand, who you are and what it is you've been doing.
Okay. Well, there's a lot to say there. I'm a cultural practitioner of Indigenous American Arawak culture, which is going through a self-definition, redefinition, and reconnection to many other Arawak tribes in the Caribbean. But I'm also the chief Caciquan priest king of the Sibuko Bayamon Taino tribe, which is a tribe funded in law with other tribes founded back in 2015 with the Federation of Aboriginal Nations of the Americas as a pre-colonial tribe who can trace their history and lineage back to pre-colonial time in the Caribbean for the island of Puerto Rico, contemporarily referred to as the island of Puerto Rico, but actually being Borinquen, land of the valiant and noble lord in the Arawak or Taino, a dialect of the Arawak, is foundational in a lot of these conversations based on a lot of things that happened there, that happened in South America, as Jack D Forbes is referring to. But so I'm the chief of that tribe. I'm a speaker, cultural practitioner, and professional artist and curator. So I'm also the author of a couple different books, co-author of a book called Implications and Ramifications of the Artificial Identity and Legal Chronology of the Americas, 1492 to 1968. There's editions 1 and 2. My presentation on the Spanish caste system and all the information that I have contributed to that book is there, and also some other books on urban art and my trajectory, which involves blending urban art and indigenous symbology and motifs. So I don't know what else to say, TURTLEGANG. I've been following you for a while too.
So, and also something else. So I'm gonna share with the people. So I'm Sand Hill, obviously, and our nations are treaty nations via fauna. See,
yes.
So when people talk about unity, we have a unity, right? And it's via fauna,
correct,
right? And we support each other as nations, and as the group, as the nations connect on our own terms. This is where we can begin to empower ourselves. So what they're seeing is an example of two nations coming together right now. Like, we both represent our respective nations. You know what I'm saying? And when we all can get to a point where we're sitting around representing our respective nations, like, that's when we're going to be able to unify and work towards a common goal that's going to benefit all the nations, not any one in particular. You know what I mean? And so yeah, this is just a great example. I'm glad you checked in. Now, in terms of the information that he's building on, obviously, you come from that. You know what I'm saying? So I would defer if there was things that you felt like weren't could be more accurate. You know what I mean? I definitely would like to hear the things you have to say in terms of not so much a critique, but we have to respect the people to be able to convey their own truths, their own stories. You know what I'm saying? So even though this man is a great man, he's done great things, even he might not be beyond correction if it need be. You feel me? So
definitely, most definitely, and I think is necessary because the island story and the South American and the North American story of real, actual red-blooded Americans being trafficked is different in every place that it manifested because there's different mixes of different groups of foreigners conspiring and moving and doing what they're doing in different ways in every territory. So there's a different caste system in every colony. There's a different balance and mix to how it turns into today in every single place. So those stories are very specific, but it was just really interesting. Like he was mentioning that situation with many Caribbean Indians being trafficked up and out, and the fact that like when you look at the Salem witch trials, right, in Connecticut, and you look at the situation with Tituba, the slave, which they for ever since I can remember, they was an African slave. That quote African slave was actually an indigenous Caribbean Arawak of one or another tribe, because they're also Arawak Dykes, but that's who she actually was. But a lot of the story that is very well known, that might have been, you know, very paradigm shifting, that Jack D Forbes was presenting. Also, he was presenting them at a time where that same assumption was there, that black meant African. But black doesn't necessarily mean African either. Mulatto doesn't necessarily mean African either, because there were plenty of indigenous American slaves or prisoners of war that were of dark hue, of various complexions. They were different. The Spanish, the same way as today Hispanics, quote, Latinos do it. It's not based on who your actual ancestor. It's based on your phenotype and how you look. If you just look, you're a little lighter skinned, well then you're a mestizo, as opposed to a mulatto, which is a little darker. When you're black or a Chino, just based on how you look, it doesn't actually mean that is the manifestation of those specific groups being in to be a caste designation. You know? So I just wanted to say that.
okay, appreciate you for definitely adding on. Anybody else want to add on while we are on the panel before I jump back into the video? The floor is open. Anybody wants to add on anything? All right, so we'll jump back into the video. Let me see.
In Chicora. Now, subsequently, we know that they lived because when the De Soto expedition comes into the area in 1539, 40, and so on, the De Soto expedition meets people who are of African descent. In fact, one fellow is married to a Native American queen in the border area between South Carolina and Georgia. So we know they stayed and they became integrated into the Native American communities, and their descendants undoubtedly are part of Native American communities today, except insofar as they were later re-enslaved. Of course, the big business of South Carolina after 1670 was the slave trade. South Carolina made most of its early money off of the trade in slaves. Most of those slaves were Native American slaves. They cleaned out Florida of the native population virtually, and they raided all the way to the Mississippi River, particularly victimizing the Choctaw people and carrying thousands upon thousands of Americans to the coast, where they were either kept as slaves in the developing plantation economy of South Carolina, or many of them were sold to New England and to places like Rhode Island and so on, or were sold to Barbados and other British colonies in the West Indies. So we have relatives that are scattered all over. It doesn't matter almost what tribe we're descended from, particularly if we're a southeastern tribe. We have relatives throughout the Caribbean. Almost every island some of our relatives went to or were shipped to as a part of the slave trade. In the early 1700s, about 20% of the slave population of South Carolina was Native American. Now, along the East Coast generally, the slave population of African origin, let's say from New England down to Maryland, was derived primarily from the Caribbean. So almost all the people of African descent up there have as their immediate homeland the Caribbean, not Africa, but the Caribbean. And in the Caribbean, of course, they acquired Native American ancestry there. So they may be part Taino, they may be part Guajiro from Colombia, they may be part Carib from the coast of Colombia, they may be part Mosquito from Nicaragua, they may be part Huasteca from Panuco, and so on. Panuco, they could be from many, many different tribes all around the Caribbean area. Once arriving in New England and in that area, there was also tremendous intermarriage between people of African descent and Native American communities. Almost every Native American community in New England today has some degree of African ancestry. And in, of course, the black community in New England, of course, there's Native American ancestry. A person like Lena Horne, of course, epitomizes the kind of individual coming out of New England. She's descended from Portuguese people who settled in New England, from Senegalese, African people, as well as New England Native American people. Now, from Virginia down, and especially in South Carolina, you get more direct African trade. So the vast majority of the slaves are brought in directly from Africa, not so many from the Caribbean. But it's interesting that in South Carolina, you get the largest number of Native American slaves. So what you're apt to find in South Carolina, for instance, are people who are overwhelmingly black in their physical characteristics, but actually have a lot of Indian blood as well. In New England, you're apt to find people that are more mixed and have a whole variety of different kinds of ancestry. So you cannot tell in the Americas, anywhere in the Americas, whether a person is part African or whether they're part Native American by looking at them. You cannot tell that because you may have in an individual family, as most Chicanos can testify to, you can have individuals ranging the whole spectrum, from one brother or sister who looks completely indigenous to another one who leans in the European direction, or even someone who leans to some extent in the African direction.
So yeah, just listen to what this man is saying, and this is 90s, 80s. This is a man that's done the research, speaks the language of his people, you know what I mean? Qualified to speak on these things. And this is what he was saying, what, 30 years ago, 40 years ago? Now contrast what he's saying to what people are telling you running around in these different communities. And you're going to get a better understanding of probably who you are and where you fit in all this. But, you know, these are the type of people you should be, if you're going to base your hypothesis on what people have to say who claim to be scholars, like, these are the type of people you should be accessing, utilizing, and then still do the research on everything they got to say. Don't just take what they say on face value.
When we have a racial mixture in families, it leads to a great diversity of physical types that develop. And it's also true that many Africans in West Africa actually already look like they have Native American ancestry. And particularly this is true in parts of East Africa and so on, and North Africa. So that you can have people that look as if they were straight from Africa, and yet they'll have facial features and so on that are not so-called classic West African facial features. So you really can't tell what people are by looking at them. You have to know something more concrete about their history. At this point, I think my time is just about running out, but I want to read a poem that has to do with the way I look at tracing people's ancestry and how we should think about our backgrounds. In any case, this is a poem called Revolutionary Genealogy. When we trace out our family tree, we must look for those whose tombstones, made of wood or a broken pot with flowers, long ago became earth again. We must search in invisible archives for the unnamed, the unrecorded, for the silent ones not described in any book. For our revolutionary genealogy must have nothing to do with the tyrants, the greedy, the wealthy, the generals, the sons of ignoble families. To be known well by history 9 times out of 10 is to be an aggressor, or if not that, the child of aggressors, living from a bloody legacy from crimes brushed aside. How do we sing the praises of the good, of the plain people, of the ones who never stole enough to buy a page of history? How do we honor the forgotten women, the ones punished by patriarchy, their family names often not even so much as written down, or the ones who died young in childbirth, or the ones who never had a chance to learn to write a diary, or the ones who never earned enough to pay taxes, or the ones whose memory was wiped out by the conquest of our tribes or by slavery's silence? Revolutionary genealogy does not chase after noble titles, family crests, or fornicating dukes. It does not seek connections with the wicked, but rather it might be a genealogy of slaves. Mabel, age 21, yellow-colored, with a scar on her right arm and a limp, has run away from her owner. A reward will be paid for knowledge of her whereabouts. A genealogy of tribes, for we cannot discover individual names. A genealogy of villages, of mountain ridges, because the records start only in 1790 or 1650 or 1900, and the ancestors have fused together into the fold from whence they came. Genealogy cannot for us be the illusion of false pride in people whose behavior we would or should disown. The genealogy of the ruling classes is fake, for sure, since only mothers can be known for certain, father being often rapist or night-traveling lover, giving unsurnamed sperm, perhaps the butler even. And mathematics tells us that each one of us had 16 great-great-grandparents, born of 32, born of 64, born of 128, born of 256, born of 512, and that was only 10 generations back, or 250 years ago. And in 1492, each of us had mathematically 264,000 ancestors, born of 528,000 parents, unless, of course, our ancestors married each other, as cousins did among the aristocracies, keeping estates held tight among related idiots. It is whole tribes from whom we stem, from entire watersheds and basins, even from entire continents, since migration is ancient as well as recent. Revolutionary genealogy will include the earth, our mother, from whence we came, and the salty water, which is our nature, and the plants and animals which form our flesh, and the sun and the air which give us life, and the birds which sing our songs, and the friends who make it all worthwhile. So now let us turn from false bourgeois genealogy to the real search for origins, which must always lead us back to sperm and eggs, to nature and to nurture, to the people, to the tribes, to the slaves, to the suffering and struggling and ordinary lives from which even kings must have once come. Let us find our unknown foreparents, our ancient grandmothers, our ancient grandfathers in their houses of thatch and grass and skin and earth, in the clay and stones of our mother's body, and honor them with the songs of our deeds. As we seek justice, we seek them out. As we create beauty, we honor them. As we liberate the world in which we live, we liberate them. As we end the suffering of people today, we give meaning to the suffering of all those, our relations, who have given us this life. Tepi lahapa. Thank you very much.
You've been listening to a talk given by Indigenous rights activist Dr.
So yeah, I thought that was definitely a dope video. Definitely some points people should definitely go back, watch it again. It's different versions of it online, of course, on YouTube. Jack Forbes, just Google his name, drop his name in your YouTube, and all that'll come up. Yeah, and just do the research on the things that he says, whatever doesn't add up, you know, get rid of it if it doesn't apply to you. You know what I mean? But and then even a lot of what he has to say, you can use it to measure, you know, because it might not apply to you, but like I said, they ran the same play everywhere. You know what I mean? So even though he's talking about what happened in the Caribbean, they ran these same plays everywhere they went. So the floor is open. If anybody want to add on, Bill, please do.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah. I just wanted to add on to that part where he was discussing Brazil and parts of South America, where he mentioned quilombos and that kind of terminology, where he was describing almost a colony within a colony, where they're saying, oh, the Africans had organized or whatever. The reason that there's certain groups in South America of particular African ancestry, and it's known, is because of that, because they were used also in those colonial societies as a filter or as a buffer. Their culture was allowed to be practiced and permeated and exported as such, but it's a mix of indigenous and African culture. But there's no tracking what came from where, except for the staples of their culture, which you can say, oh, this came from, this kind of instrument came from this culture, or came from Africa and was redeveloped in the New World, or whatever. But what you can really trace only is the African ancestry, or the African portion of that. And because it's the African portion of that, because the indigenous culture was never allowed to be practiced, like, at all.
Yeah.
So that's who was the ops. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The war was take you from here and send you to another colony where you could be their problem, but you're not going to run away because you don't know where to go. When you're in your homeland, you know where to go. You know how to wage guerrilla warfare. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had uncles shipped from New Jersey to Virginia because they was stirring shit up at the reservation in Jersey, so they shipped them to Virginia.
Dig. And it's all through, and also listen to what Jackie Forbes says, and verifying it through other past histories that are known through our own histories of our people. It wasn't just within the continental United States. You could end up, depending on how early it was, you could end up in the Caribbean and then anywhere in the world, because that's what they did. Remember, the first colonies, pretty much anywhere from European powers, are always penal colonies. So usually, who's the sailors and the niggas on the ships? They criminals. What's the worst? They sending them because they rat, and so that's who's coming doing the conquering. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's so brutal, because they already sent them on a suicide mission.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What had happened was, like, initially they were hiring people, and then as it became more profitable, they started sending their own penal colonies. They started sending people, you know, that were criminals, because it was more profitable for them. You know what I mean? And then from there they transitioned into the slavery. You know what I mean? It was like a descent in their own morals. You know what I'm saying? Because at first, the initial people they brought, at least in New Amsterdam, the people they brought were people they had under contract. And those people were able to get their freedom. And then it turned into, they started bringing more of like the low life. Like I say, they call them free white people, but they was more like poor white trash. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were the lower grade of people who would be more of the criminals in the lower end of society. You know what I'm saying? And they started to come, and the morals and stuff changed. Like, even like in the Philadelphia area, the first generation of settlers treated the Indians very different than their children. The children relationship with the tribes was more antagonistic, you know, and that's when the divide started to happen. You know what I'm saying?
So
Dig.
I just want to add on to that a little bit.
One thing I'll add on too is in the book, ramifications of the artificial black identity. When we go in and we go into quote white slavery, that concept and idea, which is hidden in a lot of ways, with this servitude basis of looking at contract. When you find that, you also find that a lot of folks that were coming over here might have been contracted to come over here or sit out to come over here, but were held for ransom when they got here if they had any family. So if they had family, there was like, to get off the ship, you got to pay now this different, this hike rate. And if you didn't pay that, then now you were a slave.
Wow. Okay.
Because you already owe for fare. And now when you get to the gap, there's a docking fee. Now you got to pay it. You know what I'm saying? That's how they did it. And so then they would put all those people into this quote servitude system, which is slavery, and send them to another colony. And sometimes people be like, "Oh, I got a brother in North Carolina or the colony, and I gotta work to get him," because this is what the whole practice was so immoral of this quote immigration. They try to make money off every piece of it, and had no problem with trafficking children for any reason, or people or women or for any kind of reason, because they made more money. So really about getting like people in slavery in a lot of the immigrant community. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's very elaborate when we get into these subjects, because it's like it's deep.
Yeah, there's so many layers to it. To truly understand it, like, you got to keep unfolding the information to get a real good understanding of it. So even that within itself is a whole nother layer, which you're speaking on. Anybody else have anything they want to add on or contribute? Floor is definitely open. So let me ask you, how important is it in terms of for you to understand the culture, to be able to interface with the information that you get that's coming to you externally from outside the culture? How do you use the culture to measure the two?
Well, I think it's extremely important because culture is the context. It's the way to understand it. You can sit there and see some Hasidic Jews doing something on the corner, and you could have read up, okay, I kind of understand what they're doing, but something, a different ritual, a different practice that you don't know about. They start looking at them and saying, okay, I read some of this culture, I know that they might be doing something for their firstborn. You don't know the context of it, but you can report on it, write something about it, and say whatever you want about it, but you really don't know what's really going on there because you don't have the interface of culture. And culture is not something that you understand and now you know it. You learn and you continue to learn it, but it's not something that is static. It's because it's practices. So as you get a better understanding of practice and you work in practice, then you got a certain level of understanding of it. But if you have been around, let's say, for example, you're a chief and you're interfacing with different tribes, and you can understand that their culture is based on the experiences, but you've never interfaced with another group, and so you go to meet them and you select them the way that you're supposed to, which is in the traditional manner according to culture, but their greeting comes back to you and it might be completely their tradition and you don't really understand it. I mean that now you don't understand. No, it means that you've had an introduction to it, but it keeps growing in order for you to understand different people, as opposed to just making a blanket judgment about what someone is, what culture is based on the color of their skin. Absolutely. And it's so easy to do that. That's our society. You know what I'm saying? It's so easy to do that hey, put the lowest common denominator, the lowest hanging fruit. This is the easiest way to do it. We'll do that, and we'll stay that way because we think that's respectful, but we're actually staying dumber by not learning, by not
Mm.
to understand the other parties, because we've been forced to understand, quote, European expatriate culture in a foreign land. That's how we understand reality, completely through that kind of foreigner lens. Because unless we have our grandmothers and our grandfathers, or we have some information, you're going to be given the general consumer culture, which is of a foreigner, and it's viewing the world through their lens. You know what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
culture is extremely important, and it keeps growing. That understanding every time we meet with each other. Peace and blessings to you and your platform. You know what I'm saying? Prosperity-minded, sustainable, forward-thinking mindsets is what we need. And you know what you do, and productive. It's important. Home blessings you, and we appreciate you know, having a chance to come through.
Nisha, appreciate you as well, brother. Definitely for all the work you do. Been real consistent with it, man. You know, I knew eventually we'll cross paths. You know what I'm saying? Like in a real natural way. So I'm glad you popped in. You know what I mean? We can lock in from here out. You know, and just continue to build. You know what I mean? We're definitely supporting everything you do. And you know, please feel free to drop in whenever you want. This platform is your platform. You know what I mean? It's your home. Whenever you know what I mean, feel like you want to tap in. You know what I mean? We're here, all right? And so is anybody else anything they want to add on? Please do.
Okay. So, you know, I'm happy that there's that saying, history repeats itself, and you know, I'm happy that it's repeating itself in a good way. You know, um, people, pe- I was for a long time I was under the impression that, you know, we were the only generation to try to get this information out there, that we were the only generation to try to wake people up and you know, decipher this knowledge and set the story straight. But I'm so glad that, you know, with what you're doing, Turtle, that this showed me this was happening way before us. And that, you know, these same things, these same beliefs that I've had for the longest time, I don't know where they came from, but now I'm seeing this is all a part of the divine plan, you know. Creator, he plants his seeds in people, you know, in hopes that that garden will grow. You know, Jack D. Forbes, he made a point of saying that, you know, people people of black and indigenous ancestry, especially people that are phenotypically quote unquote African, um, are automatically dismissed as just being black, or you know, they're just automatically categorized as Negro, you know. And it's sad that, you know, through the years, people have come to, you know, just adopt that mindset, you know, and that, oh, well, we're just black and that's it. We don't come from anywhere, you know, or, oh, Indian, what are you talking about? We're not Indian, we just black, you know, and stuff like that. And it's so sad, you know, because why limit yourself? If you don't know your history, go find out. I know, I keep
Let
pushing
me
that
say
point.
something. Hold your thought for a second, because I want to say something that really, I want to emphasize what it is that you're saying, and I want people to have an understanding. It's one thing to be called Negro and you're just operating, you know, you doing what an African American do and not knowing who you are, right? Somebody like yourself, Hondo, you were operating like Jack D. Forbes is talking exactly about you when he says the things he says.
Yes.
Like you're living that. You know what I mean? He's speaking to you, like not just someone who has Indian ancestry and may not have known it, but someone who knows it and exhibits it, and still people are like, no, you're this, no, you're that. Like he's speaking directly to you in that. So I want to point that out, but please continue.
That's exactly where I was going with that because, you know, it almost dropped my jaw to hear him say, you know, those words and you know, just to hear him speak those words. And I'm like, this is what I've been saying all along. And I'm like, damn, I can't wait to send this to my family so they can see that I'm not crazy. You know, because my family's like, okay, I know he's a little, whatever. And I'm like, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at the paperwork. I keep telling y'all, this is who we are. This is where we come from. And you don't believe me. I don't know how you could not believe me. Look at all of it. I mean, if you met my family, you'd be like, are you my cousin? You know what I mean? Um,
Mm-hmm.
so it's just like this was such a powerful and awakening moment, and gosh, I'm just so grateful to witness it, you know, and I hope that more of this information gets out there, you know, and that people really take it to heart and you know change their minds about how they view themselves and how we all as a people of color view ourselves and that we start to dispel these ignorant you know ways of thinking. Oh, we're just black. Oh, nigga, you ain't this. Da, 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 da. You know, stuff like that. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
power to the people.
Yeah, it's important that people know you don't have to look like the traditional Indian, nor do you have to say the traditional Indian ain't the real Indian to be Indian. You can just acknowledge what your people went through, which is a damn Holocaust, and understand your place in that. It's that simple. Like we don't have to discount anything that's a part of who we are, regardless of even the intent
Word.
of what your ancestor may have had. You know what I mean? Like you the sum result of multiple ancestors. Who do you identify with and what direction you want to move in? That's it.
Peace, Turtle Gang. I wanted to say something too. Respect, respect to what he was saying. There's actual terms for those things, you know, because as long as you know, then you're an urban Indian surviving in spite of genocidal practice, in spite of militaristic occupation, in spite of commercial disenfranchisement. That's what an urban Indian is. But you gotta know it. Even if you don't know every detail, you gotta connect that little dot at least. And all that with culture grows, you know. But this respect what I'm saying, our people have a prophecy that we refer to, and several other um, cultural, you know, views and cosmology and have traditions to where they have uh, ancestral prophecies that folks are acknowledging that this is a current time based on some of these signs. So, in our tradition, we have something called the time of the Guimasoa. The Guimasoa is a term we use for the reeds and the weeds. So it's believed, and based on this prophecy, um, we used to use, if we were living in a marshy area or on an island like most of the Caribbean, we would use reflection pools based on the water that was at the root of the mangroves or ceibas, the different trees that had roots, and where water would collect, we would look at our reflection. So this is how we thought of our self view of a reflection, knowing who we were based on ourselves in these pools, the reflection pool. So when colonization started, and the war started on Borinquen, there's a Borinquen, which is the Aboriginal name for the island contemporarily referred to as Puerto Rico. One of our chiefs, ancestors over there, was named Hajuja, and he was the chief of the areas in the mountainous kind of region called Hajuja, but he had a daughter. And so it is said that his daughter, who was Arahure, that she had a dream and reported on this dream, and this dream became known as a prophecy
legacy that came from the chieftains or princes, from the daughter, the chief, principal chief of that region. So what she said is that there was a time where the guimasoa, the reeds and the grass vegetation at the root of the saber tree would overcome roots to where no water could collect, and we couldn't see ourselves anymore. And that we would forget ourselves because we couldn't see ourselves. But there would be a time when the growth would recede and water would return, and we would once again see ourselves and be able to know ourselves. And through knowing ourselves, through seeing ourselves in the roots of water, at the root of the saber tree, we would reflect again and know who our brother is and who our cousin is. We would know our community and ourselves again through being able to see ourselves through the reeds that grew, but back into the water again. And so I believe that this is that time to where, there's a lot of conversation about cultural revival, or of the consciousness about our cultural, our lineage, our heritage, and our lineage, as opposed to just his story. And so this time has given us this time to reflect. And as we go and we reflect, we really do realize that we're all family in this way. So I think that that's part of what's happening, but it's hard to wake up from a slumber that was forced on you.
Yeah.
A slumber that you have kind of no real idea of what is sleeping and what is wake. So, I hear what the brother was saying, but I believe this is that time. So this is how we do it, through these conversations, these reflections of what we take away from here. Knowing that our ancestors, we're feeling the call of them, because it's that time for us to know and to eat symbols for it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Honda was talking about, it's good to see that people were speaking about this, and like, truthfully, like, this opposition, this fight, it never stopped. You know what I mean? Some people went on and, assimilated, you know what I mean? But like, these fights they've always been a part of our communities, you know what I'm saying? And that's why there's always been obstacles placed in our communities to keep us from getting to a point where we'll know what we're fighting for. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Jack D Forbes, before him, you had, at the same time, contemporary to him, I guess you had Russell Means, you know what I'm saying? These were people that, like, if you remove the racism, if you remove the, what was placed on us, and just listen to the words these people are saying, Meredith Quinn, if you listen to the words these people are saying, they could be the same words that's coming out of any responsible leader. You know what I mean? I heard a lot of similarities in what certain things were being said by chiefs. I heard some of that in what Noble Drew Ali spoke. You know what I'm saying? I could hear the similarities. See what I'm saying? So when you hear the truth and you know the truth and see it as applicable, you kind of extract it and reapply it to yourself. But if you're stuck behind a veil of racism and false perspectives on history, you're not even going to look to these sources for the guidance. So, like I said, these are people that I've been studying and watching for years, but the RBD community definitely don't want to hear none of that. When everybody was in that phase, you know what I'm saying? And then as they moved into the Aboriginal phase, where it's us against them and they're that, they don't want to hear it. But I feel like at this point, like, if y'all really want the truth, you're going to have to get it from everybody. And it's going to be elders from every continent. They're going to have something to offer you. You know what I mean? Like, real talk.
Are you familiar with Time Walker?
Who?
Time Walker.
Time,
so
yeah.
Meredith, Yeah, so
Yeah.
you know, it's like we understand the time differently because we've been
Mm-hmm.
so used to this imposed way of viewing time, right? And that's the depth of this time walker shit, because it's like if we even had a different understanding and a calculation of the way light travels and time passes, we're
Mm-hmm.
completely adverse to what the paradigm is, the spell that we're under based on Western education and values. So it's
Mm-hmm.
hard for us to understand anything. So works like that, like Time Walker and some of the oratory of Russell Means and the activism with the
Mm-hmm.
American Indian movement. It's important for us to research all these things to understand today. It's not just
Yep.
on the internet, you know, and watching videos, but not getting your hands on some of that history by reading the work. You know what I'm saying? So, because we got to understand it according to how it comes to us, and there's levels, and it's not linear. It's not like you're walking straight and the path is just going to be according to what's right in front of you. Sometimes the jumps are by leaps and bounds, by ingesting and understanding, you know, one new thing that's been
Mm-hmm.
written down in record. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that Meredith Quint is very heavy, and it's heavy to understand that this is all our different stories, right? These are all timelines. They're all coalescing right now
Mm-hmm.
because we're able to observe, we're able to learn, we're able to get the blessings and the lessons. Like when so I don't know if how many of y'all familiar with the Tonalamat. So the Tonalamat is what is referred to, or has been referred to, as the Mayan doomsday calendar, the
Mm-hmm.
Toltec Mayan, the, you know, that seal with the,
Mm-hmm.
and so everybody is talking, and there's so many layers to it that people can't understand based on this Western way of viewing it. So the illest thing about it is I met Maratsin. Maratsin is the history chronological or an expert on this for the Mexican DF Universidad Autónoma, the first university in like Mexico, really in the New World, like in that way. And so he's the historian on that, and he's from that background of the indigenous people of Mexico, and he's mixed between those different groups. And his recanting of what is really going on is deep, because he's told us and explained how it came to be, and also said in the history of the Tonalamat, the version that came to be known for all this, the for the Baktuns and the time cycles and history back and forth with thousands of years, really came together in the form that they were showing with this seal 13 years before 1492.
Mm.
So 13 years before the first ship came, there was a conference, and representatives from the indigenous spiritual traditions from all over Central, North, South, and the Caribbean came together and contributed a unique piece of their culture to that time record, that stamp of that concept, idea, to be preserved for future generations. And so when he came and we met him as founder chiefs, we met him at the United Nations first time, and then he came and spoke at Two Hawks' indigenous 2IP 2C Indigenous Peoples Cultural Conference. He came a couple of times, and so with his context to the whole thing is that us doing the things that we're doing are like their prophecies in action. So he goes to every nation with an eagle staff, but it's like of all the different nations, with a difference from everyone. And he was talking to us about this. So this is really what we're doing here right now, and this is how we get to understand where we're at by listening to the histories of the different people and putting that together, because that's what they did, and encapsulated that in these documents that are like codes and downloads. It takes a lot of reverse study to understand. Just change our minds so we can look at the same thing that's been in front of us the whole time a little differently.
Yep.
Because we're under like a brain, a fog, a spell, really. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's it. When you start to understand some of those things and really view it and see, yo, this is really happening, then it takes on more than just the intellectual value that it has in us. Where it's like, you know, we get real intellectual and we argue about everything, but when it's spiritually activated in us, we really understand we're playing this out for the thousands of ancestors that are behind us.
Mm-hmm.
Like because you think you're you, but you're not just you. You know what I'm saying? You're put together all of them. So, you know, we work it out, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, my friend I grew up with, he made a post the other day, and I was real like, you know, the things he said I thought was very poignant. So I just like what you just said kind of reminded me of what he said. So I just want to read this brother I grew up with, Greg Self Evans. Shout out to the God, peace to the God. He said, "We come from humble families, old houses and small towns with sad stories. We are not hustling to impress or be in any competition with anyone. We just want to change the storyline and fight the battles our parents never won." So that's what we're doing. We fighting the battles our ancestors didn't win, but they never lost because they never gave up. And that's who many of us are. You know what I mean? That's who we are. Like,
that's who we are.
Like my tribe, we never gave up. That's why we able to do what we could do and move the way we could move. You know, because we never gave up. And everybody who's probably searching for their tribe, your tribe is gone because y'all never gave up. And that was your blessing. So the whole, everything we went through is you know, that in itself, like what's the adverse to that? You know what I mean? It ain't but one people on the planet that don't know who they are. You know what I'm saying?
But it's our chance right now to continue. We can learn, you know, collectively who we are. But it's I feel like it's Pareto principle. Are you familiar with the Pareto principle?
No, sir.
So the Pareto principle is something utilized in marketing a lot, but it's the 80-20 rule, the 80-20 principle. 80% of your results will come from 20% of your productivity.
Oh no, I'm familiar with that.
You dig what I'm saying? So I feel like folks like Turtle folks like Two Hawks, folks like Chief Torrego, like we're part of that 20% that work to reach critical mass. We're part of that 20% that work to sound an alarm and to give out inheritance game on the airwaves to the point where folks will start to realize they have inheritance. And when enough of that has been done and enough has multiplied through the effort, then we get to the 20% producing 80% results. The 80 pushes it up to upward levels of acceptance, to upward levels of market acceptance, like when you introduce a new product, you know what I'm saying? But what we're introducing is who we always been. Because I'll tell you, in my voyage, in my time, I went around all the sets. It was Underground Railroad, 125th. It was all the broad. It was all the Moorish history. It was all of everything that I could get.
No.
But at the same time, there was a part of me that I knew was always there with my ancestry, that because I didn't know more at the time, I felt more drawn to all these other ideologies, right? And over time, that led to knowing about a lot, but eventually I could do nothing else but look at the pool and reflect on myself and look right at who I really am, as opposed to foreign ideologies, the foreign ways of thinking. And that's what led to the present day, to where I feel, I've studied and learned to be able to try to walk authentically in living culture moving forward by being respectful of my ancestors and my grandmothers and my grandfathers, much more than I was of just a foreign idea like Africana studies and Moorish histories, because I could relate to this more. But I had to learn through all those other things to value what was always part of me. And that's sometimes like a nugget for anybody that's in this voyage, because it's not easy to go down rabbit holes. You know what I mean? You're trying to dig and uncover jewels, and so that wraps you up too.
Yep.
But it's just simply about being respectful to your ancestors, saying their names, being able to say some of their names, being able to know that, and then being able to extricate yourself from the attachments of dogma and different things like that, which we get into. You know what I'm saying? But it's all there for you. You know what I mean? And the ancestors, the grandfathers, grandmothers, people passing away, but that doesn't mean that you can't learn from other elders from your same background, or from others, to give you a way to interface with the culture and not feel like you're lacking, because you're being respectful and you're coming to those people and they're giving you game. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit to, help folks feel a little bit more comfortable if sometimes it's awkward. You know what I'm saying? For that.
And there's another thing, since I got you here, can you speak to the people who might have they might feel uncomfortable because they think having African background or ancestry somehow removes them from, their native identity? Could you speak to that a little bit?
I don't see it as removing you from anything. I think it's important to understand the cultures and the possibilities, but there's just a difference sometimes when we're so used to this African American black concept, and sometimes what we are told as the history of that is just African history, because African history is safe for the paradigm establishment to you, and to say, well, take this test, you got groups here, this is where you're from, but where is the consciousness about this land and what's still happening here on this land? So I just want to make sure that if you do have it, and this is the deep thing about it, when I was mentioning the quilombos and these things, is that if you do, it's generally traceable for you to find it, at least in the terms of the documentation that is out there that's able to be. But if you're coming from one of these countries that had quilombos, right, then they had family names. They had their own tribal system within that. That's how you got capoeira that gets transferred on as an art form, blending of both cultures with the instrumentation. So they, in different countries, they have that, but we shouldn't just say that we do have it if we don't know. And there's no disrespect to you if you do, but it's also about informing yourself what you do, and not just accepting the blanket assumption that you do, because it's easy for that to take you away from the land that you're on, that your ancestors was on, or where they came from, and be completely absolved of that responsibility because you took a 23andMe and it said you were from the Yoruba tribe, and now that's where your mind is at, and nobody's doing nothing for your land. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with it, and it deserves its respect and its record where it can be found, if that's part of it. But it definitely, a lot of the fight that was fought was allowed, was not allowed, but was fought by the history of Africans and different indigenous groups banding together. So, I mean, when you talk about Toussaint Louverture and what happened in Haiti, that's what that was.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just Africans, it was Africans and Taínos.
Yes.
And you talk about what happened in the first ever land one, quote, reservation, which really isn't a reservation, but the concept of this land being set aside was one in Dominican Republic, or Quisqueya, what is temporarily referred to as the Dominican Republic, by Enriquillo. And he was a mulatto mestizo, child and product of rape, who fought his oppressors with other folks that were of color in the caste system who were abused once his wife was raped, and he grew into a man within the system. And so he fought and created the first area set aside for them to live outside of the colony, called the Cibao, in the river Cibao. That's in Dominican Republic. You know, so like that history has been intertwined, and it's because oppressed people will band together. You know, but in some areas, in some places, it had to lead to that because it was okay for them to bring in folks, and they gave them culture. Then eventually they rebelled too, because it has to be that way. So pretty much when you look at Maroons anywhere, you're talking about, you know, quote, mixed blood people, but really they were able to speak to each other in a way that the colonists couldn't understand, because there was different languages. We had different dialects, and we had like, man, the game was a whole different thing because they could communicate. They had language that they could speak that they didn't know. They knew wasn't one or the other. So it was like traditional speak that's in different ways that people couldn't understand if they weren't coming from those backgrounds. So it's deep, and already is, and this whole idea of looking at Africa is a colonial construct also, because that's not ancestrally what they called it before the white man came around. When you look into the history of what Africa is, or Scipio Africanus, or any of these foreign concepts of naming this land, that's not really what those tribal people called it either. So the construct of looking at an idea we've been told also. So let's not try to get tied up in the nationalism, because that's the next level, is to take you from identifying with your indigenous ancestry, your indigenous culture, your indigenous paradigm worldview, right, which still has validity if you give it energy and support it, is to get you thinking in nationalism, into identities that aren't yours but were imposed on you because that's what you're allowed.
In terms of like domestic nations, in terms of like, so when we say nationalism, we're talking about United States, thinking as a citizen, of a country, not as your country, not as the nation of people you come from. There's a country that's a corporate nation, then there's a body of people. So having that mindset that you identify with, you know, people from France, they're from France, but those people identify with their ancient identities. This is why they can go back to their ancient villages. You know what I mean? So though you may know them as people that they're French, they can tell you exactly what group of French people they are. So, but at the same time, you can take advantage of that corporate status if you know how to operate and navigate in the two worlds. And that's what people need to learn, because this commerce is here. It's not going to stop.
And we have, and it's not just like, it's all right, because we exist in two worlds. So indigenous folks who have connected, you have dual identity, because you have the corporate construct and the obligatory social security number and all of that comes along with it, and then you have your inheritance as a name bearer, as a language keeper, and as a culture keeper for your people. And you can't extricate one from the other, because we don't have no choice about the social security numbers. You ain't got really no choice as much you want to fight that fight with that driver's license. You ain't got no choice. So you got to interface with what's around you in a way, but you can do it responsibly and aware and do business with it in a different way, even though it's kind of compulsory where you don't really have a choice about it, but you can choose to do business differently. And what you find is that there's already a path for that. They're just not going to tell you about that unless you say the magic words. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Unless you know who you are and how you're talking to these people, they're not even going to talk to you about that because you're not one unless you say the words. You know, and you got to educate yourself. We all do on how moving forward on who we actually are in reference or in connection to the system. You know, in connection to the government. You know, whether you're a resident, who are aliens, and who are the inhabitants. You know, it's these little understanding and distinctions and how we interface with the outside or the corporate construct world make all the difference for us too. But again, there's a lot to learn there.
Yeah, that's definitely a even deeper build. That's something that, you know, Morris movements touched on. Different, I guess, sovereign groups might have touched on these things. The elements come out of the indigenous, indigenous treaty law, international law. Sovereign movements and what the Moors do are they're extracting from that, but it's a real domestic law and international law is really two different things. Yeah, you know, working within the system is like drinking. Do it responsibly. Yep. It's commerce. You know, once you forget that it's commerce, you start looking for fair treatment. When the laws of commerce ain't built for fair treatment. So we just been operating as instruments of commerce and not as real people. So you wasn't afforded no real remedy. The only way you can get real remedy is being part of a nation.
We be thinking we real people sometimes, and only come back to looking for that possibility and not as part of a nation when we're already in a mess. Been trying to do something and operate within the system without really knowing what part of it we operating in. And when it worked out this way, then it's okay. You know, by the way, I'm an Indian. You know, and it has to. We got to educate ourselves on it. And there's different ways that information comes to light. But it's also something that really you want to interface with the tribe and tribal government. And if you don't have one, then that's what you should be thinking about, interfacing with those groups, with the groups that have that cultural reference, because they're the ones that could tell you the actual knowledge to how our people interface with this external thing, this force. You know what I'm saying? But when you're not connected to that and you don't have any reference, then you're only thinking like a consumer. You're only thinking like a slave. You can't even see anything else, really, even though you hear about it, you really can't see it. So that's the best way to introduce an understanding of our reference is through our tribe and through the connection to others that train on this. Not just looking at the internet. You know what I'm saying? We got to take actual training from folks that know more sometimes. To be able to move the right way, and that involves different things in different situations. But really, the best way to do that and not get robbed is to go through tribe or to go through an associated tribe. But through that lens of the indigenous world and elders or folks that can tell you what it really is, not just the Googles and
yeah, you can start there. King Native, did you want to add on? You can just turn down your volume. Okay, I guess is all right. So yeah, I loaded a video up. Let me see if it's even ready yet. It's this guy talking about clan, Cherokee clans. Let me see if I can pull this up. And he speaks to people falling out of their clanship and some of the remedies that they have built within the system. So talk about the system. What system we talking about? Talking about what do you call the clan mother system, which is in tune with the great law of peace. It's part of our traditional culture and way of life, and it's a structure for all things. And within that, it creates like there's a business model within it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to better put it. It's a business model on how to run a company, if that's how you want to look at it. If you look at it from modern, so the same way you could take another company's business model and create a business, boom, that's what the great law of peace can do for you and your people.
That's the inheritance. Because we don't realize we got inheritance, yo. When we come back, it's all built in. You just got to come back and honor it and learn and decide to want to learn it, and it'll pay in droves.
So let me but you know, understanding the culture is the key. Like being those people is the key. Understanding the culture is the key. You know what I'm saying? And not being deterred by what people present to you as being the truth. Really go get the truth from the horse's mouth. Go sit with the people who can teach you right from wrong from a traditional level, not from what the government, you know, the standards that they place on you or, yeah, all right, so I just loaded this video up. See if it's gonna pop up. So this guy is obviously of European descent, but he's a Cherokee, he's in the culture, and he's gonna say a few things that I think are important. I think it help people understand. And he's got a full video available. I'll put the link to the full video. So let me share this real quick. So anybody who's Cherokee, might be, probably is.
A good one.
So yeah.
My job as an educator simply means that I'm out in the communities pushing our language, culture, and traditions like a drug dealer. I'm trying to get people.
I'm gonna bring it back. Hold on. Let me see.
Them as they were the most important thing, and we had, I don't remember how many I could named off, at least 4 or 5 that have existed up until now in the 1980s. So we had ways of dealing with that lack of clan, and that helped to strengthen our ceremonial grounds. It helps to be inclusive. It helps us to get away from the idea that our ceremonial grounds are some sort of country club, and there's exclusivity, and if you don't belong there, then you don't belong there, that kind of thing. None of that stuff is really true. If we're following our teachings and our traditions the way that we once did, we're supposed to be doing these dances and having these ceremonies and doing all of these things on behalf of the entire world. And if we're doing that, then we're including the entire world, and we should be including them in our ceremonial life. But the lack of clan should not be a factor, and at most ceremonial grounds it is not. They find a way around it. So we know this. We intermarried with other Cherokee, or with other southeastern tribes and northeast woodlands tribes heavily since the beginning of time. During that time period, we had a system in place to deal with the lack of clans because our clans didn't match up. And then on top of that, whenever we took the big hit of basically female Europeans marrying into Cherokee families, that was the big hit, but we found a way to deal with that too. We found a way around it. And if you talk to some of our oldest speakers, some of our elders, some of them have passed away. I oftentimes reference elders, and sometimes I don't explain that person is already gone. But there's one elder that I'm thinking of in particular right now, and his name was Benny Smith, Jekesa. You say Jekesa behind somebody's name whenever they passed away, because what it means is they used to be. So Benny Smith Jekesa was an elder who grew up at one of our most prominent ceremonial grounds here in eastern Oklahoma. And he was a traditionalist and a ceremonial and spiritual leader, as well as a medicine person. And he was raised that way. He was raised in that environment. And if you were to speak to him or be able to speak to him today, he would tell you that everybody in the world has a Cherokee clan. He would say that your Mexican friend who lives down the street fits into our clan system. He would say your cousin who married a black woman or a black man, he would say they have clans. He would say that our people, the human race, they all have clans and they all fit into this system. They just don't remember. They just don't know what their clan is, but they have one. So if that's the case, and we have all of these other ways of dealing with the lack of clan, and we know that everyone has a clan based upon what Mr. Benny Smith Jekesa said, then we know that it is not wrong to bring in people into your community and seat them where they're supposed to be and accept them as clan members from that particular clan. Our clan system, if it goes away completely, then we lose the fire. If we lose the fire, we lose the language. If we lose the language, we lose the fire. If we lose the clan, it all fits on top of each other. It all connects, and it's very much, so ingrained in our identities that if we lose one thing, then the rest of the structure will fall. Just like in this building, if I was to chop this one beam down, the rest of this building is going to collapse down on top of us because it's all holding us together. The same way that this is all leaning on top of each other, it's all taken care of by itself. It's self-governing. Okay? It's self-strengthening. It's all of those things. And so we have to maintain those things. We have to maintain our clan system. We have to ensure that that for future generations that Cherokee identity, whether it be clan, whether it be your language, whether it be a community, a family you belong to, all of those things have to be reinvigorated so much that it's overflowing. My job as an educator for Cherokee Nation's Education Services simply means that I'm out in the communities pushing our language, culture, and traditions like a drug dealer. I'm trying to get people hooked on their own identity.
Yes, I thought that was dope. what he said, trying to get people hooked on their own identity. But that video, he talks about the clan system in depth. So people who are, that's a good place to start to kind of understand what the clan system represented. You know what I mean? Like I said before, that's like the genealogy within tribal communities. That's how you connect yourself to your communities. So you got to understand the rules of the clan system. And he goes through the whole thing, and he speaks to how he even speaks to how they were, Africans intermixed with them, all different groups. You know what I mean? It's not no it's not no new history. It's known to the people. So it just comes down to, like I always say, I'm creating relationships and being able to have conversations with people. And they're gonna turn you on to information that you probably wouldn't have gotten traveling in the same circles you're traveling in. You gotta reach beyond your circumference, your bubble of awareness, your sphere of awareness, and start listening to some other people who have some actual insight. As I said before, if you play the phenotype game, you're probably gonna miss a lot of jewels because you're gonna be triggered as soon as you see the person's complexion, or you know what I mean. You'll get triggered and you won't even want to hear what the person got to say. So it's kind of the point I was trying to make, and I just want to be able to share some of the stuff with people. It's a lot of great Native American scholars out there, and anything you want to learn about. Like you want to learn about UFO stuff. This is crazy old Indian that got this old video that talk about everything that you could, all that behold the pale horse stuff, all that. It's this old crazy. I mean, he Indian, but he mixed. So he look like an old crazy white man. But he talk about the star nations, and he talk about that whole celestial battle with the gods from heaven. He talks about that from a Native American perspective, and it's older than all the videos of all these new agers that speak on this. He speaks on the star nations and their interactions with the indigenous nations. So, like all this information, that's one thing I found out when I was in my journeys, traveling through different houses. All the information ended up bringing me back to this indigenous information. Like, when I say that, I mean, okay, when I started studying pyramids, wanting to get to the bottom of pyramids, ended up right in America. You know what I'm saying? When I got into the whole alien thing, boom, 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 ended up in America. And I'm not trying to bolster the argument that things come from the Americas. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have our own accounts of things as well. So why not start there? Why not get our people's perspective on this world phenomenon before I go read others? You know what I'm saying? So when I read about, it's a great book. It's called The Encyclopedia of Atlantis, right? Obviously, it's a European. It's his book, but the book just consists of flood myths from indigenous people all over the planet, right? So he's correlating the flood with Atlantis, obviously talking about cities being engulfed, the water levels rising, and these cities that they attribute to the mythological Atlantis are actually just a result of the water levels on the planet rising 400 feet. So he has, this whole book is about indigenous flood myths. You know what I mean? And it's real interesting. So it always made me think, what if before I learned of Noah from the Bible, I learned about my own people's flood myths, which we have, right? And then everything that I measured my knowledge on wasn't a European foundation. Boom, because somebody say flood, first thing jump to our minds raised in this perspective is Noah, right? But what if when you talk about flood, the first thing that jumps into your kid's mind is, oh, I know where our people went during the flood. I could take you to the rock shelters. We could go look at the carvings that they left behind during this cataclysmic event. You know what I mean? So that's where our cultural root would be instead of Noah. So now when we hear about Noah, we go, oh, okay, that's kind of like our story. See what I'm saying? As opposed to getting our story and going, damn, this is like the Noah story. And then trying to fit ourselves into the Noah story. Now, when you know who your shit is, you could try and fit their flood myth into your shit. You know what I mean? As opposed to the other way around. So, and that's what most people all around the planet had done up until Rome started colonizing everybody, culminating in what's going on here. So I think that's enough for the day. Damn, it's 7 hours. I'm about to get out here. Anybody want to come up? Anybody got any last words they want to add? Then we're gonna get out of here. I hope everybody can start etching away at that colonial mind state that we all got. You know what I mean? So we can start seeing things a little clearer, and having a better understanding of, our journey and your place in the journey. So, what up? Yeah, brother. Okay, brother. You here? Any last words for the night?
No, peace to everybody. Good evening. You got a good reference on reconnecting and connecting dots. So we got to take advantage of that. Peace to Turtle Gang. Peace to everybody on the chat, everybody on the broadcast. Ahom, Bomatun. My biggest gratitude, appreciation, and tawa, taireku, taikaraya. Good day and good evening. Peace.
Peace. The peace canal. Anishik. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. Pop back up on soon. I'll leave this live for a little while. I'll leave this up for a little while, but thank you for spending your time with us. We appreciate your time. And until next time, peace canal. Oh, hold up. Val, you here, bro? You want to come up, bro? I can hold off a little bit if you want to come on up. Chief Lavelle in the building. See if the chief want to come up for a moment. We don't want to deny the chief. Yeah, if you want to come up for a bit, chief, I just dropped the link. I definitely got a chance to watch your little documentary. It's a 3-part. I got through the first 2 parts, but okay, you at work? All right, I got through the first 2 parts. Feel like we can turn that into something even bigger, bro. Definitely enjoyed it. But thanks for tapping in, though. Appreciate you, and as I said before, we'll talk again, everybody. Peace, good night. Have a great night.